Good morning and welcome to the third in our installment of the AGE Open series. We're here in a little brisk Riverside, California this morning. I'm Marcus Brown and I'm joined by fellow agent of chaos, new to the coverage stream here, but not new to the AGE Pro Team streams. Jonah Overholt, how are we doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm super pumped to be here. I love playing the game too, but I love the Age community, Justin, and I'm excited for the opportunity to cast with you.
Yeah, we got a lovely new kind of CC meta going on today this morning. Especially following up Calling Kobe also this weekend, showing a bit of the Aurora meta defining pack leader right there.
She definitely came out swinging, right, with the 3x copies from the next popular deck.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, she is really cementing her lead in this new meta game. So that's really our first topic of conversation.
Yeah, no, she came out swinging. I even believe I caught a little glimpse of the standings right before the end of the night, and there were 6 Auroras in the top 24 placements. So that's really good.
Yeah, it's a really good conversion rate. Like it's quite interesting to see as well that just from the Armory deck alone, it's kind of transformed the list. Like there's a lot of 3 blocks now in her. Like it used to be a case where she's really susceptible to stuff like Weakest Link and other like targeted hate and disruption, but like she's a bit more resilient with all of those blocking cards.
Yeah, and she got the headpiece, the man, I'm blanking right now, but
it's the cap.
Yeah, the headpiece to block with the non-attack and the attack action to make them discard.
Oh yeah, Face Purgatory.
Face Purgatory.
That's pretty right. Fundamental in this new version of the list. I would agree too.
Yes.
You know, making way for Aurora, we had to say goodbye to Viserai as well. One of the first 8 original heroes to leave the format, Rune Chance and all. He really made a big impact in the last meta, but with his exit, does make room for Aurora. I don't know how you felt about that.
Honestly, pretty happy to see Viserai leave. I did have a little bit of fun with him towards the end there. However, one of my favorite heroes, Rhinar, that matchup is pretty bad for my boy. So, and I'm honestly excited just for the fresh take, right? Aurora kind of making it a little lackluster, like it's not too much different. She kind of just filled in Viserai's shoes, but still excited, right? We're moving in the right direction of new heroes, new gameplay.
Yeah, she is a more aggressive by design hero. She does do like an arcane combo turn, but it's not quite the same as like stacking Rune Chance being part of your kit, or like an entire fundamental game plan like Turtle Burst. Although Florian seems to be doing a bit of that here and there, but by design, he's like a slower hero, and he has to ramp up to it.
Right.
Viserai was like very flexible in that you could do it all within one deck. So like quite a solid hero to leave and make a big impact with the hole that he fills. Yeah. We also have to look forward to the next Pro Tour in my hometown, because believe it or not, I'm not from California, if you've heard my voice before. I'm very much excited to play another Pro Tour on a doorstep of mine. Had it in LA last year, have it back home in England in my town of birth, London.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I'm actually from it. It's going to be fun. Looking forward to the metagame as it has shaped up. There's more to like plan for, considering Aurora's like standout performance from the get-go after the Armory deck.
Right.
How would you feel about it?
I was just gonna say, based off what we've seen at Calling Kobe, my personal take on what I would bring to PT London if I was going, I'm gonna roll with the comfort pick, right? We saw a couple of Enigmas doing really well, and I think KO has a decent matchup into the aggro game. So just based off repetitions and comfort alone, I think I would take him. What are your interpretations of the meta?
I think like a comfort pick can't go wrong sometimes. I think it's like a fundamental thing that if you play something that you're very comfortable and very experienced on as a pilot, you win some games just by skill expression and difference alone. And so long as you're comfortable and you know what you're doing, you have like all of these game plans that you can execute, because it's like riding a bicycle. You've done it so many times. You don't need to like really think about it, and like you know, struggle into certain matchups going, oh, what is my sideboard plan? I've never played this hero. You know everything going in.
Right.
The only thing that can surprise you are like rogue decks, for example.
Yes.
Or like some really weird Swiss pairings or something.
Speaking of rogue decks, any idea or like a hot take on a dark horse for PT London?
Good question, honestly. I honestly feel like in preparation for high seas, there will be some people belligerent enough to bring Riptide. Like Aurora loves Go Again, and most of those traps trigger from Go Again and like increased power on attacks. So honestly, like there is a Riptide angle, but at the same time, maybe there isn't because of the arcane damage, like peak Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning combo.
Yeah. I remember the matchup being a little bit tough for Viscerai with Riptide, so maybe Aurora's in the same zone.
Honestly, yeah. Apart from that, I don't know about other rogue decks. Like, I've been playing a bunch of Fang recently, but I don't think I'd like him into other decks that are going to be part of the metagame. Like, Enigma doesn't really strike my fancy. Like, I actually love playing into Aurora because you can kind of race into her. Like, once you get to 3 fealty, you're practically like a red line value deck. And, like, you have Blaze Headlong and stuff like that. So you can put out aggro numbers and you don't have to pitch any cards for it. So you kind of do Aurora better than Aurora sometimes.
Sometimes, after you finish a little mini game. I do think, though, the meta game is definitely, you'll have one hero that's good into several, but that you absolutely, everybody, it feels like, has at least one polarizing matchup.
Exactly. Touching on high seas, maybe we can make some predictions as to what to expect from that set. Like we haven't really got any spoilers. There's been like maybe 1 or 2 grainy images that you have to like squint at and go, is this really a card that they're gonna unveil?
I think without a doubt, you know, we all know Ranger's going to be in the set. And if I was saying this earlier, if Ranger's not in the set, they got every single one of us in Fab. They got us good.
We all got bamboozled or something.
A hot take, though, we were thinking of was like, what if a Guardian was in the set? You know, a Guardian pirate type theme. Like, I can see that.
Honestly, like, from when I remember just getting into Fab, when I first stared at Bravo and his hero art, before I understood anything about this game and how it played, he looked like a pirate to me.
100%.
It was the red jacket and, like, some of the, you know, lace-up shirts and, like, his swagger and his facial hair and long dark locks. I was thinking, this guy is either a pirate or a bard. And
you put the hat on him, and he fits the picture perfectly.
Yeah, he just needs like a tricorn, and he is a pirate, basically. He honestly looks like a One Piece extra.
Yeah.
But he's wielding a hammer instead of like a cutlass or something.
So what about, I've heard a couple rumors of a Necromancer coming out in the set. What are your thoughts on that possibly being a class?
I think there's credence to that theory, especially like LSS loves to like sow little bits in previous sets and expansion cards, like think Cut Through the Facade, where a pirate is shoving a cutlass right through some undead guy. I think that's plausible. There's also Call to the Grave that was also in Rosetta.
Right.
So I think that's very believable. They have teased it in other sets as well. People keep like murmuring about Necromancer. I could probably believe it in this set. Like people have said, maybe it's like a bunch of sea skeletons, like old dead crewmates that you resurrect.
Some Davy Jones stuff.
Yeah, basically the ship pops up out of the water.
Right.
Stuff like that. I would believe it, honestly.
That would be exciting. I think that's something that definitely, regardless of how well it played into the meta, people would be on it.
Absolutely.
Because it's so cool.
They're just pleased to play something that they've looked forward to so long that they don't care how bad or good it is. They just want to play the class.
Right.
Speaking of Ranger, though, what do you think Ranger might be expecting from this new bit of support? I know there was, we'd say the grainy image, but there was an ephemeral harpoon.
Oh, that's right. It was the Piercing 2, 0 for 4 Go Again?
Piercing 2 is interesting to see because with that keyword, it's only been Piercing 1 thus far, which is already annoying enough. If you've ever had drill shot sent at you and you're an armored class or you wield a shield,
That was the first thing that came to mind, the Piercing 2. One, Ranger always has threatening on-hits, Seek and Destroy, Lace with Blood Rot, Lace with Inertia. You know, they're always sending something that you're like, ooh, I don't know if I want that. And a big issue why Guardian got phased out some time ago was everyone has, you know, a freezer to block with.
Yep.
So the Piercing is going to be, I think, super helpful in this next meta.
Yeah, an upgrade from a fridge is a freezer, isn't it, Jonah?
Yeah.
It's like one of those freezers that you have out in your garage. It's like massive. It's like, you know, 6 feet long. You fit a bunch of steak in there, so you're beefed out, so to speak.
Yeah, you're beefed out.
I don't know. I think so. I definitely see some more devastating on-hit effects with arrows and non-attacks. Like, they're more than comfortable printing those. Like, they really uplifted the class from a joke in Release Azalea to, like, a real credible threat from outsiders. Like, she gained all of the lace widths. She gained, like, the infecting shot. All of these arrows and buffs that, like, took her from actual meme territory up to, like, a high-performing deck. She has more living legend points than, like, more powerful heroes, I'd argue. So
yeah,
it's there in Ranger.
it's definitely there. Maybe a little bit of chain reaction support. I don't think there's many cards that you can play with that that synergize very well. A couple that come to mind: Plan for the Worst.
Yeah.
And possibly some 3-of-a-kind stuff, shenanigans, but nothing comes to mind after those two. So maybe a little bit of help there.
That is one card that I'd actually like to delve a bit deeper into the conversation, is that 3-of-a-kind basically hasn't seen a home ever since Lexi left the format. So I wonder if they do have either a new Ranger or a new Ranger archetype that they introduce. I guess it won't be maybe it could be a new archetype, but it's generally like wide Ranger Lexi that wanted like multiple cards in hand that you can only play from Arsenal. Hence why 3-of-a-kind hasn't really seen a user of it since she left, because it's either Riptide or Azalea, and they don't fire that many arrows in a wide chain. It's one big one.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So I wonder if they can foster that. I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsor here, Top Deck Keep, for hosting us again. Very lucky to be here on this brisk Riverside morning.
Awesome staff.
Exactly.
Big store. They even sell singles online. And I can't tell you, whenever I order a bundle and on TCG Player, I hit the optimize cart button, my Top Deck Key cards come in first every single time. So they're prompt.
They are, really. They've also got a wide selection of TCGs and board games here, a bunch of accessories as well. I want to take another moment to plug. We are not the only ones doing streaming and talking and a lot of yapping. We also have the AGE Pro team, regular intervals of the week, doing streams on all sorts, CC, draft, even just chatting about the metagame a lot. You can tune into them at live.age.events, and you can also find us on YouTube at Arcane Games and Events. One more thing here I want to chat about is what's on the line, Jonah? What do we have up for grabs?
Winner is taking home a whopping $400 and earning themselves 30 Arcane points for the Players' Championship.
Yes.
That's big right there.
Points definitely mean prizes. We also have 25 for runner-up, second place, and $200. The other runners-up, third and fourth, $100, 20 points. The lower half, but not the lesser half of the top 8, $50 and 15 points. 9th through 12th, 12 points, pardon me. And 13th through 16th, again, the lower but not lesser half of the top 16, also get 8 points. So, like, there's still worth in playing all the way out to the end and top 16ing for points. You even get 1 for participating. Like, even 1 point sometimes can count when it comes to tiebreakers.
100%, Marcus. I'm an optimistic. When I look at this, all I see is winning.
I want to talk a bit more high seas because, like, I feel like there's more that we could speculate on, honestly. What do you think about the other classes that might, because they haven't confirmed anything at all,
right,
might be within the draft format? Who do you see that isn't like Necromancer we already speculated on, and Ranger, of course, because it's confirmed.
I honestly, and you know, I won't say this is the hottest take or anything. I think Warrior has a chance to be in the set. Easy to throw that into being a pirate as well. Warrior, Guardian, Ranger. You know, we just need to figure out what the fourth one would be if they're doing 4 heroes again. But Warrior, they're dying for some good cards, I think, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
I think it would be nice for them to be in the set and get a little bit more support.
Yeah, especially. I won't say that it's like a lack of support in Fang, but he's like a different archetype entirely. He plays a bit like Kasai, a bit like Bolton, but he's a draconic talent, so he has a lot of non-blocks and 2-blocks. But like standard mid-range warrior, you know, maybe something to bolster Dawnblade Dory that probably hasn't been relevant since Heavy Hitters meta, I'd say.
Right.
Stuff like that.
She's tough. Just real quick, I want to add it's a lot of how the meta will in my opinion, how the meta will let Dory function. Right. If everybody's blocking and everybody's bringing those tools, Dory just becomes less enticing. Right. Dawnblade version. However, there is stuff to combat that, but that's just been my experience with her.
Yeah, and I think if we're going on this speculation, it would be an interesting triangle because I don't believe Warrior has ever existed in a limited format with Ranger. It's only ever been in different sets. So it's like an interesting contrast of the most reliable weapon-based class versus the class that doesn't have any physical weapon to speak of. All of it is expressed through knocking the arrow into arsenal and firing, but you eventually do fatigue.
Right. Yeah.
So that would be interesting. There's also the frailty tokens that play into that matchup as well. So
a machine for people who swing weapons. Yeah.
So if you use weapons and you have to lean on them a bunch, if like, you know, they play a Codex of Frailty or there's like Lace with Frailty on an arrow, and you think, oh great, I get less value on all of these swings.
They're getting so many points out of their buffs.
Okay. For the moment, we are going to take a momentary break, and we will be back not too long from now for the start of Swiss after players meeting. Please do not go anywhere, everybody. Ta-ta for now. Good morning and welcome back to the third AGE Open of this year, 2025. I am Marcus Brown, returning again with Jonah Overhaul over here. How are we doing?
Good, doing well. Happy to be here, Marcus.
We have a nice introductory match to start off our Swiss rounds today. We have one of six. We have previous champion from last month, Austin Chin of the Humongous Gamers from San Diego, bringing up his player profile here. All of these witty answers that Austin cooked up, especially if AGE had a human resources department for players, who would get into trouble the most? And he answered Tyler.
The construction worker at Teklo Industries. I just want to point out that we have such a good sense of humor and a lot of fun down here in Southern California.
Yeah, we have running jokes based on Tyler Horspool's like cosplay of the month when it comes to certain AGEs. He hasn't done it for any successive tournaments, so he's kind of lacking in that department, but I guess he's making up for it with the point total that he's starting to accrue again. So good on you, Tyler. We also have our current standings here. So Tyler isn't number 4, but he's got to make some ground up if he wants to best previous champions like Colin and Austin over here at 45 apiece. Colin just edging it out on the tiebreakers for the moment because he did a bit more winning here and there in earlier rounds in the earlier AGE.
40.
Oh, go ahead, Jonah.
I was just going to say 45 points is such a strong lead that, you can kind of come here and have a little bit of fun and maybe not be so try hard as some of they say to just kind of do your thing. Like, I mean, the 16th is 13, that's 30-ish points. Like, you got a nice, comfortable lead, Colin and Austin.
Yeah, and Colin already did it on Kasai in January's AGE, so now he can like get ready for the summer months and sit in his sun lounger, maybe sip a martini or something. I think he's he might not be of age to drink because we're in the US. Pardon me, I'm thinking 18, and Colin is under 21, as we know. Yeah. We're just about ready to step into our round 1 feature match. So. Without any further ado, here is Austin Chin versus newcomer Ted Chang, who I am told this is his first AGE Open.
First AGE Open and round 1 on stream. The nerves are kicking with Ted.
I don't think he expected that one waking up this morning to be put on feature match round 1, but here we go. Austin presenting Flail of Agony and Bloodied Oval, like some of the hallmark equipments. Starting off with a Vincent activation, as he rifles the hand just a little bit. It's good that he actually has a Malefic Incantation to start with, but we'll see what he elects to sculpt his turn 0 hand into.
I've dabbled with the hero a little bit, and getting the Malefics out early makes the hero feel really good. A lot of consistency there.
Yeah. It's absolutely a boon because you want that rune chant generation into successive turns so that you don't suffer intellect penalties or you have to awkwardly pitch to Grasp of the Arc Knight to like just squeeze out rune chants in order to do rune gating. But Austin is actually elected for Vexing Quill Hand instead, so probably a more aggressive and foot on the brake version.
Interesting choice not to play the incantation out there, but I guess he wanted to stay with a 5-card hand for the following turn.
Exactly. Here we come with a Harmonized Kodachi, the bread and butter of Ira from Ted's side. Austin says no blocks. I don't block these things.
Who does? Not unless you have a Shelter in the Storm.
Or any other damage prevention effect. Ted just ruminating on what he wants to send for a successive chain link. He does have a Bittering Thorns in hand and a dual threat. Elects just for Kodachi for 2. Austin weighing up his options here. He does hold an Oblivion, so not the greatest blocking card because it's an instant. At least it's blue pitch. So there's no blocks here.
Pop this one, and I'll play a Bittering Thorns, and it's going to come from a clean 4.
4 go again from Bittering Thorns. So a break point that's also threatening Mask of Momentum here. Austin eyeing up Bloodied Oval very early here. Blocks 4. And Ted honestly just elects for a slight intellect penalty and arsenals a dual threat and then keeps his defense reaction in Shelter from the Storm in hand. What do you think about that one?
I don't really think he had another option. I was trying to think of what I would do on that turn, and he couldn't get the dual threat off to get full value. And you kind of don't want to pitch away that Shelter in the Storm. It's a really good utility piece. So,
I mean, you don't mind it being an arsenal, but it has to be in hand for you to have that modal option to discard it for damage preventions in increments of 1, 3 times. Especially if you don't have a blue in hand to pitch to Rune Chance in this matchup.
right.
So now Austin, Rune Gated, a red. Thinking over the turn here. Another Malefic red. That's really good.
So good.
And here it comes. Pardon me, I forget the name of this one. Not a...
Deathly Delight?
Yes,
I believe.
DD. The one that gains life equal to the amount of players that took damage this turn. Deathly Whale is the one that produces Rune Chance. Just making sure that I have my Vinset cards arranged.
You're on top of it. You might be a Vinset player yourself, Marcus.
I'm more on the receiving end of a lot of Vinset, honestly. So 2 and 5 here. Awkward numbers to cover up. Ted says, I don't deal with Rune Chance here, sir. So there will be a guaranteed life gain on Austin's side because a player has lost life at this turn. Then Ted is consulting how he wants to react. Alex just use Shelter from the Storm for 4 in reactions and take another 1. Austin closing up the chain. Only gains the 1 life because he did not lose any life to a Vincent activation. And then just has 2 Rune Chance and passes. Back over to Ted with a 4-card hand. Now, he does hold a weakest link, and I believe 2 blues here. So he wants the turn wider. Starts with that Kodachi. 1 go again, Mr. Chin.
And if I'm not wrong, Marcus, I think he does have the dual threat in Arsenal.
Yes. So I wonder how he wants to deploy it because it's a non-attack, you have to break up the chain in order to construe it into your turn. And for the full value, you need to have sent a attack action card with go again or some way to get your action point back. Otherwise, you don't get the total value of dual threat, and that's really what you want out of the card. But instead, Ted just wants the break point off of Ira's hero ability, coming in for 7 here. Threatening to take a peek, or maybe even take a card out of Austin's hand. And I think he didn't use the Oblivion in last turn cycle, so he is actually at risk of suffering the weakest link on here. So without knowing it, Ted is threatening something quite meaningful here. Austin consults his arsenal and thinks about his options. Revel in Runeblood is a 2-block, so not too great in this hand. And he doesn't even have all that armor. Like, he doesn't have the comfort of Grasp, so he has to use more cards from hand to cover up some of these on-hits. And that is what we see here with Crown of Providence. What will he choose to sink, and from where, I wonder? Actually, it says, I'm content with this hand.
Austin's been holding on to the Oblivion now for a couple of turns. Do you think part of his plan is to get the ally out?
I want to say yes, actually, because if you think about Ira as a matchup, she has just 2 weak, low-powered weapons. They do go wide, but if this were like a Guardian matchup, you have a solid hammer to just swing 6 into the 6 health of Nazareth. However, Ted would have to spend an entire attack action card or several like Kodachi swings into it in tandem with an attack action card to get rid of it. So it's a really pesky ally for these decks that are a bit more aggressive and don't have like a large weapon or attack that they're comfortable sending into it. And at the end of the day, it's an ally that's taking a hit for you, and your life total isn't a threat.
Right.
But now we see Deathly Whale Yellow coming in with 3 Rune Chants. I do not think Ted has a blue in hand, though, and that's probably what's giving him grief staring down these blocks.
I think he might be holding a stab wound.
Oh, that could be, yeah. I definitely see Sensor, and I thought looking for a scrap and a Command and Conquer.
One of the staples.
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to hold on to that Command and Conquer, knowing that Austin gave up his arsenal, or not his arsenal, he gave up his Crown of Providence quite so early. So he's really consulting this hand. Let's take a bit more of a look. Yeah, that is a stab wound. I think he suffered that intellect penalty from last turn and kept it in hand. So he will block 5 exactly. So Deathly Whale will still produce a rune chant because he lost life to rune chants. But at the end, he does not suffer any on-hits from the attack itself. Especially if there was a, in theory, Succumb to Temptation, because that's one of those good cards for action points and on-hits for Vincent nowadays. So now Ted, with a 2-card hand, like good old Kodachi going to lead it out with 1. Go again. And no one blocks a Kodachi for 1. Okay, it would be a CNC for 7 here. But actually, oh, I think... So Ted has elected to play out the dual threat not for full value, but to just make this Command and Conquer incredibly tall. So it's a 10. So in terms of value, it's still just a 3-card 11, which isn't fantastic, but it's still like decently on rate. But the fact that Command and Conquer comes in for not even a break point, like beyond that, we're way beyond break points at this point, Jonah. You don't even like entertain blocking this, but maybe Austin does? He lays down the whole hand. That's 11. No hit, sir. And Austin will probably just pass it back, uptick Tunic.
Austin said I'll block out and try again next time.
Effectively. I fold, sir. And also, interestingly, he did get one of those Runeblight incantations out, so playing patiently, he still gets to play a no-card hand. Forgot about that Deathly Delight that I believe he banished on turn 1.
I believe that's where Vincent really thrives, is being able to, you know, block 3 cards, send 1 card, 8s, 9s, or in this case, you know, he blocked with this whole hand, so she's doing her thing.
And it's still going to make rune chants on the back because we've got 2 here, and there'll be another one in the successive turn from Runeblood Incantation. So even if you have to play a 1-card hand after Vincent banished, like, it's still fairly threatening and tall. And the damage is split at the end of the day.
Split damage is really hard to deal with for some heroes.
So here we see Ted covered up as much as he could with 1 whole card in 3 rune chants. And then we'll sink below, keep what he has in hand, take 1. So Deathly Delight will grant Austin 1 more life again. And then draws up. And then Ted is staring down a 2-red hand in E-Strike and Bittering Thorns. So I wonder what he will choose here. E-Strike and 7. Not hard to go wrong with a 2-card 7 sometimes. But I wonder, because it has no on hit, will Austin even respect it with any blocks? Just 3 here with Phantom Wraith. Taking 4. Life total's fairly even still in that early game. Austin holds a Deadwood Dirge, so there is a way to really amp up these rune chants. Although he's going first for Phantom Banshee in Banished.
I believe Austin has the line here to play Oblivion.
I think so, yeah. He's gonna pop Vexing, go to 6 rune chants, which is pretty important. Play Nazareth and cash in those rune chants. Down that demon comes. This thing is 6 power and 6 life, so as we spoke about earlier, like harder to deal with in shadow puppetry. That's pretty impressive. So he doesn't even have to utilize creepers to take his turn wider in theory. and there's a 6 whole rune chance, and then the ally swing. So it's a big swingy play here from Austin. And if we have any Iron Maiden fans, it's 6 power attack. Oh no, it's been boosted to 8. My line is ruined because it would have been 6 rune chance, 6 power attack, and then 6 power ally, the number of the beast.
The number of the beast. Massive swing for Austin here.
However, Austin is, he has paid, I believe, for Vincent because Shadow Puppetry is a shadow non-attack. And that's all that really Vincent cares about. As long as it's shadow, you can pay 1 life to make the next rune chant unpreventable. So it's not a clean cover-up for Ted if he wants to block out and absorb all the rune chants with blues. There will be some that leak through here. But 6 rune chants and 8 big ones in the Phantom Wraith from Shadow Puppetry is the ask here. Ted consulting his hand. Pay for 3 rune chants. Take 1 more as well with Tunic. And take 2. So 30 plays 30, and there's still the big 8 here from Phantom Banshee.
With go again.
And at the very least, Ted is staring down another 6 from Nazareth. So it's basically the ally is serving as Vincent's weapon, for lack of a better term, because flail isn't quite the sort of weapon you want to rely on.
No, that's more the utility you want to use with the Deathly Whales to
Exactly.
enchant.
Yeah, because you guarantee that you lose a life, even if you haven't played a Shadow non-attack, by flagellating yourself with that flail and your opponent. You sort of graze both parties when you swing that thing.
It's
really annoying.
sometimes you wish you wouldn't. Can I just deal 1, make a rude chant?
Block 3 from Warmongers here, taking 5. Shadow Puppetry is live. Just do remember the on-hit of Shadow Puppetry here, Austin.
You might have missed it.
Oh, that might be a missed trigger. At the very least. Oh, go ahead, Jonah.
I was going to say, it is a May, so...
It is a May.
You know, maybe he was always saying no matter what the card was.
Maybe he was so transfixed with the word May and thought of warmer weather because of all the cold we've had recently in California and didn't think about the trigger itself. Ted thinking here, oh, equipment on an ally block. Oh, double strike isn't much good here when you need to take down an ally, no. Blocks 4 and takes 2. And tempo is now firmly back to Austin, and he secures an arsenal on top of that. And still has 1 rune chant produced out of incantation next turn. Ted merely has a 1-card hand here.
Can we get a better look at Austin's hand?
Let's take a look here. So now he's got Widespread Annihilation, Deathly Delight, another Deathly Delight.
I want to say it was that back card that would have been the top one. I don't think he's shuffled it yet. I was trying to get a good look on it, but...
He has a lot of reds in hand. I remember spying a Deadwood Dirge in his arsenal, so he was smart enough to have foresight to actually pocket something that he can use to creepers. So he's going to be able to... Oh, there's a cull as well, so that's another good offensive piece here. He has the cards in hand to leverage and like keep tempo firmly in his court. Scar for a scar here. 4 go again because Ted is underneath Austin in life, but it's just 4 at the face. Not very threatening, unfortunately. No on hit either.
If you're Austin, you have to be happy to see that.
I would think so, yeah. Given that his whole hand is reds, I wonder if he's actually just going to take it because he might just need a pitch card. He does have Tunic resource to work with Spellbound Creepers next turn, but he might want that as insurance or to pocket a successive arsenal into the turn after the next. Austin giving it some more thought. Ultimately decides on blocking 3 with Deathly Delight Red, taking 1. And then Ted will pass back. And hopefully find a better 4-card hand here to possibly deal with Nazareth. Oh, I see 2 pain in the backside. Maybe send 2 head jabs into 1 ally.
That could be it for Nazareth.
Okay, so Widespread Ruin goes into Banish for Austin. Produces a Rune Chant. Oh, there's a Funeral Moon as well. So quite a lot of instants that he can use here. Coming in for 2 and 6. Currently no go again. But still actually 1/4 of Ted's remaining life total in this 1 attack right now.
For those of you who didn't know or don't play Vincent, as Marcus just said, Funeral Moon and Cole can be played at instant speed if any hero has taken damage.
That's very true. It doesn't matter who took the damage, Jonah, just as long as one player did. Cole being an expansion slot card from the most recent set, the Hunted, and is doing a lot of work for Vincent right now in that you force both players, to banish a card from hand. And if it's the last card in your hand, it doesn't even cost you anything. Like, you just say, rip a card, please. Just a bit like Mask of Recurring Nightmares from New.
And an added benefit to Austin's hand right now is the other card he would have to banish, he can play from Banished.
Absolutely. So here we see Ted took the 2 Rune Chants down to 21. Staring down 2 3 blocks here. Passes over to Austin. No reaction, sir. Or actually, I think 1 made it through. Austin has priority here in damage and resolution. Activates Creepers. Just as we spoke about. And then plays Deadwood Dirge. Target the incantation, so it doesn't even cost him a Rune Chant, it costs him a useless aura that will no longer produce Rune Chants, unless cashed in this instance. Very neat and tidy play here from our current reigning champion.
Beautiful play.
And then he's simply going to swing Nazareth on the follow-up. And because Nazareth is an ally, it doesn't actually pop Rune Chants upon swing, because if you read a Rune Chant token, it's only on weapon and attack action card swings. So, like, this ally is just great synergy with what you want to do in Vincent, actually. And it also has an on-hit. When Nazareth hits a hero, banish a card from their soul. If a light card is banished this way, gain 1 life. There's a whole lot of soul that Ira, the untalented ninja, definitely has. Even still, an Anathos swing in your ally is still an Anathos swing.
Yeah, especially when you're getting down, to 20 life here. 6 damage is nothing to fret.
Yeah, Ted really not liking the look of this hand, though. I think it is, if we take a quick glimpse, I think it's more than 1 pain in the backside, which are red to block head jabs, effectively. Like, this ally is really doing the work that Austin wants in pressuring Ted's life total right now and making it a real problem. And however he blocks, Austin has options in both using Funeral Moon or Cull. So after seeing both cards laid down, there's no reason to Cull. Ergo, Austin will probably just Funeral Moon and produce a Rune Chant.
Yeah, Ted doesn't know it yet, but I think that was his best line.
Yeah. Honestly, because if he said no blocks, he'd eat 6, and then Austin rips a card with Cull, and then he has no hope of taking out Nazareth on the next turn like he originally intended by keeping that 2-card hand. So Austin draws up, and then Ted will also Tunic and draw up and pass right back. Oh, I see a Succumb to Temptation in Austin's hand, so some of the meaner ways of getting wide are already present in this hand. It's feeling a little bit one-sided at the moment. How would you feel staring down all of this disruption, Jonah?
If I'm Ted, I'm a little worried right now. I'm probably thinking how do I get back into this game? I'm a little on the back foot here. Um, when Vincent is on, she is online,
Mm.
and right now she is just taking this game by storm.
I feel like as another thing to speak about is the times that you get to resolve and put out Nazareth as Vincent are like definitely positive win rate games, like shoe-ins, effectively. 5 rune chants coming down here with 4 from Deathly Whale. Just the blue here, but it's a lot of damage nonetheless. Austin still holds 3 cards in hand in his arsenal. And Nazareth, at the very least. So we pitch here for 3 rune chants. 2 still coming through. Not worth pitching to, says Ted. Although he has 2 more blues. This isn't a fantastic hand, but he might get the opportunity to smack down Nazareth finally. Because I think the 3rd card, he's got 2 blues and a sound the alarm, I think. Oh no. He's succumbed to temptation. By letting that one through, Ted has opened himself up to disruption here. So Austin is going to get to glimpse his hand and pluck a card from it after hitting.
It looks as though if Nazareth is going to be hanging around with us for another turn.
Yeah, definitely the sound the alarm here. Oh, poor Ted. Holds 2 more Runegate cards as well. He might even get a use out of the Cull if Ted doesn't decide to block. And then pocket one of those Runegate cards. Although you don't really want them in Arsenal. You want them to stay in hand so you can banish them for Vincent, of course. But even though it looks like an intellect penalty for Austin, like he's still firmly in the driver's seat here. Coming in for 6 with Nazareth.
I have to imagine Austin's just waiting for what he seems as a more opportune time to take a card from Ted here,
Yeah.
and then also get something ideal into the banish zone.
Yeah, because he has Cull available at instant so long as someone has lost life, I believe the card reads. So he has it available whenever he needs it. And it's another turn cycle of Ted donating the entire hand to blocking or absorbing rune chants and just passing back. Austin taking successive turns just in tempo and staying there. Although he has got several Runegate cards in hand. He kept 2 from the previous turn. We'll see what he chooses to banish for this turn cycle. And I believe I see another Succumb to Temptation in that hand. Yes, it is. So he's definitely going wider without use for creepers, which is always helpful. There's also a Machinations there to give it overpower if he so chooses. So up front, we'll play Machinations. Gives go again to the next Runeblade attack action card and overpower. If you have played or created an aura this turn, but you've made 1 rune chant of Inset anyway, so it's definitely happening. So 2 rune chants and 6 overpower here, threatening to banish the top card of the library for all players that lost life this turn.
Vincent is just showcasing what a relentless force she can be in this matchup.
Yeah, I really like the direction and support that she's slowly gained in the years since being introduced into Dusk Till Dawn, because like even when it wasn't directly meant for her, like Succumb to Temptation is for all Runeblades, but I feel like seeing as Vizirai's already left CC now, she's just like the best de facto user of it, especially because some of these Runegate cards don't have like true on hits most of the time. Like some heroes can like waive the consequences, like who cares about the top of your library going to Widespread Ruin? But if you leave it unblocked, if you took the hit, Succumb to Temptation is going to rip a card from your hand, which is an on hit that you care about in Flesh and Blood. Okay, so paying for the 2 rune chants with pitching a red and using Tunic Resource. Interesting use here.
Especially when he has the shelter, but maybe he values the 4 block at this point in the matchup.
I think he's using the lessons learned from the previous turn cycle because he doesn't want to have Succumb to Temptation done to him again. Austin doesn't necessarily need to use it now. However, Ted has taken damage in this turn, so he does have the cull available to him, which actually would put the widespread annihilation into his banish zone if he so wishes. But he's honestly playing fairly conservative. Like, I made a joke about Nazareth being a Anathos in this scenario, but Austin is reliably using her as the weapon and like keeping cards back and information hidden.
He's consistently been able to go, here's a big attack that I'm playing for free into my Anathos.
Exactly. Really powerful. Really, really powerful. Ted agonizing because there's a whole host of like potential instant speed disruptive effects or just trickery that Austin has already shown thus far in this game. So he's on the back foot and he's a bit nervous looking. But I don't want to make it too dire for Ted. He's doing his best for his first AGE, and he's also playing the champion round 1. He really didn't luck out in this Swiss.
All of the odds were against him this morning, and you see him still fighting, trying to figure out what's the best line, how can I make it out of this?
Something, a topic of conversation we actually covered earlier today is that you should never give up and scoop immediately when things look down in Fab. There is always some slight way back in. But,
I lost count of how many games where I told my opponent to keep trying, and they ultimately ended up winning after they were trying to scoop. So I agree, Marcus.
Okay, so Austin cleans up. All those rune chants are gone, but Ted is at 10 life and 1 card hand again. He has that scar for a scar, but no Kodachis to speak of. I don't think they've been swung in the past 4 turns. He's deliberating whether he wants to keep it for Arsenal. No, he'll just send it. Here is Forcer with an action point I can't possibly use. And Austin got to keep that Succumb to Temptation in hands. Or does he have 2? He might. No, one of those is Shadow Attack. Thinking about the blocks here. Or Beseech the Demigon. That's another meaner way to get a bit wider. Only problem is he doesn't have a red attack that he can banish to target it with. So I wonder how Austin will block here. Because even though he's leading, he doesn't want to take intellect penalties and have too many dead cards. Tuning up to 3 from Austin. Activate Vincent. Banish a Succumb. So he doesn't want that in that hand. He simply wants the Rune Chant. And it's just going to be a swing of Nazareth. So a bit of a clunker hand, as another more experienced caster would say, for Austin here. But nonetheless, like, it's no respite to Ted because it's still a hammer coming at him. There's still Cull to speak of in this matchup that could be hidden information that Ted has to be thinking about if he leaves this unblocked or like lets a bit through. It doesn't matter how the damage was done, you can Cull on any player losing life, which is arguably its strength. How will you cover up 6 here, Ted? Only has 1 card positioned. Lay down 3, take 3.
Opting not to use the coal. Didn't have any ideal targets in hand either, so it makes sense to me.
That's true. He doesn't want to just like throw a card in the banish zone for the sake of taking it away from Ted. Because it is still possible to fatigue into Ira because you don't have a reliable weapon like Kodachis, you have a flail. So finally, after about 5 turns, Ted can turn around and say Kodachi for 1 again.
I was just thinking we finally saw Vincent dry up just a little bit for Ted to get back into this game.
Exactly. And he does have options here because he kept Enlightened Strike and CNC, both on offense and like in preparation for a possible cull wherever it may lie from Austin, because he holds 2 cards and he still has the way to play a 2-card hand after the Kadachi swing. It's going to be CNC, and where will it go? I think he's opted to send it at Austin. Austin just confirming that. I think Ted is considering. I see his eyes flick to Nazareth for just a second, thinking,
let's get that thing off the board.
This demon has hit me so many times this game, please. But if he did send it in Nazareth's way, the catch-22 here is that you don't threaten cards from hand on the opposing side. Okay, he did send it in Nazareth. But the demon ally has done everything that Austin would have wanted and more. And here comes that cull. So he lost life from the Kadachi.
A tough pill to swallow for Ted here.
So that card that he did want to save for Arsenal to secure maybe a bit of footing is now going to go to banished. Austin gives up a Machinations, because he doesn't really need that, he says. So now we come back to Austin's turn. Activate Vincent. Banish a Runeblood
Oh, no.
Revel. But his hand is a bit of a clunker as well, but I don't think he's going to suffer any Blood Debt because there's nothing in there that's Rune Gate or Blood Debt. So he's just going to take a turn to set up and says, I'm patient enough to wait for the better hand, so let me see what you can do, Ted.
And with a strong enough lead, I don't think Austin's too worried.
That's true. Kadachi for 1 here again. Maybe this is just what Ted needed to secure a bit of a way to claw back into this game. Austin took the Kadachi for 1, so cut through gets that +1 itself, and then the +1 from Ira coming in for 5, go again.
Gotta love 0 for 5.
Yeah. It's just really unfortunate that Ted gave up his Mask of Momentum earlier in the game, because now that he's got like breathing room to send a wide chain, he can't make use of it though. Kadachi for another 1 here. No blocks again. I think I see a
Ted opting not to play the dual threat.
interesting Torrent of Tempo for 5, go again. Maybe he's making a bit of a bluff here on Austin's capability to block this. Maybe threaten like another attack at the end of this chain, but it's still just 5 as he can see it from his side of the board. Austin considering his blocking options. Maybe we take a peek at what he's actually working with. He's got another Funeral Moon, and I believe another Cull. Maybe a Deathly Whale, red, I believe. No, that's another Cull. He's got things to work with, but he does have a go again, but he plays Cull in response. And then we'll also Funeral Moon to generate a rune chant because the player has lost life this turn. Interesting indeed.
Definitely hurts to see that. I also witnessed an Ira get punished by Cole in calling Kobe last night the exact same way, so.
It can hurt. Okay, here we go. Vincent activation. Deathly Whale red into the banished. Beseech the Demigon finally coming into its own. I wonder, yeah, he will pay the 1 for Vincent, so he'll secure 1 damage over Ted no matter what, which will guarantee Deathly Whale's ability to generate at least 1 rune chant. Actually 2, because both players are guaranteed to take 1 damage apiece. This is like that bread and butter of Vincent.
Absolutely. Keep the rune chants flowing, keep the attacks coming.
Okay, so here's 2 rune chants that you can prevent, and 9. Or pardon me, 6. 6 or 9?
I believe it's 9. Red?
It is, yeah, it's a red. Either way, it's Ted's entire life total if he doesn't do anything about it. And even though it's like little bits of rune chants, they still chip away at your life total when you can't cover them all up cleanly with like 1 blue because of Vincent activation. So even though like Vincent is able to be fatigued. Like, she's doing some of the attrition here. And this hand isn't all that fantastic from Ted. Like, 2 blue head jabs.
Funny enough, I think he can clear or block the entire attack out if Austin has no more cards in hand and it's just the Arsenal and that Funeral Moon. Ted could get to the next turn.
And Austin doesn't honestly mind this. Even though he unfortunately had creepers go after doing a setup turn on the previous turn cycle, he's still firmly in the lead here, so he doesn't mind this. Ted elects to take all of the rune chants. I believe that's a Shelter from the Storm, 2 blues, and a Pain in the Backside. Block 3, move to reactions. Here's that Shelter. Takes 2 over the top. Austin will play out his Funeral Moon for full value. And then Deathly Well will produce 2 more rune chants. So there's quite a lot of damage here on the board for Austin's side going into the next turn cycle. And Ted is only at 2 now, staring down the precipice. But we will come in with the tried and true Kodachi for 1. And then he has an option here of making the break point from Pain in the Backside, actually. Because this now comes in for 4 thanks to Ira's ability, giving it +1.
Solid card to play in Ira these days.
How will Austin consult and assess this block out? Holds his 3rd cull in hand. Getting mean with it. He does have Widespread Annihilation, which targets arsenals. So he's assessed that, yeah, this is no good on this turn cycle. I'll take 1 here. And then he also takes 1 more damage from Pain in the Backside. So good sportsmanship out of Austin, saying, Ted, you get 1 more damage on this.
Absolutely.
Don't forget. It's a relevant on-hit. And then a Kodachi for 1 on the follow-up, and then pass over. So still technically a 2-card 7. Good enough.
We like that.
But is it quite enough for everything Austin is going to throw? Widespread, Ruin. Bring up to 5 rune chants. That's a lot. Another Red Malefic. Cementing this lead with the board state. Red Beseech. Activate Vincent. That's... There's a lot here.
Austin might be closing this out.
So Ted definitely falls to 1. And it's such an awkward state to be put in because now those 4 rune chants... Oh, and cull on the stack. So Ted is forced to banish something before this has even come in because Austin is responding to the rune chant that just came through that Ted could not prevent.
Beautiful play by Austin.
Very mean interaction that Vincent has in our arsenal. Yeah, but banish the 2-block red. That won't do much in this turn cycle. But I believe this is dead on board. Yeah, you can't use 2 cards and then block 6 on the Widespread Ruin. So congrats to Austin for not suffering the Champion's Curse on the successive AGE and winning round 1. And a good start to Swiss for him.
And a really good good try by Ted, you know, being his first Age Open and on stream, you know, the nerves had to have been kicking, but
yeah, absolutely.
He still did his best out there.
Not too bad of a showing. Honestly, he clawed it back to bring Austin to 8, but ultimately he didn't quite get there. And we saw like all the way through that like he was just taking successive turns of emptying Ted's hand of everything he could throw back at him. Nazareth going to work, being like an Anathos, as we said, for like 3 turns at least in a row.
Out of the gate, too, you know, we were questioning if holding the Oblivion was worth it, and I think Austin did show us that that was absolutely the play.
Yeah. It doesn't strike you as an intellect penalty once you have it out and you've swung her like several times after like you get your action point back as Vincent, which you can't always do considering some hands. Like sometimes it's just a tall rune gate and that's all you can do. With that said, we'll be back in a little bit. We're just going to take a momentary break, and we'll be back with an interview with Austin, our round 1 winner and current standing champion. So please don't go anywhere. Welcome back. I'm here with the Runechant handler himself, Mr. Austin Chin, reigning champion. How are you doing, man? After that nice round 1 performance?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just happy to be here. Got to show off my medal.
Exactly.
Hope the curse doesn't affect me too much.
No, you're proving the curse wrong thus far. So just like honestly, keep it going. Like have a strong showing in Swiss. You did the hardest part, which is winning round 1 and not having to submarine immediately. So that's good.
Yep.
Tell me how you're feeling, considering that you've just come off a draft win in AGE. So how are you feeling in CC right now?
I'm feeling good. I like Vincent a lot. I think that game I got to show off like a lot of what she's capable of, which is cool. Yeah, she has a good matchup into Aurora too, which is like a really good deck now. So I like that. She does have some bad matchups, but yeah, I mean, I like Vincent a lot. She's really cool. She can do a lot of fun stuff.
I was going to say, considering the last top 8 finish you did get on Vincent was January, where the deck didn't have Cull yet. So that's like a pretty big tool in the arsenal, and we saw it put in work in that show match just now, where you're holding Ted under arrest, basically, for successive turns with just damage. In addition to that, Cull just punishing, like, anytime he wants to keep an arsenal or one card to actually, like, throw more damage back at you and try and claw back into the lead. You just didn't let him do it.
Yeah, I mean, Cole is a crazy card. It is a little hard to use sometimes, but like you've seen, yeah, it's like really good into Ira too because she has dual threat turns. She keeps one card in hand a lot. You can just use it, and like Kadachi's will do 1 damage to you. You just take the 1, and then it's Cole's online for the turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, advantaging your own cards sometimes is also good. So it's like it's such a good card for Vincent.
Yeah.
Once I saw that spoil, I was like, oh, just gonna push her over the edge. I think she was already like pretty good, but with Cole, she's very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It ticks all the boxes and is just a great piece of synergy and both offensive and defensive value for her. Like, I was speaking in the match that it's just another tool in her arsenal to like bring her a bit more into line with like some of these higher tier decks. Like she is nothing to scoff at. She's not a meme deck. Like she puts up results, and you're showing us how it's done.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before we wrap up here on this interview?
No, I just yeah, my opponent was really cool. He's kind of newer, so I'm gonna go give him some tips after the end of the game. But yeah, I had really fun time playing against him, and being on stream is always fun. So hope you guys got to see some cool stuff.
I hope so too. I was going to say actually that he sort of didn't luck out today on round 1, being his first AGE, and he's coming up against the reigning champ round 1, and then we put him on feature match.
Yeah.
So sorry, Ted, when you watch this VOD back, if you do, nothing personal. We just picked a good game in our eyes, and we wanted to highlight our reigning champion in Austin. So best of luck on the rest of your Swiss, man, and keep it up.
Thank you, Marcus.
And, we'll be back in a little bit with more round 2. Don't go anywhere. So we're going from Roomblade to Roomblade, pardon me, to Vincent to the best deck in format. Some would argue in Aurora. Aurora versus Dorinthia. Not sure what the Dory will bring to this match in round two. But before that, I'd like to introduce a fellow teammate from Arizona, Mr.
Not an agent. Not an agent.
Jake
I want that
Torres.
stated on the record.
I didn't say that word. No one can hold it against me when they rewatch this VOD. Jake Torres, how you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm happy to be here. I'm a little nervous just
Don't
because
worry
it's
about
my
it.
very first time casting. Normally I'm out there playing. But yeah, I love coming to Age, and this is the first one I was able to come to this year just because, you know, needed casters. I'm here to cast. I'm excited. The energy in the room is really nice. Everyone's excited, having fun playing some CC.
Yeah.
That last game we saw, amazing.
That's pretty killer, yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Vincent show off those abilities and whatnot. And, you know, I think the expansion card Cole really came into play in that match.
Yeah, we were just speaking about it in the interview with Austin, that Cull is kind of like a powerhouse after getting it from the Hunted, in that you can leverage unknown information to just banish whenever the hell you like.
Yep.
After either player is taking damage. It's pretty mean, especially when you're like cementing a lead like he did.
Yeah, exactly. A huge life lead in that game. And then especially when you're playing against another character that is kind of really efficient and has to play out all their cards, especially since Ira's picked up dual threat, kind of was able to stop that dual threat a couple times. So
yeah, Austin basically able to snip it in the bud with dual threat. He only resolved the one, and when it was resolved, it was a command and conquer for 10. But Austin just went, I'll block out my whole hand and then keep my Nazareth in, or my Oblivion that makes Nazareth in Arsenal, and then play it to utter devastation in the following turn cycles. I've actually heard that you're quite a Vincent aficionado yourself.
I played a little bit. I played it when Vincent or Rosetta first got out, and I played it for a little bit on stream. And I actually got Aiden, who's here right now from 3 Floating, kind of hooked on it. He's been playing it since, so I'll take credit for that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Vincent in the first section of this year, the AGE Open, like do well. Like Aiden top-8'd, Austin top-8'd. I think one other person top-8'd on Vincent. I think it was Brandon.
Yeah.
A Riverside local.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how much that deck has come up since Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
To kind of being a meme, kind of like how Azalea was, and now it's a real force in the metagame. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I like those stories where you take a deck that people wouldn't even think twice about, and people take it to success in successive metas. So I think we're actually ready for... We're going to take a look at Mr. Horsepool, who has brought Aurora, not a mechanologist, so he's kind of letting the side down with the screw and boost mentality. His answer to human resources for players who'd be in trouble, Evan Bridges. I kind of agree about that one, but I don't know how you think about Evan.
Evan's a troublemaker. I mean, that much is true.
I mean, he definitely, you know, toots that horn on Whataburger all the time. You know, he's consistently wrong about
says
burgers.
Whataburger is better than In-N-Out, right? That's the thing, and he's 100% wrong, especially since you live in California.
Whataburger is better, even though I want the chicken sandwich and not the burger. Okay, Evan.
Was that your American accent?
That's me trying to be Evan a bit. I've got other accents, but they're not good.
I think that was spot on.
Tyler's song of choice if he wins Players Championship at the end of the year. Who let the dogs out? Yeah. Tyler's firmly a millennial.
And how did everyone else let this happen? So he's saying everyone let him win. Everyone was nice enough to let him win, huh?
Even though we have all the horsing around and banter, I don't think you should sell yourself that short, Tyler. Like, you still have all of this points accrued thus far in this year's Open.
Yeah.
I think we're just about ready to get ourselves into the game. And here we go. We have Richard Trong on Dorinthia Ironsong versus Tyler Hospel on Aurora Shooting Star. Even sporting the Aurora sleeves, so he's more than prepared to sell out on Mechanologist and play the best deck in format, as people have said.
Yeah, he may not be in cosplay, but, you know, he's putting his deck in cosplay.
And the thing I love about this from the get-go is that we have Dorinthia Hatchets, my favorite way to play this hero from Richard's side.
Yep, kind of brings you back to the heavy hitters meta.
I love that meta game.
So interesting to see what kind of new tools we got here.
So he starts with a Trot Along, a new card from the Hunted, giving the first attack of 3 or less base go again.
Yeah. And we see that deck or that card popping up in a couple decks over time.
Yeah, it's actually useful in Dawnblade itself because it'll give Dawnblade a go again because it's a power 3 or less attack.
Just gives it that natural go again. Pretty good. And it's blue block 3, right? Who doesn't want that?
A little bit unfortunate that he was forced first,
Yeah.
but does get Tyler to block and lay down some aggressive cards here.
Yeah, I think Tyler's kind of just fine filtering his hand here a little bit. Draw back up, be the aggressor.
It is an interesting choice that Richard opted to actually swing into Tyler and let him filter, and that'll be the end of the turn.
But two snatches down there, so only one left.
I guess maybe that was his objective, is that, like, some of these aggressive cards, if I force him to block with them, he doesn't have them available later into the game. And I'm Dorinthia Hatchets at the end of the day. I'm okay grinding out to the very bitter end.
And we actually, Tyler has such a very interesting hand. He drew that third snatch in double channel lightning valley.
This would have been in the greatest hand for Richard to swing into.
And Tyler, you see Tyler shaking his head. He said, "Whoa, what is this?"
What are these bonzo beans?
Yeah. So it's interesting to see. I don't imagine we play both of them.
No, he definitely wants to pitch one.
Yeah,
Or
to
at
keep
least
that one
stow
around.
it into Arsenal as hidden information to leverage it on the next turn. It's giving him some pause, though.
Yep, pitching one. Starfall for one.
Most people, as one would.
No go again.
No go again. It's just one.
Yeah, we would never give it go again.
Richard already lining up dynamos and says, what you got?
I think Richard does have the perfect answer here.
Yeah, he's got Shelter from the Storm, which is a great little response by discarding.
Yep.
Still has 2 prevention.
Richard saying, make you have it.
Tyler has to think a bit because the rest of the hand isn't so great, and it doesn't have any attacks in it.
He has the last snatch, I believe.
So one prevention goes away.
Oh, pardon me. He does have his last snatch there.
Yep. Go ahead, play that out.
He has the option of pitching to Aurora or just pocketing the burn-up shock for Arsenal.
I imagine you pocket it, right? It's a pretty good card. Set up a 5-card hand with Channel Lightning Valley for next turn.
Interesting that Richard went for just using the reaction over getting some value from a 3-block after he's already used Shelter from the Storm, but
maybe those cards are a little better on offense than they were defense.
yeah. Oh, he holds a shunt. Okay, but he needed to pitch that shunt because it's a blue. So here comes Spoilsor War, giving +2 and go again to the next weapon swing and the threat of copper on any weapon that connects this turn. So 4 go again from Hatchet of Mind.
Copper is kind of cosmetic in this matchup, though, right?
Yeah.
Unless we want to pitch a blue tunic, draw
we're
a
not
card.
sorry.
Yeah. He's just a flex on his opponent and say, look how rich I am.
The upside is that you get go again on a weapon swing, and that's why Spoils of War is like still a standout majestic that's still holding up in warrior decks.
Yeah. From that Crucible set, a lot of good cards in that set.
Tyler says no blocks here, taking 4. Richard gains 2 copper for whatever it's worth, and then a follow-up swing for 3 from Hatchet of Mind. Getting that +1 because the other hatchet was the previous attack this turn.
Little armor block.
Interesting that he lays down 2 pieces of armor
We got
this early, but maybe it telegraphs that Tyler wants to use the chess piece really early and get those resources and damage through on Richard.
oh, and we're playing the burn up and shock.
Oh.
Sorry, just the shock part, not the burn up.
Yeah, because this threatens most importantly to get Tyler's card back from Lightning Valley.
And potentially keeping Richard off of an arsenal if he
true.
wants to pitch it.
So
Yep, so he's going to let Tyler draw the card. He wants to keep that arsenal.
he drew a second strike, so I'd argue that's better than having 2 burn-up shocks in the same turn cycle.
Yeah.
So worth it for Tyler, and he does draw the first bit of blood from Richard this game.
I think another thing to point out here is the Face Purgatory has made a come up in Aurora decks now because of a lot of the cards from the Armory deck.
Absolutely.
Right. So, and I think that's a little better than what were they running before the gold for the combo or Crown of Providence, right? So,
Yeah, it was like a switchboard, so to speak, where in racing matchups you could use Crown of Dominion in your gold for the Arclight not Arc Light, that's Prism. Flicker Wisp and Arc Lightning, not Arc Light Sentinel. Get my cards mixed up. Peak combo turn.
Yeah. If Aurora could play Arclight Sentinel.
She can't even afford it, though. It costs 6.
That's what I'm saying. Why would she play it?
And here's a new Armory card, Written in the Stars, which is a blue 3-block non-attack that produces an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, this is a really good start. It has Go Again from Arc Lightning,
Yes,
and he's
it
going to
does.
draw the second card this turn. This is looking shaping up to be a really big turn here.
Richard really wishing he'd brought his Balance of Justice instead of a Nullrune Hood. Here's a Coaxer Commotion with Go Again.
I imagine if it hits, we're drawing a third card.
And it has so many potential on-hits that Richard has to refresh himself.
Yep, got to give it a read. What does this card do again? Haven't seen it since probably, what, Briar?
It still sees some play in Aurora, as we see from Tyler. The major upside is that like you can produce these tokens and your opponent might not even get the benefit from them because you take the turn so wide that you've drawn a bunch of cards and made a bunch of quickens and embodiments that you just go wider than they're able to block. So
Yeah.
there is no downside in that scenario.
Yeah. Although Dory's perfectly fine taking a quicken since we got the 2 weapons, right?
Okay, so Richard's going to take 4, and then he's got 1 more ping from Arc Lightning, and I believe he did not pay.
And 1 arcane from the Go Again.
Okay, so
And
perhaps he's
the-
got the 1 Arcane ping now.
Yep.
He has deigned that it is not worth paying for.
Now are we drawing the third card of the turn?
5, 6, 7. So yeah, you're minus 8. So.
Just clearing up the life totals there. Making sure everyone's on track.
Tyler pitching. This is not a card I've seen in Aurora yet.
So did we elect no modes on the Coaxer Commotion there?
I think he chose nothing, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Just to play it safe, because it's early into the game.
Okay.
Despite all the potential upside that we know, like both players drawing a card.
Swing Starfall, sending the Rune Chant first.
Instead, electing to get that clean, efficient damage through from both Arc Lightning interactions with Rune Chant generation from Grasp of the Arc Knight and Starfall coming in for 2 Go Again.
And Richard's already at 30, and we still got 3 cards in hand.
At least he's going to replace his card with that
Yeah.
all you got, but that's only when the chain is broken. And I don't think Tyler's going to do that for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, especially since we already activated Grass, unless he does have another
Exactly.
non-attack that we're missing here. But
I guess he can always pop the Aether Iron Weave for the 2 or the 1 damage that's done with Arc Lightning pings.
yeah,
Floating do you have? None. 0.
very.
And he can make an embodiment at the very end with those 2 resources if he doesn't have anything else to spend it on.
Yeah. And I'm curious when Valiant Dynamo is going to get put on the chain link here. I think we're kind of waiting for a relevant on-hit.
Yeah.
But if Tyler doesn't prevent a relevant on-hit, then we can just use it on the last one.
Yeah, you usually want to be fairly conservative and ask the Aurora player, like, where's the Snatch
Yeah.
on this combat chain? Or where's the Lightning Bond card?
Or in this case, Coaxer Commotion.
Instead, he gave it to Current Funnel.
This is 4 Go Again because of Current Funnel.
Man, this is an insane turn. Really good start here from Tyler.
Really showcasing how the upgrades, as innocuous as you might assess them on first glance, can be for Aurora and proving why she is probably the best deck in format right now.
Yeah. She said, Viscerai's gone. I'm going to go ahead and don his armor and just take best spot.
And with a smile, Tyler says, I'm going to close the combat chain and pass to you, sir.
And Richard does not look too happy about that. Maybe.
We have a 19 health life golf right now, and it's turn 2.
Yeah.
Powerful. Very, very powerful.
She's a ninja. Didn't you know that?
I think... Okay, so Richard has kept some cards. Oh, he's got... This is a card that I really like. Sharpened Senses, which is a yellow aura that gives you Go Again, and it gives your weapons Go Again if their power is greater than twice their base.
It's
And
for the turn, huh?
yeah, in tandem with Spillblood, it means that you can threaten the triple hatchet swing with evasion a lot more consistently and off a 3-card hand.
All right, that's really good, yeah. I'm not too familiar with that card, so that's very interesting to see it. The first time I've actually seen it played.
Don't worry, Jane, that's why I'm in the booth.
I know,
I need to speak up for the mid-range decks.
Thank goodness. Got some warrior representation out here.
Here we go. Okay, so 5 Go Again, Dominate. Tyler consulting his hand.
Looks like we got.
Current funnel. I see a Skizzix as well.
Whereas-
Strike. He's prepared to block some of this damage and like keep himself healthy.
Yeah, he said, I don't need this blue.
No.
Only attacks for 2 anyways. We don't want it.
So if nothing else here, Richard does get the successive swing of Hatchet of Body as the third chain link.
Do we know what Richard's holding on to as the last card there?
I didn't spy it earlier, and he's keeping it in defense mode and away from the camera, so I won't be able to spy it until he plays it.
He doesn't want us to see. He doesn't want us to know.
Even in the coverage booth, you are not privy to hidden information in card games.
Yeah. Well, at least Tyler's showing us his hand. Looks like he's striking along with that Skizik.
He strikes Skizzix, and I believe second strike.
Second strike, okay. So we can do a little bit of blocking and just kind of throw the E-strike and put that Skizik back in our deck. Because I imagine he's running the Skyward Serenade.
Or maybe it was 2 Skizzix here.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you run out of Skizzix, your Serenades don't mean as much because you've got one less mode that means anything.
Poison the Well. Very interesting little bit of tech there.
I don't know why that shuffled into there. Maybe just as a functional blue.
Yeah.
But
Maybe he's a little concerned if, because Auroras were running Sigil of Solace for a bit.
Yes.
I don't know if they're still on it, but maybe he wasn't too sure about what Tyler was playing, so maybe he threw in the Poison the Well just as a hedge.
I was going to say that's the perfect word for a hedged bet here. Because he's landed a weapon hit this combat chain, Richard still gets to convert some of his resources into a Brave Forge activation, which is good.
Yeah.
7 Dominate as the last chain link here with Hatchet of Body.
That's a pretty good turn. Pretty
So
good
honestly,
clapback.
you can see why he kept most of this hand because it's the power cards in this deck. So he's playing to his outs and carving like a big chunk off of Tyler because even he took like 12 damage through some blocks and is only sending a 2-card hand at this point.
Yep, most likely just going to see that E-strike go out. Is that the second Skizik?
Yeah, I think
He's hiding it.
he's just going to tuck it anyway.
I think it was.
Maybe he'll choose a different mode. Maybe he wants an Arsenal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he wants 5 and a card.
Exactly right. Which in Aurora, you're perfectly fine drawing pretty much anything, right?
You don't have a, what is it, the Chaos Gem to put in your Arsenal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I will not Arsenal a card.
Or-
I'll IP1.
Or draw a Chi.
I've been there.
Stick it in my arsenal real sad. No, we don't do that.
Richard thinking about how he wants to block.
All right,
He's
we
got to take it on the chin in hand. That's a good damage prevention.
Yep,
Gets your action point after producing the agility.
yep. Get that free go again. Get the turn going.
And like this is just 5 damage, so it's within the realm of the mid-range numbers that he's comfortable just blocking and then finding a good use for all of his hand as well.
Yeah.
So he's taking just 2.
Making agility. We're primed and ready to go for next round.
So Life Turtles look a little closer now.
Yeah, only a 9-point deficit now. But Tyler did draw a second Arc Lightning there with the 5-card hand.
Ooh. I can see why Richard did keep 3 cards indeed. He's got a Blade Flurry and a Sharpened Steel, I believe. So he's got good aggressive reds to push his own damage, threaten Tyler some more.
Yep, Sharpened Steel.
And here comes Blade Flurry, bring it up to a 4.
Man, they're just swinging with a little bit of block in this game. It's
No blocks, says Tyler. Goes to 20. Means that can be a Brave Forge activation here. So really clean, efficient use and conversion of all of the hand here. And so after breaking the chain here, +1 from Hatchet of Body being the first chain link. Blade Flurry.
Yep, just throwing those really efficient hands. Do we know what's in his arsenal?
I didn't take stock of it. I'm not sure what
So
Richard has
I think it's been there since the beginning, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe it's another defense reaction.
Yeah, could be. Tyler tanking on the blocks here. So we know he's got Arc Lightning.
No reaction.
Is that Lightning Bond? I think I see Weave Lightning as well.
I was going to say, I can't tell. They all just look like lightning cards of some sort.
At least it's not as bad as the Hunted Limited, where everyone struggles to realize what a Draconic card is and what just like a Ninja card is.
Hey, some of those cards should be Draconic, okay? Like the one that says +1 on your next Draconic one, or the guy with the fist.
Strike first.
Yeah.
Another Arc Lightning here on the chain for Tyler.
Life total's getting low. Oh.
It really hasn't been like a long game at all, no. Which you understand for Aurora, but for Dory Hatchets,
Yeah.
less heard of.
And there we go. We see Skizik coming down for 4 go again due to the Arc Lightning.
So 2 out of 3 Skiziks have been spent already. So any Serenade that Tyler plays beyond the first, he'll only have 2 modes available to him. So he definitely wants a short and sweet game because he knows the attrition will be the death of him upon me.
I think him and Richard are kind of both okay with a short game at this point, just because Richard is doing, he's doing more blocking, but he's coming back with efficient card or short hands.
Here's another take it on the chin. Only 1 coming through and an agility being created on the back end. And 1 Arcane, as Tyler does indeed correctly point out. Closing out the chain.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
here comes the Iron Weave.
Go again.
2 resources and 1 arcane damage.
Yeah, he's got to give that a read. He said, what do you mean this does 1 Arcane to me and gives you 2 resources? He said, are you sure?
Are you trying to shark me, Mr. Horseball? So available lines, stuff like Grasp the Arknight, if you wanted.
Go again.
Alex for Starfall.
No block.
2 go again. Another take it. No, not another take it on the chin. Another that all you got.
Yep, pretty good block. So we'll refresh a card at the end of our turn, or at the end of this turn.
So I feel like Richard's meta call here is that he is very geared for Aurora and the things that she's going to present, and has like a robust main and sideboard ready to face the most represented deck.
Yeah, and look at that. Tyler breaks the chain, so we draw the card immediately to play Weave Lightning.
This also does 1 arcane because it's another go again.
Yep.
And then just makes this this lightning bond taller. Comes in for 7 and threatens the 1 arcane.
Yeah, a lot of Arcane this turn. We drew another take it on the
Static
chin.
Shock. It's alliteration. I should be able to memorize this card.
Sorry, it's Lightning card A, Lightning card B, Lightning card C. They're all 0 for 4s. Go again of some variety, something like that, right?
They're all just Scar for scars with different artwork.
Head jab +1. Snaps, wow.
Just for Sink Below here. Thinking on the sink.
So with 1 floating, what are we thinking here? What is Tyler presenting with 1 floating and a card in Arsenal? What is in the deck that costs 1?
I don't think there's all that much. He really just wanted to not have to pitch a card to Starfall, especially considering he's presented Iron Weave over Tunic. So he definitely wanted the short game, and so he has to cash in at some point. And he probably elected that making a Rune Chant it's 1 damage less than actually swinging the sword.
And Richard Hand keeps drawing into those defensive pieces.
Yeah.
So I can imagine we're going to have kind of a weak turn on the follow-up here.
Although it is a little unfortunate because he was holding a take it on the chin, and so he was fishing for something more offensive to threaten more damage.
And then another Lightning card C.
Oh my goodness, that was in Arsenal too?
Yep. And both Arc Lightning turns that we saw really big and really being the MVPs of this game.
Yeah, you can tell that like so much of the synergy and strategy of Aurora is centered on her specialization.
Yeah. Richard all the way down to 2.
Ooh, Static Shock.
Starting to
comes
see
in
the
that
light
one
at the end of the tunnel, unfortunately. Or sorry, back at 4.
So he just gave a Sink Below to cleanly cover it.
Yeah.
And Richard's just going to pass into his turn with a single blue and his agility token.
And whatever
Mystery Arsenal.
Yeah, Mystery Arsenal, whatever that is. But the thing is, he had the blocking pieces that turn, but the thing was the Arc Lightning did so much chip damage to him. And that's where it really shines, that even if you block my 4 physical, you're still going to take some points of damage.
Yeah, it's that famous Runeblade thing of the damage is split, so it's very hard to cover up efficiently.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 go again from Hatchet of Body. Probably just going to be between 5 and 6 damage, whether or not
Doing Space
Tyler...
Purgatory just for the block.
Yeah. It also prevents 1 more damage after a Braveforge activation on a 1 blue hand with an agility. I like to think of it as a sledge split over 2 chain links.
Yeah, that's a way to think about it.
But 3 on the follow-up. We'll remove Dynamos.
And still sitting on that mystery card.
Maybe it is a defense reaction, and he's just not found a good opportunity to play it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he keeps drawing into all these defensive pieces, right? So maybe no reason to quite use it yet.
Okay, so he has a go again source and a blue, so he's good for a 2-card hand. But I'm sure Tyler is going to throw more, and I do see a Flicker Wisp in his hand. So with just AB1, like he can maybe just ping Richard to death in the next turn or so.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and play the Skyward Serenade, another new card from the Armory deck.
And Tyler, remembering that he only has 1 Skizzix, so he's just double-checking that he's got 1 to tutor before he goes to search the library. You don't want to fail to find.
That's exactly what we're going to do, make the embodiment, search for the Skizik. Such a fun name.
I want to actually touch on this card, actually, Skyward Serenade. It's such a good piece from the Armory deck because on 2 fronts, it spends itself and a card out of your deck and then thins your library, in addition to also presenting on-rate damage and an action point in the Embodiment of Lightning. It's such a powerful yellow.
Yeah. Yep, that's the other thing, too, right? And it blocks for 3, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it blocks for 3.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's just written in the stars. Maybe Serenade only blocks 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's such a good card, right? It's yellow, pitch for grass if you need it. If you have to channel Lightning Valley, you can keep it around that way, right?
So we have some more damage split here with the Rune Chant. Wonder if Tyler will lead. No, he leads with Starfall instead. Keep some information hidden. So 2 and 1. Doing our best Rosetta Thorn cosplay.
And we know he's got the Skizik and Banish, so we know we're facing down at least 4 more damage, most likely, because of that Embodiment of Lightning that will most likely be used on the Skizik.
And he's in a comfortable position now with concealing this information. He might even just save that Flicker Wisp for the coup de grace next turn by putting it in Arsenal. He's making things difficult for Richard to keep even just a 2-card hand that he needs to.
And there we see the very first time that we've done AB.
Yeah.
So as a Warrior player, do you think it's, since that's the very first time, do you think it's a little, maybe he should have brought in a different piece of armor to kind of block with, or do you think the AB is truly necessary for like endgame scenarios like this?
I think it's in the right slot. Definitely because Dynamos, you want successive value on every turn that you can have it, especially because like Aurora is presenting breakpoints all the time. Case in point, Skizzix is coming in for 4 go again. To ensure that you don't get punished by Lightning Valley at every corner of the game, especially, and with some of the on-hits that they're trying to send. It's unfortunate that you have to give up your helmet, but it's probably the best slot considering the rest of your equipment suite. Like, you also wouldn't want to give up Braveforge because being able to sink a resource and make a damage whenever you hit is also very helpful. And then Lightning Surge is the follow-up for 4.
As Tyler just slings it across the table and says, here's 4 more.
So he's playing Gambit, throwing these cards around. Still demands a card out of Richard. He's not going to be able to convert hit and run red, so it's better blocking.
Just go ahead and give it up. And you were correct. We go ahead and arsenal that Flicker Wisp. Trying to end the game next turn, potentially.
Yeah, Tyler doesn't need to throw all of his eggs in one basket and try and kill Richard this turn cycle.
Richard's got Spoils of War.
Yep. We'll do this again.
Yep. Just go ahead and...
4 go again.
Yep. And then into another 3.
Yes.
Yep. I'm still so curious what is in his arsenal that's been there all game. It must be like something really crucial. Because I think if it was a D-React, I think we might have seen it last turn.
Yeah. although part of me wants to say it's like a Steel Blade Shunt, but then again, I would wonder why you brought it into this matchup against a 0 for 4 deck in Aurora. Maybe my other best guess is it's a Spillblood, and he just hasn't had the room to play it out and get full value, and is instead perhaps sitting on it until it's his turn, and Tyler is nearly all out of armor. He's only got 1 block left on Grasp, so when you spill blood with any go again, even just an agility token, that evasion can win you the game.
Yeah. And, I mean, Tyler's, you know, we can make a hedge that he's not running any D-reacts, so that's almost guaranteed to hit.
Well, maybe not any, maybe not none. Like, Sigil of Suffering is still a great
I just don't
card
think
with, like,
we've seen any yet. So.
No, I think he's elected to just keep it lean and aggressive and just win the race.
And Tyler banking on this block here. I know he's got 2 Sonatas in hand.
He's got an Arcanic Shockwave, which paired with Flicker Wisp is really devastating.
Does he? And he does have the fuse with Weave Lightning in hand.
He also is running a card that I've never seen in Aurora, Sonata Arcanix, and he's got 2 copies in there.
Yeah.
Tyler bringing the spice on day 1 here.
And Flicker Whips does work on those, right?
Yes, because you're dealing Arcane.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's just like, how am I dead here? Or am I just playing Flicker Wisp Fuse, just kind of going for it? Huh? Give up the Shockwave.
At least this way, he prevents Brave Forge.
Yeah.
Even though I'd argue, considering that Richard already had to spend 2 resources, he doesn't have room to Brave Forge without Tunic.
Looking just to prevent, make sure he's not dead this turn, basically,
Yes.
I feel like, yeah. And then I think we're going to go Flicker Wisp Fuse into double Sonata and try and end the game there with overwhelming arcane damage.
Okay, so that chain link is settled with. We come in with Hatchet and Mine for just 3. Still threatening 2 copper for whatever it's worth, but Tyler's still comfortably healthy.
He wants his
Sink
money.
to 5.
Yep.
Says no blocks. We go to 5. Tyler's still working with 4 cards.
More importantly, we got 4 copper. We're rich.
Absolutely no armor, though. But he doesn't need that. And he's letting a grin through. Clearly not a good poker player as Tyler. Here's Flicker Wisp.
He's showing his face too much.
Richard will be taking 2 Arcane. How would he like to pitch away some of his hand to mitigate this?
He has 1 blue in hand?
I think so.
Yeah.
This blue overpower, I believe.
Overpower, and we got 2 yellows and a red?
I think so. AB1 taking 2.
And yeah, we're going to let it
Sonata.
rip. Let's go gambling.
Richard has to read and verify that he's staring at this Runeblade card in Aurora.
He said another
Oh,
card I
here
haven't
we
seen
go.
since Briar.
1 Arcane that becomes 2.
And we refresh our Shockwave that we just blocked with.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, looks like we got a judge question.
Okay, so Tyler wants to double check that this is truly the interaction.
Yeah. Which I'm not entirely sure, but I think it does, right? Flicker Wisp says any action card.
I believe it's anytime you're dealing Arcane from an action card. Tyler just wants to be absolutely sure with Connor, resident judge here at AGE, that this interaction does indeed work.
Yeah.
Action card effects you control that deal arcane damage and deal that much damage +1, which includes itself when you play it in Fuse.
Yeah.
So I think we're staring at dead on board in a way because of the Arcanic Shockwave.
Unless that mystery card we got is something life gain or something we got.
That's true. It could be a Sigil of Solace that he's waiting this very moment to play.
Yeah, could be. Waiting for Tyler to kind of play all of his cards on the table, right?
I mean, there was a Pro Tour one with Sigil of Solace being the out, so who's to say it couldn't happen again?
What they say, the sigil worth $1 million?
I call it the California Sunrise.
The California Sunrise. Oh boy, Californians and your sayings.
And I'm not even a born Californian local. I just live here, man.
I was going to say, I think you've been here long enough to say you are. You're local.
I mean, from Anthony's favorite saying here locally, come to locals.
Yeah, go to locals.
He's infecting me with that phrase, and I say it unironically now.
It's so infectious that we now say it in Arizona as well.
It's spreading.
Yep.
Okay, so Tyler will shuffle after the judge call has been resolved. And he does have another Sonata in hand. I wonder if he'll actually use it.
Yep, let's go
He's gonna do
gambling,
it.
part 2.
So he's just looking for one hit.
And it does
there
hit.
it is.
Yep.
And I believe that's all she wrote.
Yep.
That's it.
Game.
The fist bump
Wow.
is extended.
What a
Round
game.
2 winner, Tyler Horspool with funny Arcane hijinks Aurora.
And just those 2 Arc Lightning turns really just showcasing the power of the Lightning Runeblade / Ninja, right?
Yeah.
And just coming in with all those damage, 4 go again, into all that chip damage. And really good. This is going to bother me all night. I want to know what was in his arsenal, and I'm going to ask him after this.
I guess that's going to be our one little narrative that we have to track down is that what was in Richard's arsenal all game that he never got to spend?
Because it was stuck there for a while. I wonder. I'm very curious. But yeah, that was an awesome game. Good showcase of Aurora coming off of the back of that Armory deck.
Yeah.
So.
We will go to break in just a second to get Tyler in for an interview. So do not go anywhere. Stay glued to your screen, and we'll be back in just a second.
All right, welcome back to AGE March. I'm here with Tyler Horsepool, who we just saw, and you won.
I did.
Yeah, and it was a very interesting game, and I had a lot of fun watching it and commentating it, and also congrats to you.
Thank you.
My very first important question to you, why are you not cosplaying?
Yeah.
People want to know.
The people want to know.
Yeah, they do.
I talked about this briefly at the beginning of AG, I think, or maybe we broached over it, but on the very first AG when I stopped cosplaying this year, was that I was spending a lot of time going and getting costumes and putting a lot of time into it, and I haven't been very happy with my gameplay, so it's one of those things that just kind of got the axe. I love doing it. I want to keep doing it, but I want to be good at Flesh and Blood more. And so I cut a couple things. One of those being the cosplaying, so that I could just get a little bit more time to get a little bit more gaming in. And I think it's working. I mean, I'm winning a lot more this year. I'm putting in a lot of practice. I feel better. So.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. So basically, you had too many hobbies going on.
Yeah.
And you want to focus a little more on being Flesh and Blood gamer.
Yeah.
I
so
got you.
I'm hoping that by putting in the extra time, you'll see me a lot more around the circuit, and then if enough people yell at me, we'll bring the cosplaying back.
I was really hoping to see Tyler cosplay PT.
Yeah. Eventually, maybe one day. I think step one, we gotta win the AG Players Championship.
Okay, well, I believe in you. I believe in you.
Then we gotta bring the villain back.
Oh boy.
And then we'll go from there. I think cosplays come back from there. So.
All right, fair enough. Okay, well, awesome. Let's talk about your game. So first off, why play Aurora?
I mean, it's broken right now. It was already good, and then the Armory deck came out with a lot of new interesting cards that you can play. I think almost. Like, of the new cards that came out, I think almost all of them are playable, but they're just playable in different versions of Aurora. So you can play like a instant-based Aurora, but you see me playing more of a action-based Aurora. I'm only playing the 3 instants in my main deck, which is Channel Lightning Valley. But basically what I did was I said Arc Lightning is the most broken card in this deck. I just want to max what I can do with this card, and I think it showed in the matchup.
Yeah,
where
those 2 Arc Lightning turns, insane. Amounts of damage. Even he was blocking. He had the defensive tools that lined up pretty well for him, but even you were just doing so much chip damage because of Arc Lightning, and it's really impressive. But obviously, that card, her specialization, absolutely busted. Really good card.
If you can turn that into like a 0 for 8 or 0 for 9, and the rest of your deck is still 0 for 4s, it becomes like there's just nothing else like that. So
Okay, so back to the Armory deck. So are you playing pretty much all the new cards other than Written in the Stars? I don't think we saw.
I'm playing Written in the Stars. I even think I played it.
Okay, maybe I missed it.
Arc Lightning into Written in the Stars, I think was.
Sorry. So,
but I'm playing Written in the Stars. I'm playing Skyward Serenade and then Skyzik to go fit. So I'm playing all of the deck cards, but I'm not playing any of the equipment. The equipment lend itself more to an instant-based deck, and I'm not playing that. So. I'm playing Crown of Dominion for most matchups. You didn't see it here because against Dorinthia, against Azalea decks like that, I want a little more block and like a big block turn where I can turn the game. So that's why you're going to see Face Purgatory come in. You didn't see it shine there, but it still blocked 2 when I needed it. So
which we pointed out because of this Armory deck is that it's unlocked Aurora able to play Face Purgatory a little better with all those non-attack actions, right?
Yeah, because I mean, Written in the Stars block 3 blue card that does things is already way above par. But Skyward Serenade, sometimes that card doesn't do anything because you already ran out of Skyzik in your deck, and now it becomes just like, oh, I'm going to add this to my Face Purgatory block. Do that.
Just a side note, it's funny to see that people pronounce that card a little different.
Yeah.
Like we heard yesterday on the calling stream, they were like, and you're calling it Skyzik.
Skyzik.
And I say Skizik.
I think both you and me are on the page. I don't know what they're doing on the calling stream. So
it's just make a funny electric sound, and that's what you play.
That's why they're at the calling, and we're here, right?
Yeah. Okay, but talk to me about that matchup. How did it feel playing against Hatchet's Dorinthia, kind of making that callback to that heavy hitters meta?
I thought I was so far ahead, and then he came at me with that big axe turn, and I did not realize what was happening to me. So I think there was a big mistake there where I could have maybe block one of the axes a little more efficiently, and then maybe stop the swing or something like that. But yeah, I did not know that Axe's Dorinthia was able to do that much damage. He told me after the game, we had a little conversation where he asked me how well do you think you drew, and I was like, you know what, like I didn't draw a combo, like I didn't draw Flicker Wisp, Arc Lightning, which is your main, but like other than that, I thought I drew pretty well. I was like, my snatches were gone early, all that kind of stuff. We talked about that, and so I think I was around maybe like a 70% out of 100. And he was like, well, I thought I drew like 90. Like, I thought I drew the best I've ever drawn almost, and I could not hang.
Really?
Yeah, and so I thought that was interesting, but yeah, it was not a game that I like planned for or anything.
Yeah.
And so seeing it firsthand for the time, and it's like maybe I should give this deck a little more respect. So I got to give Richard like a lot of props for not only playing the deck, but like bringing it back to my mind there.
Yeah.
So.
Did you catch what was in his arsenal at the end of the game there? Because it was sitting there for quite a long time, and we were kind of wondering what it was.
I was also wondering. So eventually he did tell me it was a Blade Flurry. So if he could have got me down to 1 if he just swings it, but then it's like full information at that point.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for him to do it. But yeah, so basically I was 1 damage away from dying.
Yeah, so he was kind of just holding it for the hedge that you would go low enough to where it would just be insta-kill kind of.
Yeah, or at least take more cards out of my hand. But as I said, once Blade Flurry is face up, then and then my blocks become easy. Like then I'm like, oh, because I mean, me not knowing what the card was did kind of force me to block with the attack because I didn't want to give him the copper. I said, what if it's blood on our hands? Right? So I didn't want to give him the copper for that reason, and so I
Blood on their hands. Can Dory play blood on their hands? It's not.
Oh no, it's a Kasai card.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Tyler, you heard it here. Tyler Worspool thinks Dory can play Kasai cards. Jesus. The point is, it could have been anything, man. All right.
It could have been anything. Could have been anything. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. That's awesome. Okay, so your deck had a little bit of an interesting take. So we saw a few cards that we don't normally see in Aurora. First was Coax a Commotion, and the second was Sonata. So you want to talk about those a little bit?
So as I said, the theme of the deck is just maxing Arc Lightning. So I'm playing every card that can replace itself. So for example, I'm playing Gorganian Tome. I'm playing Sonata because it replaces itself. Playing Crown of Dominion so I get the gold when I don't feel like I have to block. Obviously, when I see Dorinthia, I'm thinking Dogblade, so I think I have to block. But yeah, it's Sonata, like a lot of these cards you played in Viscerai, for example, because it's like free damage when it hits, but it's also like a free second. It's like a proc on Viscerai, right?
Right.
I'm thinking that like almost the same thing with Arc Lightning and Flicker Wisp is like, oh, it's a free proc, and it makes your turns that much bigger when it hits.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not always going to hit, but like imagine that you have Flicker Wisp and Arc Lightning going. Obviously, this is Magical Christmas Land, and then you play Sonata. Now you're hitting for 2 if you hit off the Sonata, and you're also hitting 2 off the go again, and you didn't waste a card. It's better than a 0 for 4 because you're not even wasting the card.
Yeah, and that's where those non-attack actions come back into play that allows you to play the Sonata to, instead of just having your deck full of 0-4s and instances now, right?
It was a stretch to like fit all that in because my last card, and you saw it in the game, was in my hand probably, was Weave Lightning, and that was the last card to make the cut because I just couldn't figure out a non-attack action that really fit in my style of deck because there's a lot of good Runeblade cards like Succumb to Temptation and things like that, but they don't really fit when you don't have a lot of Runeblade attacks, or like Rattle Bones or something like that. And so I was like just fiending for something, and we just ended up on Lightning Nimblism. So
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's... I think when you think of the deck in that way, I think the deck kind of builds itself. I think there are a couple other ways that you could take it. Like, I know Eclectic Magnetism is another.
The 1 for 5, right?
1 for 5 that lets you play non-attacks as instant speed. That was an interesting card I never really got to use. But like, there's just... You could start playing one... You could... Like, I was thinking, okay, what if we could take this in an aura direction and start attacking with Skull Form? Or what if we take this in a arcane damage Runeblade and start playing Succumb and stuff? So the deck has infinite possibilities, I feel like, and I just happened to pick maybe one of the easier ones.
Yeah, so that's where, like, now that the game has grown so much and been going on for so long, is that you can take all these decks and all these heroes different directions now, just because the card pool is getting bigger and bigger, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It does sound like round 3 is paired, so I think we're going to have
Yeah.
to.
So we'll go ahead and cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 3.
Free
Stay tuned.
Christine, please.
welcome back, everybody. This is round 3 we're heading into. Let's go ahead and check out. We finally got all the heroes in the meta game here. So as expected, I think we got Aurora, Zen, and then Vincent. Top 3 decks. Vincent kind of tying with another 2 decks in here.
I mean, I definitely expected Aurora and Zen. I wasn't expecting Vincent, I'm going to be honest with you. But I guess it's more like Cali meta thing.
Possibly Cali meta. She had a strong representation during the RTN season, I think. I'm not surprised to see her here. Most of the heroes that are more than one copy of, I'm not surprised to see here. So,
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I think, like I said, definitely expected Aurora. Zen kind of struggling a little bit, but people still want to play him, still want to get him to LL, and I hope they do. The thing that kind of stands out to me here is the assassin representation. So the Marios and the one slip through the cracks is very interesting to me. Mario is a very interesting deck. I think he does kind of struggle into these aggro decks just a little bit, just because he does have to keep a lot of cards to kind of throw stuff back.
Right.
But yeah, this meta looks very diverse. I mean, we even got a lot of warrior representation in the Dorinthia, the one Fang, the one Kasai. And then we got our Rosetta heroes down there as well, Acilio, Florian, and Verdance. So
Super interesting to me as well. Speaking of assassin, there's no new. Everyone just dropped the deck. They said we want to play something else. we're tired of playing new. I thought.
Yeah, that is true. I actually just noticed that. No new.
I thought she was a fan favorite.
Well, maybe California is banning or boycotting her.
Yeah, boycotting her and Kano. I'm happy to see no Kano. I was scared. I was if I brought a deck today and I was able to play, I was gonna tech for Kano. I don't want to get blown up turn 2.
You would have had a bunch of useless spots, buddy.
Just shock charmers. Just one. All right, everybody. So for the matchup today, it is 2 San Diegans. They are actually teammates, so a little bit of a team kill here. But I'm sure they're happy to be playing their favorite game here at the Age Open.
So that would mean that they kind of know what each other is going to be kind of playing, right? Play style wise. And
Right.
They probably do some play testing.
They probably play test. They know each other's decks very well.
So this should be pretty good matchup.
All right, we have Zen, the Tamer of Purpose, versus Arachne, Marionette. Jacob, you are actually an assassin player, so I expect a lot of insight from you in this matchup, and then I think everybody is familiar with our boy Zen over here.
Yeah. First off, thank you for not saying Mario. I absolutely do not like the nicknames that all these assassins are getting. So thank you for that. But yeah, I think this matchup is a little grindy, especially depending on what the Zen is playing. If they're on a bunch of D-reacts, this can kind of go south for the Arachne player a little quick, just because we're losing out on value, and Zen's pretty comfortable with just playing a 2-card hand sometimes, and especially with the Zen state tokens, which completely negates the daggers. So
it looks like we got about 6 copies of D-reacts, 2 flicks, 3 sinks, and 3 wax-ons. And 2 blue flicks as well. So. I imagine he's going to be doing his little mid-game. I have high hopes for Zen here. Here we go, 1 with the Hunter's Clave.
Yep, just trying to get that mark off. Pitching the Isolates, which is something to keep in mind. Isolate you can do some tricky stuff with Isolate in this deck.
On hit, the Clave will mark the opponent. I don't, however, know if Arachne cares about that at this moment, rather than just getting a card.
I think it depends on how she's built her deck, if she wants to constantly be transforming or not. And it looks like she does want that mark, discarding that Blues Reaper's Call. A little bit of good tech there.
Grabbing the Arsenal. Let's not forget to roll.
And magic number says, I don't know, what is that, 5?
I believe it's a 5.
Red back. Or it's a 4. I'm not good with Roman numerals.
Neither am I. Sometimes I can't read.
And you're a card game player?
English is my first language, they say.
You only said, I see big number, bottom left, brute player.
Yanez with the swag deck there. Look at that. Codex of Frailty Marvel. So beautiful.
And also extended art Levels of Enlightenment. No Marvel Chi, though. That's -5 swag points.
responding to the levels so he can get 2 blue cards in the pitch zone to get 2 modes. A little bit of stir in the pot there. Shuffle the deck.
And we got 3 floating.
Shout out
out the boys.
floating. Who doesn't love Fight Night?
Whoever loses.
Actually valid.
So Chris. But this is a really good start for Zen, right? Because we're transcending right off the bat, which turns on that very powerful headpiece.
Right, traverses online. He can do it all over again whenever he pleases.
And if we want, we can even block with a traverse and, you know, instantly make that Zen State token there, right? So if we need it, which I imagine the Zen State token is not too crucial in this matchup. The only thing it kind of does prevent is those daggers, which Arachne Marionette kind of, you're always going to be marked against Arachne Marionette for the most part. So it's kind of, you know, prevent a little bit of damage.
As we've seen, there's more than ways of just connecting to mark your opponent. So
now it looks like he grabbed Mauling Key as the choice of the combo card there. Still has his deck out in the middle.
Yanez deciding what to block with here.
So it looks like we got Leave No Witnesses, Codex, and Kiss of Death. And a mystery card in Arsenal. We're going to swing the stick. 2, give him that Tiger +1.
Crouching Tiger for 1 go again off the Tame
And we're
Kakara.
going to snap, no blocks, taking the damage here.
Arachne said, "Do you want to race?"
Which
Zen said yes.
people in the past, Assassin has been kind of that slower game plan, right? Where they play a little slower and they kind of grind you down.
Right.
Whereas Marionette, and with the new addition of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks as well, we now have these assassins that are able to race and kind of present, you know, 3 go again, 4 go again with relevant on hits as well. So the assassin getting a pretty good upgrade in the hunted with those aggressive assassins.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
The deck was finally cut.
Gabriel catching the 1 card on the table there. Good job.
Now, I'm interested to see what we got in Arsenal here. What's the clapback? It is the pickup at 6 to buff that Kiss of Death. Really good play here. And now we do have access to the red back ability to where if we can discard, which I imagine we won't here just because we know what's in her hand, which is the Codex.
Everybody's favorite card.
Yeah. Some people say they never read that card. Well, I mean, you probably haven't read it. You just said you can't read.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it's hard.
I'll let you know. It's a good card. All right, thinking about the blocks here. And this does have an on-hit of just losing extra life.
Right, more damage.
Yep.
Something to consider. It also means we're not marked anymore.
For the moment. You're going to be marked again
Eventually.
in a matter of time. An assassin always gets their prey. We're blocking with Pouncing Paws here. So do you think that we could see a Boots activation in the near future? Or are we just looking to cover the on-hit there?
That's possible. I think we are just value gaming with the 1 life. I don't have a lot of Zen experience, but yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, awkward hand.
Still efficient, though. Just throw a 1 card 5.
1 card 5, 2 card.
And we're putting that crucial piece of Chase a Tail back in our deck, so that way when we do transcend, we can go ahead and grab that again for a really big turn, right?
Right.
I think that's the second one, because I think he just fanned out his graveyard, and we saw a second copy in there.
Inez thinking what to block here. Value block 3.
Yep, block with a very powerful card of Savor Bloodshed, which is relevant here because our opponent is marked, so we could have threatened that draw a card, but maybe we just don't have the resources. Or maybe we want to play some mind games here and play Bonds of Agony.
Arachne with a potentially disruptive turn here.
Love this card.
Bonds of Agony, 2 cards in hand, a card in arsenal.
Make our opponent question, how much is this going to go to? Do I even have anything? Is it a bait? And that's what I love about the Assassin class is that it's kind of like Warrior, where it's all mental mind games with attack reactions.
Right.
Oh, she's hiding it. She doesn't want us to see. Curses.
Gabriel considering 1 card.
We do have the Flick Flack, and I think he actually has Wax On in Arsenal. Ooh, big committing Snapdragon Scalers. Nope.
And if Gabriel plays a defense reaction from Arsenal, potentially could be punished by the Codex in Yanez's Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Is that a blue flick in his hand?
Yeah, I think the list was, he has 2 of them.
Yep, so I don't think we're going to be able to cover this one up. Even with the blue flick and the wax on, if that's an Arsenal. So I think this is definitely connecting. What are we choosing if this connects? What card are we taking from him?
If we're Arachne, I believe we take the Chi card.
Take the Chi cards just to stop the Transcend there?
Because he has 3 blues.
Yeah, I agree with that call. He's really tanking here. Trying to decide if it's worth even blocking some of this or just to take the full 8. Because now we're blocking for 0 because of that Tarantula Toxin. We're going to go ahead and dig through the graveyard, see what we're cooking with. Yep, I think he's realized that he's getting codexed here. Trying to fan out and see what we got. What is after this? Yep, just go ahead and takes the 8.
Bonds on hit. Yanez gets to look at the hand and decide what card they want to rid your deck of.
Let's see what the choice is. I think the Chi makes the most sense here. Because other than that, the turn is like nothing, right?
Yeah, I'm all for taking one more Chi out of the deck. One less time you can do your thing. Pitch to Zen.
Oh, we're opting to take the flick flack. Maybe he just wants to get rid of those defensive pieces.
Not a bad option either.
Oh. I imagine we're going to search for 2 more red copies and get rid of those. And this is where this on hitting so early. Granted, they're teammates, so they probably kind of already know each other's deck list in a way.
Right.
But this on hit, you get to look through your opponent's deck and see how many defensive pieces they have. What are key cards I'm looking out for.
And I think that's a really big tell there. Normally the opponent takes a little bit more time shuffling through the deck, and Yanez is like, I know what's in this.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the cards I need, and I'm going to give this back to you.
Yeah. Yep, and then there's that beautiful Codex of Frailty. So interesting, Snapdragon Scaler is off the board now, so which means we can no longer cash it in for a Kiss of Death turn.
Right.
Which is, pretty, but I think this was worth it. This was a really good turn.
I think anytime you follow up a disruptive attack with Codex, ensuring that, you keep all the tempo.
Mm-hmm. And there's that wax on. Oh, perfectly blocking it out. Let's ponder something. And this is another deck that doesn't really care what they Arsenal. Arachne.
Right.
They're pretty much okay arsenaling anything. Even if it's a blue stealth card, which, there's mostly only the good ones, Persuasive, Bonds of Agony, stuff like that. You're okay just shoving that in Arsenal.
Gabriel arsenaling the Chi card and passing turn.
Oh, Yanez got full tempo here. Drew a defensive reaction, which you don't want to see when you have full tempo, but maybe we can put it in the pocket for later.
One go again with the clave.
Threatening that mark. Yep, just go ahead and takes it. We're marked.
As you said earlier, you will be marked again.
That's what I'm saying. This deck is constantly marking you. And even if you try to block the daggers, the thing is, we got flick knives. You're going to get marked anyways.
And we got a Mark of the Black Widow on the chain here. I think the bread and butter of Assassin these days. On hit, banish a card from your hand.
It's not that good.
Taking cards from your opponent isn't that good, I agree.
No, I'm just kidding. This card's really good. Yeah, we're going to read it. He said, this does what?
Oof.
Yep, we're marked, so it's coming in for 2. Threatening go again on hit. See. Taking a look at the graveyard again, seeing what kind of reactions are in there, seeing what are we going to get hit with. Could be anything.
This is definitely one of your matchups where you may not get the full value out of your deck based on the nature of Assassin. So making the best play you can every turn is very crucial.
Yeah, and constantly going through the graveyard to just see what your opponent has left, see what is the threat this turn, right?
Another wax on.
Yeah, really good. But we got the answer. We're going to shred.
I think we're still covering it. Yanez realizes that after playing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Opts
But
to
maybe it was better to just use it instead of maybe being an IP penalty there.
right. We didn't have any other play.
Yeah, no go again unless it hit. And that's 4 again. That's red back again, I believe.
Yep.
Or that's a 6. Wow, Roman numerals are hard.
Yeah, there's going to be an opening of the V, and I'm just not tracking which side it's on. You know, what's up and what's down.
I thought for sure that was a 4.
We need the line. You know, like the 6 and the 9, they have a line. We need one of those for these guys.
Okay, but trap door, and I think we instantly searched for a trap. And I say trap with quotation marks because it could be anything.
Right, you could fake them out. You could just put a blue card down there that
Yeah.
you don't want anymore.
I remember I did that to our buddy Austin at the RTN,
Shout out Austin Somers.
and it made him pass his turn with 3 cards in his hand. He IP3 himself because he didn't want me to get value off the trap. It was actually
He
hilarious.
said, you have 6 cards? There's
That's
no
what-
way I'm going to attack.
That's what I'm saying. There's mind games. And that's why I just love this class so much. All right.
Zen gets to use his hand here.
Yep, we're going to see the Classica Transcendo.
Wind Chakra into Preserve Tradition. Let's get a
putting
good
that
card.
Chase the Tail at the bottom. Putting that bread and butter at the bottom.
Next Crouching Tiger gets +3 since we've transcended.
And I think we're just going to grab the Chase the Tail that we just put at the bottom because he does have Aspect in his hand. I imagine. Yep.
Yep. Good call.
Do we know what's in his arsenal?
I don't.
I didn't catch it.
Last I recall was the Chi, but I think I got a little caught up on our banter, so.
Oh, and we did have the trap, so it wasn't a fake out. And that one is the marking one. So another way to mark on defense there.
Right.
And a sink below, wow.
You could just tell these two have played this matchup so many times, just back and forth. They're just lightning fast with the plays.
Yep.
They know exactly what they want to do.
There's Aspect. Make the Tiger.
Let's make another one.
Another one. And it looks like line up a block with CNC. Maybe kind of thinking that our opponent's going to just throw out the arsenal, so get rid of that.
Maybe that's a tell that Yanez is
Or we had the leave no witnesses, so we have
Oh.
arsenal disruption anyways.
already have it, yeah.
In the form of 0 costs, which means we're free to block with as many cards as we want as long as we keep that. We got a 0 for 4. Lining up a block. Doesn't need the resources this turn. Says, rather just block with the blue here.
The other benefit, I
about
think, to Assassin is they block really well. So they can be aggressive with threatening on hits.
Yeah.
And they could also turn around and say, my whole hand blocks for 12. Like,
Yeah.
I'm ready to give you these cards.
With the exception of if they're running the dagger retrieval, which we saw earlier. And this side note here, love this play. You already got the value from Trapdoor, and your opponent's still marked, and now you block with Mask, and now you get to pick a different Agent of Chaos. I think this is literally the best value play with Mask of Deceit. Is you just roll the natty 6, already get value off Trapdoor, and decide to get into something else.
Choosing red back, I believe that's the go again?
Yeah, the
Okay.
go again one. Yep. Which, if we're looking at our hand, I think this lines up pretty well because we can threaten. I think we have Mark of the Black Widow, Leave No Witnesses, and Persuasive that we were thinking about blocking with, but
Okay.
didn't. So you can definitely threaten a lot here with that potential go again. Yep, throwing down Mark of the Black Widow first.
Ready to take another card out of Gabriel's hand.
And the thing is, even if it doesn't hit, it still gets the go again regardless.
And I think Gabriel has a D-React. Yeah, there's a sink below.
And a lot of Harmony of the Hunts. A lot of blues, but no Transcendent Sight, unfortunately. So maybe we use that sink below to try and filter and try and find a Transcend or a little more power there.
I'm really curious. I wish I could remember what his arsenal was. Gabriel opting to block with 1 card.
Yeah, we're gonna bait out the red back activation here and then hit it with sink below. Nope. Yeah. Do we decide to sink or we want to hang on to these hunts? He's thinking.
What would you do?
I don't know. It's tough. I don't play Zen. I think I played it once. And that was back in the day when Art of War and Bonds was still around.
When Zen
So
was OP.
yeah, I'm not too sure, but it looks like he opted to keep it,
Looking down to leave no witnesses.
threatening that mystery arsenal. Maybe we're just okay with just blocking here.
I think I'm okay with blocking here and, seeing what Arachne can do with a 4-card hand.
Yeah. Which it is very possible because assassins unfortunately have that issue where they run into that quote-unquote rune blade issue if they draw too many attack reactions and defense reactions together, and they're not able to do much besides like dagger, right?
Right.
So it is possible for them to stumble a little bit. Really thinking about this block here. Really in the tank.
Weighing his options.
Man, what is in the arsenal? I think he wants to protect it. It must be something pretty good. I wonder if it's another good combo piece. Or maybe it's a transcend card. Really debating this block.
Both of the players going through the graveyards.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a very look through the graveyard type of game with both of these characters, right?
We talked about it. A lot of value that could be lost. A lot of value that you need to get in this matchup.
And she's looking through the graveyard and banish zone because she's trying to figure out what is in there. What do you want to? What are you debating about protecting so much?
Right.
Right. So, but it might look like we might be giving it up. Just value block 3, lose it anyways. We're really in the tank about this block here.
Gabriel might be considering
a little nod of the head there. He's not happy about this decision.
I think he's considering losing the mark. So,
oh, yep, just block 6.
Block it out.
Yeah,
he wants to keep the arsenal.
Yep. I mean, with a block that long, you definitely that gives you the tell that your opponent has something that they really want to keep, right?
Right. Both players draw back up.
We see a very powerful attack reaction in her hand with Take Up the Mantle, especially because we already have Bonds of Agony in our graveyard.
Right. So we did not get a clunker.
And this is the thing I was talking about on turn 1 when we saw her pitch the Isolate. Is I said, you got to keep an eye out on this because there's something you can really nasty you can do here, and I think we're about to see it in the form of Take Up the Mantle, turn it into a Bonds of Agony that was dominated to where your opponent can't block unless they have the D-reacts. And it looks like we're going to get another Bonds trigger here, I think.
Dominate is a old but very, very strong mechanic in this game.
Yep.
Your opponent can only block with 1 card from hand, meaning if they don't have a defense reaction, an arsenal, or an instant that can prevent damage, they're going to get their on hit.
Oh, actually opting to do Mark of the Black Widow. So that is a tell that your opponent does not have the other attack reacts to turn on Bonds, I think.
7 and then
Right, why wouldn't you want the...
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day, chat.
And we're also threatening that go again because of the mark. And it looks like he's caught with 2 no blocks in his hand. Probably why he opted not to block.
I think Inez has 2 trap doors. The
blue under the trap door.
Under the trap door.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take 7.
He said, yeah, I'll take 7. What's 7? 7 in a banish from my hand. What's that?
I'm going to give it...
Are we opting to give another chi up?
Yep, how many? 2 for 2.
Oh.
Sure.
Something spicy maybe here.
+1, give it go again.
And it was a transcend card in the arsenal in that form of Path Well Traveled.
That I don't have.
But he really did want to protect that.
Okay.
We're in double transcend here.
Are we possibly going to give him a tiger? Or
Can you? Zen is on either turn.
I can't recall.
I'll banish the cheap.
Banish the chi. Just get rid of the chi.
We got enough resources. We don't need the extra one.
And it looks like we're just looking to remark.
Gabriel's probably thinking here, man, I am
Yep.
I am A-okay with being marked.
I mean, you kind of have no choice.
Mark me again.
Yep. That's probably one of the worst arsenals. is under the trapdoor.
Right, we don't want that in there.
Unless we line up with just a nick. I've done that a couple times where I just throw it under the trapdoor, and I'm like, it's just for one, doesn't do anything, no on hit.
Right.
Until I do just a nick.
We're good to take the damage here with the Hunter's Glaive and clean it up, pass it over to Gabriel. 4-card hand.
Hey, that one's a 3. I know that number. That's a 3.
That's an easy Roman numeral. Let's keep those up. 1, 2, and 3, please.
We got Orb Weaver on the board. Not too relevant because we already have both dagger slots kind of filled up.
But
Haven't really needed a reason to do flick knives yet, I don't think.
Yeah, but we could see a flick here soon.
I think next turn we'll definitely see a flick based on what she just drew up.
Tiger form incantation, make a tiger.
Yeah, but I mean, this turn is looking pretty good because we're going to play the Sacred Art.
Sacred Art.
So yeah, I'll just have a bunch of cats in my hand.
And I'll Kasaya add a resource. Let me grab your dagger.
And what are we grabbing here for the combo, you think?
I would have to imagine it's Chase the Tail, but you know, if we're out of them or Mauling Key's not terrible. There's a couple other combo pieces, but Chase the Tail is probably the #1 target.
Okay, so we're starting off with the Tiger. Not searching for Zen yet. I imagine we'll see a stick thrown.
We're gonna see a Taming Kakara.
Just doing the math, thinking about what they want to do.
Tiger for 2.
And I think this turn we might actually see Pouncing Paws popped as well. Just because of the, is it +1 from Sacred Art, right?
I believe, yes.
Yeah. Make another tiger. Just got a stack of like 20 tigers under there. And there it is, Chase the Tail as you predicted.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we take the 1 or if we try to get, fill a hand later where you need a tiger and you don't have one. That could be possible as well.
Yeah. Could potentially be. So what? We know he's got 2 tigers, right? Or is it a mystery card and a tiger?
I believe it's a no. Yeah, it's a tiger, I believe.
So 4 into 3, into stick, into another tiger.
Yanez committing to the I'll take it and throw something more fierce back line.
Tiger for
Well, she's got a pretty good hand over there herself. So
Is that? That's for 3? That's for 5. 1, 3, and then 1 off the Jake. Yeah.
yep, and players just clearing up how much this tiger is actually for because of the Sacred Art and the Chase the Tail.
Tiger for 5.
Yeah, a lot of +1s on this tiger. It's a big cat. All right, so no Pouncing Paws popped. I can't predict everything.
It's
And the
okay.
Arsenal.
Like I said, I think maybe it's an opportunity, and I hope you saw that. There was 2 cheese with that Cosmic Awakening. We're not getting fatigued today, boys.
We're definitely popping helmet before we get to that point.
Ladies and gentlemen, we could be getting to the end state of Cosmic Awakening for 20. Kiss of Death on the chain here.
Yep, and we are the Arachne Orb Weaver. Looks like it was activated, discarding Bonds of Agony. So this Kiss of Death is coming in for 6. Threatening that on-hit loss of life.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to
Yep, 6. Yep. Players just helping us out. Thank you. Always nice of them to represent what the number is, huh?
Right, good sports.
Yeah. And Gabriel once again digging through that graveyard, thinking, what do you got? What are you going to throw at me?
What left?
And playing against Assassin is like kind of like being a detective in a way.
Right.
You gotta find what is the follow-up here. And sometimes it's easy to tell, sometimes it's not.
Can I eat the vanilla? Are you going to throw something disrupted? Should I save some life?
I don't know. I'm just the assassin player throwing it at you. That's your choice.
Gabriel's got a lot of questions to answer.
And we're, starting off strong. 6. And you're marked. On hit, lose a life. 2 cards left in the hand. Just taking a reread on Orb Weaver. Said, yep, that is for 6. So, yeah, we got, yes, very powerful piece of Stains with a red back in Inez's hand. So this will get bumped up to 9 and have go again. And we will see Flick Knives activated for the first time this turn, no doubt, just because of double Kiss of Death here.
the real value of that card. Being able to flick it as a reaction and deal the damage anyway.
Yep, and Traverse put on the combat chain. Still thinking on blocks. Do we want to cover more, or do we want to just prevent 2, grab that chi? Looks like his hand was pretty good.
Right. Zen said, I'm going to do it again. Remember that big turn I had? Here comes another.
Yeah, I see a Tiger Swipe in his hand. Yep, just search for that chi and Ancestral Harmony to make those combo cards even bigger and maybe even get a free one.
The stains you mentioned coming in here for 9.
Yep, now it has go again. Yeah, that's a big chunk.
Gabriel electing to take it all.
And then another Kiss of Death to follow it up.
Such a brutal turn for Gabriel here.
Nasty. Our opponent is no longer marked, though, just because that Kiss of Death did hit.
Right.
Yep, so, but not too relevant here, just because we are not base Arachne.
Inez caught that.
This one coming in for 3. And guess what? I'm going to hit you again for 2 more damage off Flick Knives because it's Kiss of Death. That's a nasty little combo.
Maybe 4 if you don't want to give me a card.
Yep, thinking about giving a card. Man, again, digging through the grave. This is such a very back and forth game so far. Both players have had really good turns.
Gabriel.
This is where being teammates comes into play, is that you guys are both familiar with the game, right?
See, looking at his hand, I'm not. I think this is where we're like, all right, that pouncing pause, we're going to get a crouching tiger. We need that thing. We need a couple of tigers this turn to turn on our tiger swipe and our mauling key.
Yeah. And then blocking with Ancestral Harmony, preserving a little bit of that life there, but we're still going to take 2 thanks to Kiss of Death and Flick Knives.
Returning to the Brood, Arachne Marionette.
Yep.
We will pass over to Gabriel.
So would you have kept the Ancestral Harmony there and just taken the damage to maybe potentially fuel this turn even more? Or do you think it's a little awkward because we have Mauling Key and Tiger Swipe?
I think you gain more value out of blocking with that at that point, and you could also whiff, right? It's a little bit of a gamble. I like Gabriel's line. I think I would have took that as well.
I'm just going to start off with the stick. Oh, and there's the up sticks and run. The block 2 that we mentioned.
A lot of good cards these days are coming in the form of block 2.
Yeah. And then it was the Tiger from last turn. And good thing he kept it because we do have now the setup to go Tiger Swipe. Maybe make another Tiger. If not, okay, Zen, search for something else.
Right.
Tiger Swipe coming in. Not as threatening as it used to be back in the day.
Or even on a Sacred Arc turn.
Yep. And then it looks like we got another Take Up the Mantle and Isolate in our hand, but our opponent is not marked. So maybe we do kind of keep that and maybe Flick Knives, but it looks like we might be lining up some blocks here with it. And the last card there is, I couldn't see what it was. Yep, we're going to block with the Isolate and the Take Up the Mantle. Right, I believe that is Take Up the Mantle under there.
Believe so. Yeah, sometimes in Flesh and Blood, you got to decide whether or not your hand should be used defensively or offensively.
Yep. And this is a pretty big turn coming out from the Zen. And you know it's a powerful turn when they block with the helmet, right? You're like, oh, they got the nuts. I better do something back, but...
And the Tiger Swipe combo is one of those where sometimes you don't know if they need the Tiger or not, and sometimes you do. So I think Inez is deciding to respect it, saying, hey, maybe you do need that Tiger. I want to make sure I put some respect on Zen's name.
Yeah, and unfortunately it didn't really matter here because we have the Chi anyways, and we're going to get the Tiger anyways, so... Thinking about what we want to grab. So we know he's got Mauling Key left, and that's going to be the ender, most likely, right? So thinking about Chase the Tail. What else can we grab as a source of go again?
Aspect, I believe, if there was one.
Or even maybe another Tiger Swipe?
Or a Pouncing Key.
Pouncing Key?
One of our favorite cards for those of you viewers who don't know Jacob and I. Pouncing Key.
Hey, it's right there. Grab that one. Yeah, we're going to grab Aspect. Yep.
Yeah. Gabriel grabbing Aspect so he can make another Tiger.
Yep. Go ahead and throw it. 3. Go again. Make a Tiger. Oh, okay, so I didn't catch the last card that we blocked with, but there is the hand. Whatever is hiding under that isolate. Oof, this is just free damage. Because I don't think we're blocking with Flick Knives or Tunic unless we absolutely have to, unless it's lethal. Yep, and that was just free real estate there.
I don't know about you, Jacob, but I felt this game was very back and forth for a little bit, and Zen has kind of taken the driver's seat.
Yeah. And that's where, like, the Assassin has those relevant on-hits, but unless they, like, line up, and we saw Gabriel's D-Reacts kind of line up pretty well.
Right.
So, yeah, it definitely is. It was that back and forth, and here we see a little bit of a stumble pitching that sink below. He says, I got full tempo. You're at 5. I don't need this anymore.
I'm coming for you.
There's no way I keep this. And he has another D-React in hand anyways. Wax on.
Not exactly a Kodachi, but still pretty annoying to see the Taemin Kakara. Yanez considering using the Tunic.
And discard of the shelter to get full value. So now we got 2 prevention floating here.
Showing off the power of some of the new cards from the Hunted set.
Yep, into Tiger. We've rent that one pretty easy. Another Transcend. This is where Zen is so strong. If he's just able to transcend, search for my Tiger, grab my card.
Over and over and over.
You just need them to... we've seen that card before. Chase the tail.
No way. Is this that 1 for 7?
Pretty good. Oh, and we're just going to make full use of that Shelter from the Storm. Go ahead and block 3, prevent 1. Come in for Tiger for 4, I believe. Yep, Yanez left with 1 card. Did you catch what it was by chance?
I did. Oh, take up the mantle.
Take up the mantle again, unfortunately.
All right, so maybe just looking for a turn where Yanez can get a little bit of room and come back with something disruptive.
Yeah. There was a couple lines there. You probably Arsenal it, or you can maybe go for the gambling play and swing the Clave, and they'll most likely just take 1 and maybe you get Trapdoor to find a little more survivability next turn.
But
it's a big gamble. Yeah, it's a big gamble. Yeah. So now Zen, full tempo, 5-card hand. Cosmic Awakening, most likely not getting played this turn. So don't get too excited.
No, we're not.
Maybe in like 10. Maybe in like 10 more turns.
Yeah. When we get back to the other one, second cycle.
Oh yeah. Now we're just swinging. So now we're in a rough spot, unfortunately, because Assassin, Pouncing Paws, active. He smells blood in the water.
He said, my hand's a little clunky. I need to fill it.
Yeah, and we're slamming down cards. We feel the kill. Blocking with just a Nick and Persuasive. Blocking with very powerful equipment pieces.
Is he electing for +2 or go again here?
I think +2 because I believe he's got D-React in Arsenal and he's keeping a D-React in hand, unfortunately.
Yep, I saw the life total.
Yeah. So maybe Arachne can get a little bit of breathing room here, just because he does have a little bit of clunky hands with the D-Reacts. But yeah, he has a 3rd D-React in the form of Flick Flack and the
Tiger Swipe and a Rising Sun Setting Moon. Yeah. Not ideal. At this moment, I think Zen is like, please hit me.
I would if you would stop hitting me.
So I think this is exactly what Yanez was hoping for. It may be a little bit too late in the game, but let's see if Arachne can turn it around here.
I want to be hopeful, but unfortunately her hand is a little non-functioning here. It's all reds. We know in Arsenal is to take up the mantle, which doesn't work with any of these cards. So unfortunately, it's going to be just another pass, I think, unless we are able to keep 2 cards, and even then, it's just a swing with the dagger.
Right. Yen stumbled. Yanez stumbled.
Yeah. The issue is Assassin doesn't have as much armor, and Zen still is sitting at 4 armor, and can still threaten that Zen State token if he really wants.
Right.
Yeah. So we were able to keep 1 card in the form of Shelter, I believe.
Correct.
Yep. We're just gonna try and hold it. Draw back up.
Let's do it again.
What's Gabriel cooking with over here? Close the game.
Oh, Pouncing Key.
Pouncing Key. Rising Sun, Setting Moon. No blue has been played yet, though, right?
No, he's opting.
That's the first blue, yeah. So no Transcend on that one. Maybe just looking to filter. I didn't see what he put at the bottom there, but definitely looking to close out this game.
Probably one of the block cards are D-Reacts. Taman Kakar for 2.
Yeah. Into E-Strike for +2, because he's still sitting on that D-React.
Right.
Yep, and we're just grinding. We're taking cards. Gabriel says, I'll get there eventually. I'll just, in the meantime, keep taking all your cards.
Again, this is exactly what Yanez needed. I needed you to stumble. Unfortunately, Gabriel does have the D-React sitting in Arsenal.
Yep, but here we can at least do a cheeky little play and present Flick Knives, mark the opponent, play take up the mantle, turn it into something else, and, you know, maybe try and get through. But we'll see what she chooses. Potentially looking at Persuasive to kind of threaten a little more disruption.
Take a card of the opponent's hand.
Yep, and with the decks, you know.
And gain a life, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep, the life gain is pretty relevant here. Especially when you're at 1 and you're facing down a stick and tigers.
All that little ping for 1, it's hard to cover that up.
Yeah.
Where my calming breeze at?
Oh, they made a better version, Shelter of the Storm. Did you miss the memo? Blocks 4 too, in case you needed to.
Yanez really decided here between Infiltrate and Persuasive, it looks like.
Yeah. Infiltrate is, I just want to touch on that card a little bit because it's such it's a card that was not played until now, until you have those assassins that have the go again, right? So, and it is pretty good. I mean, yesterday at Calling Kobe, we saw an Arachne hit a Phantasmaclasm off the top against an Enigma.
Oh, right.
And that's really nasty.
It's got to be best bang for your buck
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I mean, so there, you know, your opponents play some good cards.
Yeah.
You know? And it's okay to play them too.
It just says you can play the card.
Yeah, no matter what it is, yeah. Unless it's an arrow, you can't shoot it.
Right.
Unlucky.
Has to be played from Arsenal.
Unlucky.
That is unlucky.
Our assassins left their bow at home.
Good into everybody else.
And there's the wax on. Go ahead and block for 5.
I think he's still taking 1.
Mm-hmm. And we chose Infiltrate as the target, so now we got a free 100 wins we can play, which we'll just go ahead and throw out
We'll
because,
get the value.
Yep, thanks to the mark, we have to go again. Might as well try to clean up that life deficit just a little bit.
Inez facing down. Zen with 3 cards. Tiger for 1, go again.
Yep, there's the Flick Knives block to try and sustain some life. Says, hey, thanks for the block, -1 anyways. Get a free resource, so now we can swing stick. Oh, up to 3 floating. Shout out my boys. Now, how do we kill here? Really thinking. You could Zen, find a source of go again, throw it, sink the Tiger for E-Strike.
Right.
And we're throwing a stick in between. I mean, that's a lot of damage. I don't know if we can cover all that up.
I think that's the line here. Let's see what Gabriel decides. He's looking through his deck. What threats do we
Deck
have
looking
left?
a little thin. Is that Breed Anger? Yeah, Breed Anger. I'm not too familiar with what that card does. Do you know what it does?
When this attacks, if a Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, this gets go again and create a Crouching Tiger in your banished zone.
Oh, okay.
So not terrible.
Yep, and so Breed Anger, choices, and I think we are going into that line that we were just talking about.
Right, and presenting a bunch of little attacks that you can't really cover them all up.
Yeah. Awkward breakpoints, too, especially when you're at 1 with no armor.
Just what Gabriel needed to get this last point of damage.
Yeah. Unfortunately for our Arachne player here, I think this is maybe looking like blood in the water here.
I think you might be right, Jacob.
But we're not going down without fire. We're going to mark you on the way out.
And you're going to have to hit us.
Yep, stick. Into E-Strike. Yeah, good game.
Good game.
Wow. So, yeah, a very interesting game. Congrats to Gabriel for that win. It was very back and forth there in the beginning, and then once Zen kind of was able to stabilize a little bit and not be disrupted, just constantly finding those transcend cards, right?
Right. He took the driver's seat and really never let off the brakes. Even on the turns where Zen stumbled a little bit, unfortunately, Arachne also stumbled just a tad and wasn't able to throw much back.
Yeah, when they were given a little bit of breathing room, they just didn't have anything to throw back, unfortunately.
Right.
But yeah, really good game. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we'll be back for round 4. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AGE Open for March. We are now into round 4 of Swiss. We have an AGE home game here, kind of. Introducing a new addition to the pro team in Patrick Ruberklava against esteemed, don't call me Boy Wonder, Colin, Mr. Kasai, Eriksson.
And if I'm not mistaken, Patrick is relatively new, dipping his toe in, been playing for about a year.
Yes, precisely. He's sort of like a fellow Magic carryover, and is really taken to Dash.io in particular, and is kind of an expert on her, despite being only in the game for roughly 12 months.
Right, 50% win rate, two top 8s, 21 points. Patrick's doing really well.
Yeah, really good conversion on that like time experience ratio. And we also have 2 experts with Colin on Kasai and Patrick on Dash.io, as we briefly touched on. Also a bit of our metagame breakdown. We have a decent spread in roughly 19 unique heroes across the 33 players that came out today. 5 Aurora, 5 Zen, 3 Vincent. So not many like of the main decks that you'd expect dominating the top, but like some of what we can expect, and a lot of familiar faces in the 3s, and a lot of one-offs heroes actually as well. What do you make of it?
I think that the specialist portion of them being the only deck for their hero,
Yeah.
I think that speaks volumes to their ability to pilot that through any matchup, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's unfavored or what have you, they're confident that going into this that they'll make you look their way.
Exactly. It's not like a misplaced confidence. It's a bravado in their hero that they know so well that they reckon that they can take it through just about any Swiss pairings that they have to reckon with.
Kasai, Colin with Kasai actually won the January.
Yes, he did, yeah. Remind everyone at home that no matter the odds or the CC outlook, Colin will be there with blood on the sand. Okay, so we're just about ready to walk ourselves into the matchup now. So without any further ado, we will cut to coverage right now. Colin on the left with Kasai, and Patrick on the right. Both players sitting at 2-1. We just wanted to feature a match that had a bit more of spice and heroes we hadn't seen hitherto today.
I don't want anybody getting bored, switching it up a little bit. Haven't seen any mechanologists yet, and haven't seen Kasai, so excited for this one. What do you think about this matchup, Marcus?
To be honest, like, the thing that speaks to me is the ability to run a lot of T-bones into Warrior, and even though they're comfortable giving dynamos every turn cycle, if you run, at least 2 wide on 2 different T-bones, you can start like peppering away equipment on the Warrior side, and basically start assuring that like boom grenades might be able to go off when the Warrior player in question is starting to like lack that armor later in the game.
I would have to think that maybe this is one of those matchups where the Dash player has to do a little bit of big braining, as they say, to make sure that they don't get fatigued. Warrior blocks so well, they
That's
run
true.
D-reacts.
There's always going to be that element. Patrick has opted to play Hanabi Blaster, which is a good way to convert boosts into evasive damage, being that it's 5 overpower for every 2 steam counters on it. Also opting for Goliath Gauntlet as well, so some big, powerful max V turns that we can probably expect. So Colin honestly opted to pass priority and do nothing. Patrick didn't have any item on top, so he couldn't filter, and will just instead have to rock the turn going second. With the 0 to 60 and boosting. Believe this is the blue?
It does look blue, a staple in Mechanologist. 2 go again.
Dynamo's coming out real quick. Blocking 1. Any grenades on top, asks Colin. No reactions from Patrick, as he says. Chipped by 1. Okay, so it was the blue. Closing the chain out. Spark for 2. I can probably assume this is a Teklo Pounder.
Having to pitch away the processor, I'm not sure if that is a feels bad moment or if Patrick is okay doing that. I would have to imagine it's probably not
Oh,
bad.
pardon me, no, not a Teclo Panda, a Plasma mainline.
Oh,
5 counters. Yeah.
It's been seen so little in Constructed that even Colin has to turn this card around and go, what does this do?
Plasma mainline, when it enters the arena with 5 steam counters on it, when it has no steam counters, destroy it. And you can, when a mechanologist item with cost 2 or less enters the arena, you may move a steam counter over. So keep your engine going, kind of.
Basically, yeah, absolutely anything you play of 2 cost or less in terms of items, you can scoot a steam counter from mainline to the one that you've just played. And now Colin starting off with a lot of reds here, unsheathed into Outland Skirmish. Very tall Cutlass over here in the Centauri Saber. Coming in for a very tall 8 go again. Patrick just taking it all on the chin. Colin gets his copper and then cleanly follows up with a hot streak for 2.
Both of these weapons, I want to add, kind of punish the mechanologist deck. There's not other things really you would be blocking with aside from attack actions.
Yeah, absolutely not. And also another bit of punishment here is provoke, a new card from the Hunted. So punishing Patrick's lack of blocks up front and demanding a card out of him regardless.
He says, you want to race me, but I want you to give me a card anyway.
Precisely that. Patrick giving some pause on what he wants to give. Ooh, a twin drive. He's got to have something a bit more solid in hand if he's willing to let a twin drive go, but then again, it is a double boost, so it accelerates that fatigue that we spoke about.
There's only a couple of turns I think you really want the double boost, right?
Yeah, twin drive into max V to make it ultra efficient. Coming in with a zipper hit, boosting. 5 go again. Colin staring down, a few redundant cards in hand. Says Dynamos are fine on this chain link.
The value of Dynamos already shown themselves off, right? Colin's already, this is the second time blocking with them.
However, this is something that Patrick can punish because he sent a T-bone for just 1, and now Colin is losing a slight bit of value on his balance by blocking with the Guardwell 2 on an attack for 1. So maybe a bit too hasty to put Dynamos on the wrong chain link, hey?
It's a feels bad, but I mean, can you play around it, right? You're probably priced in when you see a mechanologist. You're just hoping not to lose courage, I would imagine.
That's true, just a little of that. Playing a grenade off the top. Interesting. So Patrick is going to prolong this grenade for actually more than just the turn cycle after this by using that steam counter that can come from mainline to put on the grenade. So threatening that on hit for future turns.
I think this looks like a little bit of that setup that I was talking about, right? Like they got to get something else going other than just the run it down mid strat, or else Warrior is just going to take advantage of the value system that they got going on.
Absolutely. Especially considering Hanabi Blaster is a weapon that's entirely reliant on you boosting away the rest of your deck to even like function.
Correct.
So we got run through, no block said Patrick, took 2, and now just Saber for 4, pumped up to 7 with In the Swing. No reactions here, he says.
He says, let's go. Off to the races.
How fast can we go, Patrick? 1 steam counter will come off the grenade at the start of this turn.
Mechanologist has always been a scary deck to play against. The only RNG aspect to it is, am I playing my red cards or am I boosting them away?
That's true. Yeah, am I having to send blues and boost reds, or is it the other way around? Oh, very nice 0 to 60 promo rainbow foil. Coming in for 4. Threaten that break point for grenade. Colin says, I don't care about the breakpoints, you can just deal the grenade to me. Which does mean that Patrick doesn't get that leverage by threatening to trigger the grenade on successive breakpoints. So everything further on this chain, unless he plays another grenade, is just like raw damage for the most part.
And I think that's just an educated decision, right, on Collins' side, because is he going to be able to block out every breakpoint you have?
That's true. Well, unfortunately, milling away a maximum velocity here. But a heist can put something item-wise from banished in. So this is actually a relevant on-hit here. Colin going to give the 5 and respect it all the same. I didn't quite see what was in banished for Patrick to try and put in via heist. I'm going to play Optical Monocle off the top anyway, which is a really good piece for Dash.io in particular because of the amount of opting you can do to filter whatever the hell you want on top of your library.
Patrick still unable to get a counter, or yeah, and Hanabi Blaster has yet to receive a counter.
That's true. If he were on the Symbiosis shot, he would have at least like 3 to 4 counters at this point.
Right. Oh, okay, here we go. He uses the item, gets a counter.
Coming in, chipping 3 with that 0 to 60 that he recycled, and passing after that, getting 1 counter on Hanabi, as you said. Colin fairly comfortable now with the 2-card hand, the Warrior, dual-wield bread and butter. But banishing some yellows and reds to threaten Kasai here. Just keeping the information close to the chest is Colin right now, just sending the hot streak. If you were Patrick in this position, Jonah, would you be giving armor on these blocks, or is it a bit too hasty?
I definitely think stopping Kasai from getting the value of her money machine is worth it. You are scared to get punished with a react, but I think as Dash you can't really play around that. So I think I'm with you. I think I would give a piece of armor here to see if I can stop the gold generation.
Yeah, especially because like Patrick is priced into racing at this point. Despite doing some setup, he's an aggressive deck at the end of the day and doesn't block all that well once the armor's gone. So he just has to force Colin to have it. And that's fine, because this is just Blade Runner. It's carried into the next turn. But that Blade Flurry that we didn't know about will get him over the top.
Yep.
So secures that gold.
That's what we were a little worried about, but you can't do anything about it as Dash, really.
Then coming in for quite a tall 7 on the back end. Filtering a grenade out of hand to put a yellow one into play.
At the beginning of my turn, it'll have to. Well, oh, sorry, yes, sorry. 2. Yeah. Yes.
Another thing that Plasma Mainline does with the boom grenades and Colin deciding to let it hit is he kind of takes away the value of Plasma Mainline.
That's true.
You know, I'm going to have it around for a couple of turns, and Colin says, yeah, I'm going to let it hit.
Yeah, because if you're just bold enough to take the raw damage, it doesn't threaten you, and all those breakpoints don't mean anything, like we said earlier.
Right.
Okay, cleaning up. Colin has his gold in hand and goes into the next turn. Spending his arsenal, but in a good position. Still in a very firm life lead of 20. Seeing how Patrick will retort. Using Monocle to do some opting. Didn't like the top. Takes another peek. This item is such a good synergy piece with Dash.io in particular because of the free information you get from the top of your library just via your hero power. 0 to 60. Yellow, boosting a blue, 0 to 60. Getting a 3-block out of Colin's hand. Closing the chain once more.
Yeah, I wouldn't count Dash.io out just yet. I've seen this deck do some crazy stuff, and as you can see, Patrick is a specialist with this deck. He knows exactly what he's doing, syncing all these cards, looking for a specific piece.
He's definitely got the value matrix in his head, thinking, how do I bridge this life golf? Maybe a spark of genius here or there. Another threat of the grenade here. Another twin drive goes to the banished. Colin's going to respect it with 2 cards. And then Colin has a 1-card hand to go into this turn with. Will he... Oh, just a 1-card snatch. And it's white border to do a little bit of trolling, as we say.
Who knows? Maybe he thinks it's prettier.
I've actually done a similar thing with white bordered cards, but because I've never won a gold foil myself, I've taken a golden Sharpie and like colored in the white borders of the white card and said, "This is a golden pummel now," and it's a yellow pitch.
That is awesome.
Patrick did respect it and give some blocking cards and armor, I believe. Goes into his turn. Just like that Plasma Purify is meant to be functioning, or not Purify, the main line, pardon me, is extending that life duration of the Boom Grenade. And T-Bone Red does demand more out of Colin and maybe makes it a bit awkward how he wants to block with armor.
Absolutely, just like we were talking about before.
And I'd also argue punishing him on previous turns, like he could have comfortably given Dynamos and his balance, but instead he uses his courage. And honestly, if I am a mech, even though I'm not getting cards out of my opponent, in the long run, getting armor from them is pretty nice on one chain link for another grenade. Do this again. However, I'm pretty sure he will opt to crank, so he still has an action point. Processor. Giving that an extra steam count is pretty huge, because then he... Actually, he didn't want to crank it and get an Arsenal. He just passed turn and votes for patience.
Disciplined play, some might say.
I mean, Patrick is accruing quite a board state of his own, so... Maybe if he's prepared to block some of these on-hits and keep Colin off of the powerful Kasai turns, maybe he does find his line through with like only the best cards of his deck. Colin now coming in with Spoils of War on Saber, 4 go again, on threat, 2 copper on hit.
If we're in Patrick's spot here, we're really just hoping that you cannot present lethal so we can have our crazy kind of clapback with our boom grenades and our processor on top.
Yeah, exactly that. He's going to give Crown of Providence. Is he going to give it alone or within another card? Nope, just alone. Sinking away Teklo Core. Drew 0-60. Colin had the reaction to go over the top anyway. So Patrick is sinking 4 below, all the way to 6. So he's only got a fifth of Colin's life total.
Follow-up of 4. And as long as there's no pump, Patrick is safe. And correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus, but I think you're at the point in the game where you have to say, if you got it, you got it. But I need my hand to throw back at you.
Yeah. Hence why Patrick is picking up Colin's graveyard to see if there could be the reaction that he's fearing, which is probably in the swing. Gives it some more thought. He's got blocking cards. I think he holds another processor in hand as well, so it's good that he did use his Crown of Providence here because he had 2 items in hand, which is not where you want to be when you're staring down possible lethal. Oh, and Colin had no reaction, so he sinks all the way to 2. Patrick is on the precipice right now, but does have 3 cards to use. Only 1 grenade, because the other one bites the dust at this point.
So counter's off. 1 boom grenade goes.
But with action point manipulation that you get out of Cranks and of... he does have his Achilles still available to him. Maybe he can close more of this gap with his processor.
All right, let's see if Patrick is going to be able to bait out this on-hit effect. Colin covers it right up.
Yeah, because we know for the information that we hold as eyes in the sky, he does have an item that he could possibly put out, but he's just going to use the processor as pitch. Goes to 4 floating. You can get two pitches. The sequel to 3 floating, 4. They just add in 1 more guy. Still with his optical monocle to preview more of what he can boost and cast, but Patrick looks a little apprehensive about this. 0 to 60. Boost to blue, that's what we want. Coming in for 4, still the breakpoint on the grenade. Colin still with his dynamos available. He said no blocks. Penetration script is pretty good.
And I think we're going to gain an action point off of that.
I think he definitely has to, because this game isn't going too much longer. He wants the card draw out of his processor.
He's deciding to take the plasma mainline counter.
That's interesting. I suppose if you wanted to keep either of these two items, you definitely want your penetration script still, because the mainline has already served its function.
Right.
So now 5 go again. Dynamize does not cover it up adequately. Colin seen as a Blade Runner on top and opts to keep it there. Takes 1, that becomes an additional 3 from Yellow Grenade.
Here I was thinking Mechanologist didn't have attack reactions.
They can surprise you. This last card from Patrick. A Pulse Wave Harpoon. Might be something good here. Does get another counter on Hanabi.
Opts to put it on the penetration script.
No block, said Colin, but has a reaction to cover it up as well.
The players just discussing about what Colin revealed for Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Patrick gives it some more thought. Yes, Patrick does have more than one action point here after cranking off the top of his library. Anabi comes in for 5 over power. Processor will net him a card. Closes the chain out. And then Arsenal passes.
Feeling, I don't know about you, but feeling a little lackluster on the side of Dio. Maybe it just wasn't our game.
Yeah. He also has not been able to cash in the Goliath gauntlets, just +2 damage on a 2-cost or better, because he just hasn't found them to send, really. Done a bunch of banishing them, though. Kind of unfortunate. Here's an Unsheathed from Colin. And we'll make a swing of Saber for 5 go again.
Unsheathed, one of the new cards from Rosetta. Looking to be a staple in Warrior. Your next sword attack gets +3, and if it's greater than its base,
Yes.
it will have go again.
I believe it's greater than twice its base. They like that wording a lot.
Yeah, twice its base.
Patrick needs to give 2 blocking cards, bringing Saber up to a 6. But dodging death right now. Blade Runner will give it a boost anyway for the next chain link, and then Streak will come in for 5. Basically asking every card out of Patrick's hand. Counting himself somewhat lucky that he didn't have any items in hand. But tempo is now back into Colin's side of the ballpark.
And with Patrick at 2 and no grip, you know, I'm not really sure what we can do on the Dash.io side here.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. So there'll be 2 down ticks of steam counters. He does have an Arsenal, so maybe it's a 0 cost that he might be able to use. Gives it some thought. We have 33 minutes on the clock, Patrick. We are in no rush right now.
What do you think he's contemplating?
Saying I forgot to I was thinking about what I'm doing. You're right. Thank you.
No need to rush him, Mr. Erickson.
Yeah. This game
I just said that we have plenty of time.
going to play as Yurtis.
That was a 1-card play. Okay. So 5 go again here.
Fast and Furious coming in clutch here, banishing it twice, just loading steam counters back up on whichever item you need it on.
Yeah, pretty handy little tool that came from the Armory deck for Dash.io. Colin very confident on just laying down dynamos. The only thing Patrick has left to do with his action point is use his optical. He's given pause for thought here. I wonder how... Okay. Yeah, that is a viable action to take, yeah. Refill the arsenal after spending it. There are so many... I think, actually, this is what makes Dash.io quite complex, and you need a really wrinkled brain to pilot, is that there are so many permutations and avenues that happen with different lines and the ways that the game can go, and then you add in matchup knowledge as well.
Right. Like we were saying earlier, I think the big brain deck.
It's not just like windmill slam a bunch of boost cards down and call it a day. Colin now with a blood on her hands turn. Can probably imagine what modes he's going for, paired with an unsheath. So he's got 2 swings out of Saber, marked by that counter. Is also threatening Kasai for what it's worth, because he wants his gold back after popping it. Here's 7 go again.
This is that value machine we were talking about earlier with the gold and swinging for free.
Yep.
Warriors in full effect here.
So Colin getting respect out of Patrick. Oh, and there's a boom grenade, and that's all she wrote. Unfortunately, you can't block a hot streak if your aim does not block. So, well played by Colin, recognizing how the matchup goes, and also getting decently lucky with some of the variants that Patrick ran into, despite his best efforts to set up with a bunch of items and play for a longer game. Colin just held the life lead for a lot longer than Patrick could have been done.
Yeah, not to discredit Colin's gameplay at all, but I'm with you there. I think there was a little bit of variance on the Dash.io side, and it didn't feel that good, but Patrick did what he could.
Exactly. We're going to go for just a little break, and then we'll be back with an interview with the winner, Mr. Colin, the boy wonder, not boy wonder, don't call me boy wonder, Erickson.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jonah Overhole at the Age Open here, and I have Colin Erickson. He just piloted a win, Kasai versus Dash.io. How are you feeling, Colin, after that win?
Feeling pretty good. I was, excited. Like Dio, I think he actually beat me in an RTN last time.
Okay.
So got some revenge to do, and I mean, I don't know. The deck hummed.
Got a little payback. So, in your experience, we were talking about this during the match. Is this a typical turnout for Dash versus Kasai?
I think Dash got a little bit unlucky. He's running like a solid like maximum velocity version. He's got the what are the barrel shots called, the shotgun, which is great. And he wasn't really able to get that online. I think he shot the gun once. He banished a max V, wasn't able to hit them. So I'd say definitely like lower damage expectations on his part. I'd say the matchup is favored for Kasai.
Okay.
Especially if you're able to go first and not let Dio set up items and stuff. It just means that like you're starting like 2 or 3 turns before the Dio is starting, right? Because their first turn is set up an item, get the plasma main line out,
Did you experience any kind of awkward draws yourself, or did you feel pretty happy the entire game?
I felt decently happy. There was a couple odd moments with gold actually, where I was like, well, I want to draw off gold, but like I have this D-react, and so I didn't really want to. I didn't want to just draw and get some random card that I can't play, and then I've wasted the gold. Okay. So I was a little worried about like not quite getting value there, but. So as the match went on, I was able to draw off gold, and then, hitting that blood in her hands at the end is the perfect usage of all the resources.
Right. So one of the questions I did personally have was with the plasma mainline. It seemed as the game plan was, all right, if they're going to block me out, I'm going to keep this whatever tool I have for an extra turn or two. And you kind of just let that hit. Was that intentional, the first one?
Yeah. Plasma mainline is cool, but it's no value by itself, right? It's just extra time,
right?
And that extra time can be good because like Dio does sometimes just get fatigued in this matchup. But yeah, something that happened was if the boom grenade is going to be around for 2 turns or 3 turns because 2 counters, like I'm not really going to be able to block that. And I was a little bit thinking in my mind that I'm not going to block this boom grenade, but there's still a chance as Dio boosts and goes through draws that they're going to hit another boom grenade. They're going to hit more gas. So I was like, I don't really need to commit the dynamo here. I know Dio's going to send more, and I know I don't really want to block out this turn. I had like solid offensive hands all game, and I feel like I really wanted to compound that advantage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, let one hit, and then if on the next attack they have to play out another boom grenade and they try and crank it, and then this one I can really get them on, then like we'll do it.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, I just personally excellently piloted. Kasai is definitely fierce in your hands, and you're showing her why she's not a dead deck. I like that. So outside of Flesh and Blood, what have you? Let's start here. Have you always lived in California?
Yes.
Okay.
Born and raised San Marino.
Okay, very nice. So this is home to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And aside from dominating the Flesh and Blood competitive scene, what do you do? What do you do for fun?
A lot of things. Flesh and Blood, but I've been really getting into Dungeons and Dragons, like the role playing game, that sort of thing. A lot of my friends are also into it, so we're really just getting together.
Such a good time
and stuff. Super fun. Like it's an excuse to hang out with friends, and you just get to have a whole day of having fun. And that's been really sick.
And you get to do like whatever you want. For those of you who don't know, I imagine most of you do, but you could be a wizard, you could steal from the bar, Are you typically evil or are you good?
Generally good. I feel like they tend to lean good. If you want to save the world, like okay, you want to have a decently good enough character, even if they're not like morally righteous.
Right, slightly good, but we're not killing people.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. Do you go to school?
Yeah. Okay. I'm currently in Pasadena City College. I'm studying computer engineering, and so that's kind of what I've been doing when I'm not doing Flesh and Blood. It's actually been one of the reasons why I haven't been able to go to as many things recently. It's just because school has been important, and I've wanted to focus on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Erickson has been busy and unable to participate in Flesh and Blood events, but he won the first Age Open, and he's doing pretty good right now.
Not bad, yeah. AG events, I gotta go to them, right? Like they're such good times. I really
Hometown.
always try and try and carve out time for that, even if like some of the other stuff has not quite been as consistent.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
nice. Okay, and let's do, what's your favorite song or favorite genre of music if you don't have one song?
Favorite genre of music. So okay, sort of weirder stuff. I really like musicals and stuff. But so yeah, like on the way here, I'm listening to random stuff from like Heathers and random stuff from there's this weird musical like exhibition called 35mm, like the photo
Okay.
cameras and stuff.
Not like West Side Story or I think that's one of the only musicals I know about.
There's a lot of them, and I like a lot of them. Never actually listened to West Side Story, but others definitely.
Others, go check it out. Everybody.
Yeah, Wicked. I like listening to.
Wicked.
Let's see, a whole bunch of them. There's one called "Ride the Cyclone," which is this like it's a musical about some people who basically ride a roller coaster and die, and the whole musical is them arguing who gets to be brought back to life. Some very, very zany personalities.
Interesting.
A whole bunch of stuff. But it does mean that my like my car ride over songs are very strange. Very, very not quite the standard pop songs.
Okay.
But yeah.
Very
That's
nice.
my vibe.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, of course.
I'm lining it up. I got 24 questions. Do
Oh, yeah.
you have any history with card games at all, or is Flesh and Blood your first?
I do have some history. So a lot of it's been digital because for the longest time I was like, I don't want to deal with the hassle of like collecting all the cards. You know, it's a lot of stuff there.
Expensive.
Yeah, expensive too. But I really got into Legends of Runeterra, and that's a great card game. It's unfortunately dead now. Well, it's shifted to a PvE version, but anyway, pretty much dead. The competitive scene's dead at least.
Right.
But it was so cool, in fact, that I was playing it. I was consuming a bunch of content, and this one guy, Caleb Van Patten, goes by Majin Bay, kept talking about this game called Flesh and Blood, and I went, okay, well, I got to try it out.
Right.
And that's actually how I got into it. Was through Legends of Runeterra and through this Legends of Runeterra YouTuber. And yeah, I was able to just like try and jam games with a friend on Talishar. We both had no clue what we were doing. I was playing a banned deck. I was playing Oldhim because back then Talishar didn't actually restrict you from playing banned cards.
Oh, back in the day.
Yes. Or at least didn't restrict you as much because I was playing Oldhim and he was very clearly LL'd. But yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. And kind of at the same time as Flesh and Blood, a bunch of my friends got into Magic, so I've played a bit of that, but nothing like competitive, just very like casual Commander and things. And
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. Since then, I don't know. I've explored card games. I've like touched on Hearthstone. I've touched on
Right.
bunch of stuff.
Right.
And I don't know. It's all sick.
Yeah. Do you think that touching these other card games and experiencing like different mechanics and the way games are set up, that those processes of learning those games, does that help you in other card games, like in Flesh
Yeah.
and Blood, for example?
I'd say so. Like, it's definitely, I don't know, each game has kind of their own different evaluation of what is value and what is good and what is bad. But there's definitely been times where I go, wait a minute, this is just like in Flesh and Blood. I had one time in, I think it was a Magic game where they have a card that it was playing some draft, and they have a card that says like, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You can reveal one of these one card of a specific type, and then put the rest to the bottom. And I used it, but I used it not for its ability, but I used it to put cards into the bottom until I put my board wipe to the top of the deck. And I was able to draw it, and I was like, this is just Flesh and Blood. This is pitch stacking.
Strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool.
So, yeah.
So we've talked about cards. We've talked about where you're from, what you do. Can you tell me more about you said computer engineering?
Yeah, computer engineering. I think it's all neat. I really do like the AI and stuff, which has taken on a very different tone since like ChatGPT and all that stuff came out.
Oh,
but,
yeah. Good point.
But like all, just the computer systems. I liked to mess around with making little like games and stuff, and just all that was cool. And then from like a kind of background standpoint, I feel like I was pretty solid in math and science, and like this has been something that I've been able to pick up pretty quickly, and just I don't know, it opens the door to do so many cool things.
Right.
I had an internship actually at Caltech of all places, which was super sick, and I got to do this this like modeling of like these little strands of DNA and how they concatenate and how they do, and I'm like, this is just such a cool thing to do,
Right.
that I can do with this major, computer engineering, even though like, and it's so much more than the coding.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Hey,
don't know, man.
Colin, I really appreciate you sharing with me. I think I would love to talk more about computer engineering. I'm going to let you take a break, though, and get ready for the next round. Congratulations, and thanks again
Yeah.
for chatting with me.
Absolutely. Hope to be back in the top 8.
You'll get your way up there. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick short break, and we'll be back with the next round at the March AGE.
Boy Wonder emerges victorious once again on camera, Jake. A proud display by young Colin.
He's always winning. He's too good at the game. Every time he's on camera, he wins. Even off camera, he wins.
Basically, he just kind of rubs it in our face all the time, especially as like the youngest part of the team.
Yeah.
I would like to highlight our sponsors for today's AGE. Top Deck Keep again are graciously letting us use their store. Thanks to them. They've got a nice array of products and TCGs on offer, so thanks again to them for hosting us. I want to take another reminder on upcoming AGEs that we have. So we have 2 more dates to put into your calendars, people. April the 5th for our April Open, and then a bit more time, like sort of nearly almost 2 months after that. May the 24th is the May Open, so a bit longer across from that. Maybe more time for another sub-meta game to develop in Classic Constructed in that time. We also have our next AGE East going on at Great Stories, Commerce and Gaming, Wittensville, MA, 30th of March. So on the other side of this month, that one's taking place, but this will be Classic Constructed, not the RTN that we were sort of piggybacking onto for the trial of AGE East. This is a full CC Open that will be taking place.
Yeah,
as
so
well.
this is the first time we're going to see the CC meta out there on the east side, right?
For all the things that the East Coast are basically like yapping about and saying how they're the greatest, they get to prove it in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, show us what they got. Is Aurora still just the best deck across the nation, or
could be
maybe something else will step up?
I mean, we're seeing the something else step up right now because like we've got another feature match coming up where we have Chris Iali on Vincent, actually a popular hero in CC that we've seen quite a few times this year with Inez. Coming back on stream again with Marionette with something to prove. She took her last match against a Victor that I saw that went to a bit of a grind. I saw a Miller's Grindstone with at least 1 counter on it.
Oh, wow,
so
yeah, that is grindy.
not the greatest game state you want to end up in. So we will take our leave over to that match right now.
Sweet. Yeah, this is a super exciting match. We got Vincent rising out of the shadows and Arachne literally lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, right?
So even though they're not both the Shadow talent, both of them know the Shadows.
Yeah.
Well. What do you make of the matchup, Jake, considering that these are 2 classes that you're fairly familiar with? Maybe more the Assassin side is your expertise.
It can be a little grindy, especially if the Vincent player comes prepared with those D-reacts and is just kind of prepared to just outvalue you and throw efficient 1-card like 9s or 1-card 8s, you know. So I think it's really kind of like on the Assassin player to really just have the tempo the entire game and make sure that our Vincent doesn't get the ball rolling with those incantations, etc.
Yeah, because as you say, if the ball does get rolling, it's easy to like kind of steamroll that tempo over the Assassin player who has to be on the back foot all the time. And another thing I would think of is that Marionette doesn't actually have the greatest array of blues as part of the resource space. So pitching to Rune Chance can sometimes be like a bit too much of an ask on certain hands, but I guess we'll see that play out.
Yeah, because, you know, Arachne is not new. We don't want to run a bunch of blues. We want to run those efficient stealth attacks that come in for 3, but +1 off of Arachne's ability. So Arachne, in a way, is kind of built like Uzuri, where you want to run like 12 to 15 blues. Because you're not really looking to swing the daggers every single turn, especially with the flick knives. So
yeah, you want to be lean and mean with all this disruption that you're running.
And then I think the interesting thing to point out here, right from the start, that kind of grasped my attention is the AB slot on the Arachne in the chest spot. Now, normally I like personally replacing the mask just because I do think the mask is kind of one of the weakest parts of the armor set. It is nice to have the 2 block, but I prefer having the mask over replacing Tunic. Yeah,
it is interesting giving up Tunic for an entire game because should the game go any longer, all those grinding turns of getting to 3 counters, you've basically said goodbye to in sideboarding.
Yeah, and especially with all the dagger retrieval cards, it's really easy just to pop Tunic to grab your dagger back and you know, without pitching anything.
Yeah, Tunic is so part of the curve of how Assassin is built that it's hard to imagine the class without it. You're exactly right. We see Eunice starting off the turn, put first. We'll fill the graveyard with Command and Conquer. Just ask for 2 cards out of Chris to 30.
And again, we saw this on the last stream game where she discards Reaper's Call blue at the very start, just to start that mark, and she's very comfortable rolling into a different assassin.
That's really efficient.
Now, I'm not good with Roman numerals, so hopefully...
There's a 4.
Okay, 4.
So
I don't want to get it wrong.
If you have the I before the V, that's a 4. If you have it after the V, that's a 6.
Well, I think it's last time she was on stream, it was like upside down or sometimes right up. And we kept getting it wrong.
That's probably where the confusion came from. Roman numeral A, it's an upside down V. So she has transformed into Arachne Redback.
Which just kind of gives you that natural source of go again without actually needing to hit, which is really powerful.
Just spending a card to get an action point and +3 is very reliable.
Yeah.
Chris started off with a banish of a Cull, making a rune chant.
Yeah. Kind of debating on if he wants to play it out or not.
I have to wonder. Well, he's just going for a flail swing, so he guarantees that he's going to be able to use Cull. This is not to say that this is the end of his turn, because he holds cards back. He could always activate Creepers should he want to.
We're actually pitching Sink Below here.
I mean, I guess if you expect just a flail hit, it's not going to do you much good.
Yeah.
Bit of a dead card to have. See how Chris responds here. Says that's okay. Does play the Cull out. So despite using very little and swinging for very small increments of damage, it took 3 cards away from these.
Yeah, I don't think she was expecting the Cull to be quite played there.
Different way to approach it, honestly, with that card. Mark of the Black Widow here for 2. And just 1, pardon me.
Yep. Just for 1, threatening that Redback activation. But it looks like Chris does have some defensive tools at hand there. So I think last turn he held back a Sink Below and Haunting Rendition, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, taking a glance at this.
Yep, go ahead and activate the Redback.
Haunting Rendition will do the damage prevention and create a rune chant here. So neatly covered up.
Inez commenting that's pretty good.
And then Redback will return to the Brood at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Chris starting his turn off, banishing a Eloquent Eulogy that he will send onto the combat chain quickly here with 2 rune chants.
Well, still has that threatening Deathly Will in there as well in case he wants to activate Creepers here and is somehow able to make some more rune chants. Continue the turn.
Yeah, we have seen in previous games just how deadly the hidden information can be from Vincent with cards in hand and arsenal, because there are so many instances where you can just magic out a not just a Blood Moon, but a Cull.
Yeah.
Or a Succumb to Temptation.
Yeah, and the thing is also about this matchup is that you have to be kind of careful about banishing your opponent's cards, because in some scenarios, Vincent's perfectly fine with you filling up their second hand and kind of going, pretty wide here.
Yeah, leave no witness can be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see the Succumb come down.
So Chris is working with a Tarantula Toxin, I believe, Shred, Yellow, and Mark of the Black Widow. Not the greatest hand, honestly.
Interesting. Chooses to take the Shred. There's some merit there to take the only attack in hand.
And then follows up with Flail to threaten a rune chant should it connect. He's actually going to buy a card out of your knees.
Yeah, interesting. I would imagine a Arsenal pass here from Arachne. Unless we're just going to throw that mark and maybe try and bait out the Flick Knives activation here.
I guess at the very least it can buy a card out of Chris.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if that's the greatest value proposition here.
Yeah. So Chris could have taken the only attack out of the hand there and kind of just prevented this.
That's true. I think he doesn't want the headache of playing around a Shred, even if it is public information. And he's comfortable staying marked because none of these hits are coming through.
Yeah. And then number 2 coming in, Funnel Web.
Oh, wait, pardon me.
Close enough. They're all some sort of spider, right?
I've played enough of Arachne Limited that maybe I should know all of the Brood off by heart. Widespread Ruin.
Oh, hard casting from hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Chris kind of showing that he's not afraid to kind of just build up that blood debt zone and wait for a better opportunity.
Yeah. Wait for a wider turn, basically.
We see some good defensive pieces in Yanez's hand, as long as, well, this Savor Bloodshed and an Infiltrate.
Thing is, I think that's 4 reds in hand.
Yeah, so we're definitely not getting any value off of this Savor Bloodshed, but we do have a sink if we want to use it and try and maybe find a blue.
Yeah, putting it in Arsenal and like Chris remaining marked could be a good idea.
Yeah. Let's see. Or if he wants to hold it to maybe activate the Funnel Web ability to kind of get Chris's Arsenal.
That's true. She always has that option of taking any dead assassin card to be basically a Iron Sun response.
Yeah, and that's the fact with transforming is that all those on hits are always prevalent as long as you have an extra assassin card.
Yeah.
Pitching
Interesting
shelter.
to pitch the shelter away. Comfortable she is with like going for
Slowly
second
blocking
cycle.
out, yeah.
Not syncing with sink below. Just covering it up.
Throw an Infiltrate, see if we can get something we can play.
That's true.
But the thing is, if it's a Rune Gate card, then Chris can just play it before us.
That's very true. Which I hadn't thought about in this matchup.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Infiltrate's a funny card, but I'm glad that it's been brought back or brought into the meta, whereas it was never before.
Yeah, it didn't really have much of a home before Marionette and Slippy. You could use it in Azuri, but without Razor's Edge or another reaction, it didn't really have much going for it. It's more like a way of spooking your player across from you.
Exactly, yeah. These go wide assassins definitely making use of their tools that other ones haven't before.
Maybe we can take a peek at what Chris is actually working with.
I
think he's got his Oblivion in hand.
Now we saw our last Vincent player kind of hold that card for, I think, 3 turns and make sure it got casted.
Yeah, Austin used it to great effect.
Yeah,
like,
and I mean,
Nazareth came in 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, and in this matchup, we could maybe see that as well because assassins, they would have to throw a lot of resources into that Nazareth to get rid of it.
It was the same sort of dynamic in the matchup against Ira that Austin was leveraging Nazareth because both Ira and assassins have low-powered, low-to-the-ground daggers that don't really like take out these big allies unless they send like a 2 for 6.
Yeah. Which we've already seen Command and Conquer gone, so at least one of them, right?
Yeah. Although, speaking from assassin piloting that I've done myself before, you're okay with a CNC being in the graveyard early on because it's just a Codex target.
Yeah. Although in this deck, you would have to set it up, and without Tunic, it's a little harder because the classic play line is pitch a blue for Dagger, Codex, Tunic, grab the CNC, right?
So Chris using Oblivion to just make a Rune Chant to grasp, and then use Envelop and Darkness to get a Vincent activation, I believe.
Yep.
Making one of these 3 Rune Chants unpreventable, guaranteeing Deathly Whale to nab him 2 Rune Chants on the back end. Coming in for 9 and 3 here.
Yep. Gonna go ahead and guarantee that we have 2 for next turn, too.
And he still has Funeral Moon available to him in Banished.
Really thinking about this block. This is the thing with Vincent is that it comes in for such high numbers, and it's like almost Guardian-like.
A little bit.
Yeah.
That is a way of thinking about it.
Like such high numbers, but also with the split damage. Like, so fun.
There's also a lot of player skill expression in what you leave in Banished for future turns, even though it's public information and like your opponent can stare at your Banished zone and go, I know what's coming, but I don't know where it's going to come in.
Yeah. And we're just taking all of that?
Interesting.
Whoa, that's a big hit.
Quite a chunk of the life total. Chris closes out the chain and makes his follow-up 2 Rune Chants, and then 1 more from Funeral Moon here.
Yep. Give us 3 for next turn, kind of lessen the damage we're taking from ourselves.
Just take 1 Blood Debt to Deathly Delight in Banished and pass back.
Yeah. I think Yanez just kind of says, ooh, her hand, I think she bonds just a Nick, Tarantula Toxin. Yeah, she said this is worth the damage.
I'd say so too.
Yeah. Now, hopefully, Chris doesn't draw into too much defense, and hopefully we're able to make this connect.
I mean, I don't see too many defensive options in his hand. I see Deadwood Dirge and Malefic.
Yeah, and then hopefully we'll be able to give him a bunch of blood debt to where he starts taking a bunch of damage from himself, or we can grab a bunch of those rune chant generating cards out of his deck to make it a little harder on the Vincent player.
Now, an interaction that happens in the new matchup is that if you place rune-gated cards onto the combat chain blocking a stealth card, you can actually banish them to put them into your banish zone and rune-gate them anyway. That interaction I know about.
Yeah.
Chris instead opting for Face Purgatory proc, forcing Muniz to give up one card first, but still making it to 3 reactions on this chain link. Bringing Bonds of Agony online.
Yeah.
It's going to be very large because it's just the Nick and Razor's Edge.
Coming in for
Big
magic
number.
number is 12. And Chris is covering 7 at the moment.
Yep.
Oh, 13. Yep, just making sure we're doing the math right. I always have to do this too, especially with Marionette because of the +1 off the mark. I always got to make sure I remember that.
Yeah, little breakpoints do still make that difference.
Yeah, so coming in for 13. Currently blocking 7. I don't think he can cover this up unless he's got 2 reacts.
It is entirely possible that he drew into a reaction off of Face Purgatory, but I don't think, based on the way he's riffling that hand, that he did. He's just like, I'm going to take it, and I'll let you glance.
I also think he's got double Deadwood Dirge. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and rip 2 more cards out of his hand and force him to banish that Shadow Puppetry.
To be honest, it's 2 cards out of hand, and then the last one hopefully in library that she can take.
Yeah.
Those also represent just a lot of damage, even if you cash them in on the same turn. Just like make a rune chant into 3, and then make another rune chant into 3, and then send a massive rune gate turn.
Yeah. That's massive. Chris cannot be happy about that.
Yeah. At least he has his Shadow Puppetry available to him with Deathly Wail. But I wonder what he'll actually throw back.
Well, he's going to have to banish the Shadow Puppetry.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So that card's just a rune chant now.
This shows how much Vincent I've actually physically played, because I think of that and go, oh, he has a 1-card play. Oh.
No.
Oh, I have to satisfy my mandatory hero text box first.
Vincent's a 3 intellect hero with, pseudo other hand in the banish zone there.
Yeah, at least Bolton has agency when he's IP3 or intellect penalty.
Yeah. Yes. Did we know his arsenal by chance?
I didn't glance it.
Okay.
So there goes that Shadow Puppetry making a 4th rune chant.
Yeah, I think.
He briefly glanced at it. Chris didn't give it to us.
But I think we still have a Deathly Delight in there.
Yeah.
So
there's
we don't.
There's Deathly Delight reds there.
Yeah. So it's not a completely dead turn. We can still do something, but it looks like he's just opting to pass and save it.
Believe.
Now, typically, sometimes the assassin can't really develop a full 4-card hand that well, especially with already getting rid of a dagger. Their pitch outlet, those are their main pitch outlets, right? So Chris is kind of banking on maybe, I hope you'll, have a weak turn, you might stumble. Yeah. And then that gives me a chance to come back.
Because at the very least, even if your hand sucks as assassin, if you can at least convert it into 2 dagger swings and something mean, there can be something good in that.
Yeah.
But, at least on face value, it's just a dagger swing into Leave No Witness.
And I think we saw Codex, so maybe a potential Snapdragon Scaler is here. But we still do have 1 card in hand, so I'm not too sure about that. Yep, no reactions is the call.
Interesting.
And now we're deciding to snap.
Knees will pull the Snapdragon Scalers forward for that action point.
Ooh.
Send another one.
Into another one.
How much do you love the Arsenal, Mr. Iali?
Oh, good enough to bait it out.
You can't catch him unprepared.
Man.
The Codex does go into Arsenal, though, so...
Which is good.
There's always that comfort of knowing that you can make a 1-card Codex play if you donate all of the hand to blocking or covering up damage.
And the funnel web comes back to play again.
Yep.
And rolling the dice into a random hero is so much fun. And we're
So
going to
definitely whale yellow.
Oh,
Oh, here's a shadow puppetry.
this one we can play.
Will Chris pay for Vincent? I think he did.
Yeah, I think every time you have Deathly Whale in the banish zone and you have the opportunity to play a shadow non-attack, I think you always do it.
Yeah, it's always worth life loss because
Yeah.
you know you'll get those rune charms back. So the value proposition is there.
Exactly. It's a shame it's only a yellow. We wish this was a red so we can prevent a break point of 7. So this is kind of easily blocked, but we cannot forget about the 6 rune chance coming in first.
There's still just as much damage you're staring down.
Yeah. Again, coming back to those Guardian numbers, man. Just split Guardian numbers.
I will say that no matter what happens here, because of paying for Vincent for Shadow Puppetry and Deathly Whale, Chris is going to guarantee 2 rune chants on the back because both players lost life. So he can actually send the Deathly Delight in banished no matter what on this combat chain.
Yep. We're just going to take the 6 down to 19. I mean, we have Codex and Arsenal, so I think we're okay with just full block in here and just throw in 0 for 4 with Codex. It is a little bit of a shame that Chris is still hanging onto a card, so we won't have to discard. But, you know, it's still a play we can do.
It's still inconveniencing your opponent if you're able to one-card Codex, despite all the disruption that you were just subdued with.
Yep. And there's one of those 2 blocks that are in the deck with up, sticks, and run.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. So good, though, with the ability to just keep flicking, constantly keep putting the pressure on with your flick knives.
But these rune charms are putting in the work with chipping Yuni's life total down.
Yeah. Has she pitched to AB yet?
No.
Yeah.
I think that the 2 cards that she gave already were just reds or yellows.
Just blocked out, yeah. Yeah, that's where that issue we were talking about again with not running as much blues. Not
Precisely
easy to pitch for the rune chance.
Plus, like, covering up a Shadow Puppetry means that you hopefully take away a bonus card that the Vincent might have wanted from the top of the library to banish.
And we just took it all. We took 7.
Like, if you've ever taken Shadow Puppetry and the opposing Vincent flips Cull off the top, that feels awful.
That would be not good.
But she's sunk down to 12, up 6 and runs, and buys back Clave that was put there.
Man.
It does curve right into doing a Hunter's Clave swing.
Yep.
So at the very least, this is going to be 5 into probably a Leave No Witness or maybe even a Mark of the Black Widow red.
Yeah, maybe.
From Codex. Because if Chris is prepared for Codex and has like a reaction or something in Arsenal and is fine with just sending it out after Leave No Witness, it's another thing for Mark of the Black Widow because that's targeting hand.
Yeah. Yep, just taking the 5.
Codex comes out. The very beautiful Marvel.
See.
Goes past Leave No Witness and
I think we're just weighing the options, seeing if Leave is the best. Kind of hovered over that CNC.
Thing is, there's no resources to send it because the turn started with upsticks.
If only we had Tunic.
So the turn cycle was basically priced into swinging dagger into a 0.
Yeah. Yep, and we do grab that Mark of the Black Widow, like you were saying, threatening the hand.
So it's like it's an informed response to the way people play around Codex. Is that you expect to have people grab Leave No Witness and target your arsenal, especially if you didn't have one of your own before Codex was played. But this targets the hand, so
it does look like a little bit of a misplay there because I think she thought it was going to come in for 4.
That's true, and she's Funnel Web right now.
Yeah, unfortunately. So it is not a break point. It's just a 1-card block at this point, unfortunately.
Although Vincent does play a bunch of 2 blocks in the list, so to force Chris to give like a Rune Gate card or another 3 block isn't so bad. I believe he holds his Oblivion again in hand.
I was actually just eyeballing that. I was like, how are we back to Oblivion again? Yep, just cleanly blocks that up. It looks like the Arsenal was a Razor's Edge. I think is what I caught a glimpse
Not a
of.
bad grab, honestly.
Yeah,
Ooh, under the trapdoor.
2 of them.
Ugh, widespread ruin banished for the rune chant. Malefic red coming out for Chris.
Under the trapdoor, I really like that card, as long as you can get the traps early to kind of, play that mind game.
Yeah, it's in an interesting design space because it's a blue, so it's incentivizing pitch stacking.
Yeah.
But whether or not you pitch stacked like red traps, most of them are reds, to actually activate it is entirely down to how the game went.
Yeah, or sometimes it's funny just to throw it. Because it is just a Nick target, and maybe they
That's true.
overblock. I've done that a couple of times where I'm like, man, this is my only option.
You can do that. You can just nick it. You can use any of the brood to make it nasty with their on hits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's not, it's nothing to scoff at. Playing the envelop. Looks like we're paying for Vincent and make that first rune chant unpreventable.
Guaranteeing a banish on both players for widespread, pardon me.
Yep, off the top of the deck.
It comes in for a very tall 9.
That's 3/4 of her life. With rune chants first. Now it looks like we're lining up the
Probably
mask.
skipping right past rune chants because one can't be prevented.
Yeah.
Although Chris is correctly identifying, like, are you taking the rune chants first?
Yep.
The answer is yes.
Down to 10.
5 on block here, become one of the brood.
I'm curious what she is going to choose to be here.
Maybe I was going to say
Black Widow?
Black Widow is probably the best option at this point. Cleanly block 9.
Very good.
And then Chris just motions to go to Arsenal, clean up and pass.
What do we get? Ooh, sink below and up sticks.
A little bit unfortunate that he couldn't put a sink below in Arsenal.
Yeah, Chris is going to wish he had that sink below here in a second, I think, because I see Bonds of Agony, and I'm fairly certain that we have the 3 reacts here to turn that on.
Because as you astutely mentioned, there's a Razor's Edge in the Arsenal already, and then between Flick Knives and Black Widow herself, the hero, you get to 3 reactions pretty comfortably.
Yep. And then if this hits, we're going to take 2 cards from Chris's hand.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you can stack it in a way to where you do Bonds first, so that way if they have multiple copies of a card, you grab those, and then you do the Black Widow trigger.
Yeah. I love when you can stack triggers in this way and make it as mean as it is to your opponent, just like a really hard decision to come to terms with, similar to like Weakest Link and Pummel.
Yeah.
I will say. I nearly made it the entire stream without mentioning Pummel. That's my one that I'm allowed.
Nah, you're allowed more. You're allowed more. Maybe we'll see Pummel later on the stream. Who knows?
Hopefully. There is only one Jarl in the room, and he's on Count Your Blessings. So
I will say I was walking around in the middle of last round, and I did see him pummel a Frostfang against a Zen who just blocked with Traverse the Universe.
Okay, that I approve.
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
I love doing that.
It was pretty mean. It was pretty mean.
Traverse, get my card.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm a pummel and give me 2 cards.
Chris thinking over his blocks. Really unfortunate that the Sink Below went to banish from his own ruin.
Yeah. He does have Reduce the Rune Chant, though, in hand.
Yes, he does.
I think he's deciding on just how much he thinks this can get up to.
Yep.
I think worst case scenario is activate Black Widow, just a Nick, maybe double just a Nick. Well, no, because we have the Black Widow. Yeah, just one just a Nick. I think he's debating how big can this Bonds get.
So at maximum, I think, doesn't it go up to a 9 between Black Widow, Razor's Edge, and itself?
Yeah. Yep.
So Chris correctly identifying by blocking 5. Now it's probably to 10.
To 10. So 4 plus 3. 3. Yeah. 10.
Interesting. Haunting Rendition first.
Okay, so it seems like Chris has the answer here. Blocks the Flick Knife damage.
And then he's also going to reduce the Rune Chant, produce another one. So even if this connected, Chris has spent all of his hand on defense. There's nothing to search for and nothing to banish.
And Yanez does not look too happy about that.
A little bit of a blowout right there.
Yeah. Especially because we took all that damage.
But I think Chris is just going to like pass after Optic and Tunic. So more patience.
Yep. No, I mean, no cards to play. Nothing to banish.
Jazz hands.
Yeah. He's just hanging out.
And actually, it's another thing that you just said is that after letting one clave go and being reduced to just one on the following turn to swing,
Yeah.
means that you can struggle to convert a hand.
Yep.
And she doesn't have black text anymore because she let them go on a previous turn.
Yes, yeah, Snapdragon Scalers, but yeah, I think Chris is perfectly fine with just kind of hanging back. What, like he says, you know, if you're going to have to draw your hands pretty well without the 2 claves to convert them fully.
Very nice extended arc cold foil Kiss of Death.
Oh, that makes me jealous. I wish I had that.
I pulled one at an RTN draft the other week.
Oh, very nice.
I already traded it away.
But yeah, this is coming in for 4, threatening the go again on hit and the lose a life.
That break point on Marionette, the base hero, is still something here.
Yeah, I personally, I think the base hero is.
It's really good.
Yeah, I think it's better than transforming.
If your base hero is getting +1 value for keeping your enemy hero marked all the time, then yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Chris lining up a block. I think we definitely have to block this because I don't think we want this to get go again.
Yeah.
Because then we're just susceptible to the Flick Knives Kiss of Death little mini combo.
That's true.
But the thing is if you try to stop this and they have the answer anyways, like Stains of the Redback,
yep.
Then it's kind of a blowout. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's considering there.
Yeah, because if you get to go over the top, you're guaranteed your action point back anyway.
Yeah. Yep, block for 6.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have it, so...
And that's where the mind games of Assassin come in a little bit.
Do a transformation, and the F in Final Fantasy is for number 1. Black Widow again. And Chris is still marked, so...
Yeah. Against a Marionette, you're basically always marked. Like, it's inevitable. And banish Machinations.
Interesting.
I think he's
passing
passing again. Oof.
So
that was a little bit of a break that he needed, but doesn't look like he has anything to play.
And he still has all of this space. The Savor Bloodshed is going to be good here to maybe filter and like tempt more cards away from Chris.
Yeah.
Just on a dagger swing.
Yep. Let's see. And we do have Isolate and Take Up the Mantle as well in our hand, but I don't think we're going to see it used.
No, it's going to be used for pitch here because the last card is a sink below.
Chris instantly snapped block 5 of that. He says, I do not want you drawing cards. And we know there's no shenanigans with the Flick Knives because we already down a dagger.
Yeah. There is an interaction with Flicking the Knife on this chain link if she really wants to, but it's the only thing that's going to net her is a damage, remarking on hit, and a card, which might not do anything.
And but then we're down all our daggers.
Exactly.
And then we're kind of counting on pick up the sticks to show up and save us, which I think we've already seen 2. So if she's running 3, we're down to 1.
Interesting. Chris, even without like reactions, is still giving so much respect to some of these attacks, and you just can't get over it because Chris is sandbagging some of those.
Yeah, I will say Chris has a lot of experience in this matchup because he did play Marionette for a long time. As soon as Marionette came out, he was grinding game after game after game. And he was pretty high on the hero, and I think, he just has fun with Vincent. He's high on her too, so there's that dagger retrieval.
Vincent does have a good angle. And here's 5 go again, threatening to remark as well. There's a Razor's Edge, and is it the same Isolate?
I think it is, yeah. Same Isolate from last turn. Chris does have Widespread Destruction in his, or the blue one, whatever the blue one is.
Always take a peek another time. Yeah, there's a Widespread
Annihilation.
Yeah, the
there
blue one.
So maybe we could look at just trying to play that out, because that is some pretty big disruption there.
I wonder if he's going to assess this to be a no-block situation, because it's not worth coloring up 5 and staying marked anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he does have the life to kind of play with.
Chris elects instead to give 3, just take 2.
Low
Main
value
marked.
blocking.
And then here comes Isolate. A real powerhouse and bread and butter in a different assassin.
Making its way, though, into Marionette, because there is fun stuff you can do with that card, with Take Up the Mantle in specific.
Yeah,
So-
because they can only lay one card from hand
Yeah.
into it first, and then
Then-
you move to reactions, just like Azuri swapping, actually.
Yeah, and then make it a Bonds of Agony all of a sudden.
So she'll bring it up to a 5, dealing Chris 3,
Yeah.
unmarking him.
Which I think we're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
There was no threatening on hit or anything.
Really,
it's just
all raw
damage.
damage when
Yeah.
you boil it down.
Yeah.
If that Kiss of Death was in this hand, or the other hand, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Now we can see Chris. He got some breathing room. He got a playable hand. It looks like he's ready to go. And then for 5 and 6, Guardian numbers split again.
So Chris has actually noticed
Oh.
an interaction here, is that the rune chant that's on the stack produced by Malefic, before they pop from the swing of Widespread, you can Nazareth to make the ally and still come in with 5 rune chants on the stack here.
That is so nasty. And now, we're already down in life. We're already struggling to hit, and now we got to deal with this demon sitting there.
Exactly.
That can just hit us for 6 for free.
And Chris donated so much in blocks for like half of this game, holding on to Oblivion, that he's paid off in this moment here.
Yeah.
It's so much damage coming through that it's basically asking for Eunice to practically fold nearly the whole hand and still face down Nazareth.
And what's that last card? Deathly Whale that he has holding on there?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
Deathly
it looked
Whale,
like yellow.
yeah.
So nothing to follow up here
Oh,
that
so
we know.
paying for
But
5 rune chance. Taking 3, sinking below,
we're going to fully cover everything up.
sinking here, protecting the Kiss of Death.
Oof.
Drawing a Just a Nick.
So,
That's not what I want in us.
yeah, I mean, it is what you want in Arsenal, but not at this moment.
No.
You needed something there to threaten something, and instead we're just going to unfortunately pass.
I mean, to be honest, if you have to hit Nazareth as an assassin, at least just nicking your blue stealth,
Yeah,
you
it
could
could-
do worse.
yeah, it could get you there, but it's just a bad way to do it, unfortunately. Which we actually see that come up. He's got, or she's got Isolate and just a Nick.
Yeah,
So we could do that. I think that's another Take Up the Mantle.
I think so, yeah.
So we could maybe go for the Bonds play there.
Chris banishing a Deathly Whale red, making 1 new rune chant. Thinking over what the rest of the hand can do to him, or for him, pardon me, because now he has all the tempo here.
Well, if he can find some source of go again, like Machinations or Shadow Puppetry here, and still swing with Nazarath.
I did spy an Envelop in Darkness, so that's one way to get the damage through. Although I wonder if he wants to use it with Creepers, or if he's just going to put it up front.
Yeah, he's just going to put it up front there. Ooh, maybe no resources in hand. Although we still have Tunic on 3. Yet
That's
to be
true.
used.
Maybe that's why he relented from using, or like threatening Creepers by holding cards back, because he doesn't care about going wide. He just needs it to be tall and mean.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's exactly what he's been doing all game. Being tall and mean. Now, we have the Shelter to... Can't prevent all of them just because the one is unpreventable, I think.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't even think that's the problem, because I think Chris paid for Vincent, so there's 1 rune chant that can't be paid for in this way.
Yeah, we're just going to opt to take all 3.
Takes all of them on the chin and is thinking about how to deal with these others.
Now, we have the Codex, but unfortunately our arsenal is bricked up from that just a Nick that we need to play out first.
Taking a big risk to take 5.
Go down to 2.
Like, Chris could have easily had Succumb to Temptation to just pick Eunice's hand apart.
Yeah.
And still swing Nazareth with rune chants on the back.
Yeah. And now we're kind of put in that range to where we're only 2 shadow non-actions away from death, right?
Yeah, her days are definitely numbered. But is not to say that this is not all to play for.
Yep, that looks like maybe going for a little bit of a last-ditch effort here with the isolate.
Yeah, I think it's gunning for Chris,
Yeah.
and I think that's what he was checking by just confirming with Unis. I mean, after taking that much damage, you basically have to make the Hail Mary now.
Yeah, we got to find some way to crawl back into this game. But the thing is, Vincent's perfectly fine with just banishing a card or having one card left, banishing, and then being able to play as long as it's playable, right?
I was going to say, even a no-card hand for Vincent means that, like,
Yeah, 'cause we
Nazareth
still
can
have-
still
yeah,
come in for 6.
Thinking about blocks here. I mean, how much does Chris want to respect?
I think he's got another Haunting Rendition in hand, so
Yeah.
he's got some reaction space here.
Yep, so we could.
He wants to keep his RuneGate cards in hand, or at least one of them, because I think I saw 2 in there.
And we got that nice bloody oval that is going to do literally nothing for the rest of the game, I think.
Yeah, he also has to be thinking that, like, fatigue has to be on his mind because he's donated so many cards on blocks when Unis just didn't have it, and he gave a lot of respect for some of these on-hits in anticipation of reactions. So he's probably down on card economy for sure.
Yeah, very, very possible. I just think lifes are real low, so not sure if we'll get to fatigue there, but it is an option.
And she kept to take up the mantle, so that's a very real threat that he has to be considering. At least not, because Chris has played a bunch of Marionette as well.
Yep.
So here comes the chuck of the dagger.
Ooh,
Haunting Rendition
yep.
prevents that, so Chris will not be marked because of damage prevention.
And that completely shuts down the turn.
It does stuff it,
Yep.
because she can't get an action point. Take up the mantle is just +2 when the
Yep.
opponent is not marked.
It completely shuts us down.
At least the Justinic and Arsenal and the mantle can convert into 8 damage, but you wanted the action point in order to be able to codex at the end of this chain.
And I love Haunting Rendition as a card. Just the fact that it has such good versatility.
Yeah, it's incredibly modal. As we see, yeah, she's thinking, I'll take stock of my losses right here and just get 8 damage and an incremental banish.
Yeah, and he's real happy about preventing that mark there.
Taking just 3.
That has to hurt. That has to sting.
I don't know if she remembered the Justinic banish. I don't know if it's a you may,
I don't believe it is.
so you have to banish.
As long as she chose both modes, right? Yeah.
Chris starting his turn out with a banish of a cull.
And we're just going
Swing
to
Nazareth.
swing with our buddy.
This is a big buddy. Although I don't know if he can activate Cull if he only swings Nazareth. He has a puppetry to activate Vincent ability and hit for 1.
I think he might be debating if it's play it, lose a life, and that way guarantee the coal. Looks like, yeah, we're just going to swing for 6 and take 2 cards here, most likely.
Yeah, playing conservative with the ally, which is a trend we've seen previously today.
And Yanez does have a way... Oh, no. Doesn't mark. I was going to say, we can mark, but not a red card. It's just a D-react at this point.
I would also say that because it's defending an ally, it does not mark an attacking hero because the hero itself is not attacking the ally.
Yeah. I got to remember my days of Dromai and lock it on allies.
I got to remember that a clash doesn't happen on an ally attack, so I feel you.
Yeah.
Can you Blizzard a dragon? Age-old rules questions.
I want to freeze that dragon and put it in the freezer for later.
So an awkward spot to be in.
Yeah.
Unis has 2 reds, but not a real way to actually convert them.
I mean, we're just swinging Clave Codex here.
It's probably the most...
Think we may be considering some way to get rid of the Nazareth.
I don't think there's a way here.
You could play Savor Bloodshed, play Codex, discard the last card, and grab Kiss of Death.
Perhaps she wasn't like actually entertaining using both of these cards on offense in preparation for the cull. Is going to Codex,
Yeah, so
grab Kiss of Death,
yeah.
and then send it into Nazareth and ponder.
Or just throw it at Chris.
That's a option.
I mean, Chris is at 8, and this will be coming in for 7.
Yeah, because at least if she sends it Chris's way, she can flick the other clave just to, like, Hail Mary once more.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what she's debating. She was debating there for a second if she wants to throw it at Nazareth or at Chris.
I think if you've already committed to, like, trying to kill the opposing hero, you got to continue with that. Unless you're really forced off it.
Yeah, and this is going straight at Chris's face.
Does Chris have the reactions, though, or is he just going to have to lay down blocks?
I see,
a reduced to rune chant, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, these
Definitely
D-reacts have definitely lined up very well for Chris this game. And that's where the point where, like, Arachne, that other assassin daggers kind of come into play, where you can kind of maybe consider them in such a heavy D-react meta right now, is how you can consider playing Nerve Scalpel.
Yeah, I was going to say Nerve Scalpel is a great tool for all of these decks that want to be like sort of a reaction pile.
Yeah.
So that they don't get caught out by Assassin all the time.
Yeah, the thing is, just Arachne really cares about that mark, right? So it's kind of hard to justify replacing one of those claves with the Nerve Scalpel.
That's very true, because then you also, by flicking the Nerve Scalpel, you take away the mark because you have hits.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like a trade-off with synergy with the hero.
Yeah. Unless you put a little more blues in your deck and you just constantly pitch Nerve Scalpel first.
Interesting. So Chris is actually taking the clave. He doesn't have any prevention effects here. And then Kiss of Death is now coming in for 8.
On hit, draw.
Chris has a reduced to Rune Chant red. Wonder if he has anything more.
Doesn't look like it, as they're going to damage.
Yep.
Yep, Chris goes down to 2.
Interesting. And then he's going to cull in response, so that these will never get to use the
He drew
card.
another Kiss of Death.
That's that's really unfortunate.
And again, we're seeing the power of Cole in every single Vincent game.
Yep.
Like, it's so good.
Banish a Revel in Runeblood, because we don't need that kind of card. Shadow Puppetry.
Doesn't pay the life.
I wouldn't pay, because you don't want to go to 1 against Assassin.
But then we can turn our Oval on.
I don't think that's the value proposition that you think it is, Jake.
We could turn the Oval on.
We're already presenting 13 with an on-hit.
Yeah,
and
but
an
like,
Arsenal.
we're wasting our armor.
Plus, if you do Vincent, you can never swing Agony again.
Yeah.
Flail.
Well, I'm already in agony over this shield not getting blocked. So, do we know what's in his arsenal?
I have no clue. At this
I mean,
point.
he's got to follow up with the ally, anyways, right?
Yeah.
So
that's another thing to think about.
I mean, this is looking very grim. Looking like we're gonna send Arachne back to the shadows here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to retreat back down that trap door.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking pretty foregone. Oh, and he has a deathly whale yellow in Arsenal, so even more to follow up. So Chris takes that one.
Yeah.
As you said, showing us the power of Cull in that matchup. Hard to keep up.
Yeah, and just the power of, running so many powerful D-reacts and prevention effects like Haunting Rendition against this meta in particular, because of Flick Knives and interaction, and even like Aurora with Arc Lightning, how they ping you for 1, draw a card off channel, Lightning Valley. Haunting Rendition, definitely a staple card in this meta right now, I think.
Yeah.
Just because we completely stuffed that turn with Take Up the Mantle.
Exactly.
So, wow. Very fun game. Fun games all day.
Yeah, good interaction on both sides, like a good back and forth as well. But at the end of the day, like Chris stayed very patient by putting Oblivion in Arsenal and waiting like 5 turns.
Yeah.
And patience enough to pay dividends and actually pay off in a giant ally that eventually spells the doom of Arachne.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've seen Nazarath cast so often.
No, I was going to. Yeah, you make a great point. Like, I don't think I've seen her resolved this much in paper, so I'm pretty surprised as well.
Yeah. Seeing Nazarath pop up so much is crazy to me.
Yeah.
But it's pretty relevant. You know, all these decks want to only attack for, you know, 1 or,
Yeah.
you know, very little intervals of damage. So it does make sense that could be a win con.
It's also a good anti-fatigue tool to put out an ally that you can count on in successive turns.
Yeah.
I agree. We will return from a short break not too long from now with an interview with this round's winner in Chris Ayali, so please don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. We got Chris here, who just won on stream. Chris, that looks like a pretty fun game to play. So you've played both of those characters. Arachne you were playing a little bit of, and then now you're back on Vincent. So talk to me about how you prepared for that matchup and kind of your thoughts.
Yeah, I knew that the matchup would go a little long. They can block out a bunch if they want to, and then but they're also attacking for breakpoints, so I left the D-Reacts in. So I kind of like hedged like with a lot of the Shadow Gnaw attacks, and like you saw me play Envelop a few times, just to try to get around the fatigue, and then I came up with a plan. After I drew Oblivion for the second time that game, I decided that was my little mini game.
We did see that. We're like, how are we back at Oblivion already?
Because the Bonds of Agony.
Yeah.
All right.
They're like, what are the chances? That's so funny, though.
The second time, I was like, it really wants me to play it. So
He said it's a sign. But yeah, back on the D-Reacts. Your D-Reacts lined up really well, and we saw that one turn where she played the Isolate and wanted to flick knives, and you prevented it with the Haunting Rendition, and that was absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah. Clutch time.
So Haunting Rendition, definitely a staple in this meta, would you say?
If you want to play Vincent, of course, yeah.
Yeah, really good card, right? Just has good versatility.
Right, everyone's already hyped on Shelter, and Haunting Rendition just does what you want Shelter to do, plus more in Vincent. So.
Yeah, would you play both?
Today I am not playing both.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable.
In a more maybe like Syndra heavy meta, would you consider it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm playing Sync right now instead of Shelter in the list, just to kind of like filter my bad draws if I have to. But yeah, I think Shelter would be reasonable in Vincent also.
Yeah, fair enough. And then the other card I want to talk about is Cole. Now, Cole has been an all-star in the Vincent games that we've seen. So what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I mean, cards are great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little more than subtle. It's a word I think that James White used in that developers note interview.
Just the fact that Savor Bloodshed draw and you respond off of it with Cole, hey, nice card you just drew, like.
Cute little line to finish off the game.
I know that's nasty. But anyways, we're about to go to the next round. So Chris, thanks for the interview, and we'll catch you guys in a second after we go to break.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jonah, and I'm here with Jacob Torres, and we are casting the 6th round of the March Age Open. We have a very special matchup. We've been giving them shout-outs all day. We have Aiden on Vincent, and here's his player profile right here from 3 floating. Aiden has a 58% win, 1 top 8 and 20 age points. I've been told he is really dedicated this season to making it to the Players' Championship, so he's trying really hard. So we're really rooting for him on this one.
I heard it was his New Year's resolution.
His New Year's?
Yeah, to show up to every AGE and then make the Players' Championship.
Hey, I think you got a good shot if you make it to every single one. Where's he at?
He's right there in 12th.
12th, 20 points? That's
Right above our fellow co-caster Marcus Brown.
And I think, as we saw earlier, like, you get 1 for participating. He's towards the top of the tables. I believe this is a winning in. And if you get the top 8 here, that's 15 points. That would bump him up to 35. You know,
Yeah, so I mean, even 9th through 12th, if he makes any of that, he gets 12 points. So he's definitely on his way to collecting those points and being still alive for that Players' Championship of the top 16, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I have high hopes for our boy Aiden here, and looking forward to checking this matchup out.
But he's got a pretty tough battle ahead of him.
Who's he playing against?
I forget the player's name, but he is playing against Jarl.
Oh, and do we know anything about the Jarl deck?
I believe the Jarl's on CYB.
Oh, no.
So he's definitely going to have an uphill battle of a little bit. But can we just go back to Aiden's player profile real fast? Because I just want to point out something that's a little bit of blasphemy in my opinion. It says, if you could have any illegal pet, what would it be and why? And his response is a meep. What do meeps do?
I hear they come from
They
a
steal
world.
items.
No, he said they come from a world far, far away.
They steal items, though.
Are you worried they're going to steal something of yours?
They're going to steal his induction chamber from his dash deck.
They're going to turn against him.
Because fun fact, Aiden was a dash guy, and now he's turned tail and gone dark and playing into the Shadow Runeblade of Vincent.
He said, I can't give it up the power. It's too tempting.
But the fact that he wants to a meep as a pet is just going to have no items ever.
Well, that is a funny take, Aiden. A meep would be a pretty cool illegal pet. We're going to head over to the match now, get started with this last round of Swiss. All right, we have Brian Gutierrez on Jarl Verdetti. There's probably a better way to say that, but like I said, English is hard. And we have Aiden Kowalski on Vincent Iron Maiden. Here, this is Jonah butchering everybody's name. All right, the players are getting set up here.
Yeah.
Interesting to note, we got the Rotwood Hammer and Stalagmite. I was thinking if they were on CYB, maybe they would have the Rams part.
Yeah, but I think in this matchup in particular is that it's better to present the Frostbites from going wide.
Disrupt them a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see who's on the play here. Aiden's definitely going to have an uphill battle, I think, just because if this Jarl is full defensive, it's going to be kind of hard to get over that, especially with the CYBs coming in. But Aiden is teched a little bit. We see he's got the Reaping Blade at the ready instead of the Flail. So he did not come unprepared.
It is possible that Brian sided out the CYB with the thought that maybe he does have the Reaping Blade and that would be a dead card.
Yeah, very possible. It looks like Aiden's on the play. And we got a couple options to banish. We got Funeral Moon, Cole, Eulogy.
One of the tough skills a good Vincent player must possess is being willing to stack up a couple of cards in your banish zone that you can play for a later turn. And this is definitely one of those matchups where I think that's necessary.
Ooh, and then we're playing Sonata. We're going to search for an aura. I would imagine we're searching for an incantation.
Let's take a look. Oh,
Yep, slams it down. He said, here's my aura. Not a bad first turn.
well, good first
Just a
turn.
little bit of setup. We got that Eulogy in the bank for later.
I think this is ideal for Vincent here.
Yeah.
Aiden cleaning up here.
So Brian having a little bit of a laugh. Yep, Aiden's just going to pocket that.
I've also been told that Brian is a guardian extraordinaire.
Oh, Guardian aficionado, huh?
Aficionado. He is a master class of the Guardian. So I think we got a good game for ourselves here.
A master class of the Guardian.
Fight Night's one and only, and Guardian aficionado. Ready to duke it out. Here we come.
Oh, no.
We got double fuse, the
Oh,
natty
no.
double fuse.
We're not happy to see that.
No, we are not.
Aiden sunk in his chair a little lower. He put his head down.
He said this is going to be an uphill battle,
And
ladies
of
and
course, when I'm
gentlemen.
on stream, this is going to happen to me. Well, that's the streamer's curse. You know?
On the positive note, we're not getting pummeled. We know what both cards are.
What if he magically has it?
No, it's just he's going to pass. So
Yeah,
do
we're still losing.
is that a sink below?
No, I think it's Cole. Looked like Cole to me.
Could have been a goal.
But thing is, we're starting. We had a really good start, and now we're gonna be on the back foot a little bit.
It's okay. We need it. We had the good start. It'll carry us a little bit. Aiden contemplating the blocks here.
Yeah. But the thing is, with Vincent, like we've seen in the other games, is that she's perfectly fine having two or one card hands to throw back, or even just doing setup.
Brian just taking away a little bit of the agency here on the Vincent side.
Yep, starting things off with some good disruption. And it will be interesting to see, since we do know that he's on CYB, it will be interesting to see as well if he's running some of the decomposed cards, like Felling of the Crown or Plow Under, to kind of also mix in that disruption as well, and not just straight fatigue.
I think you have to if you're playing Jarl. I think that's one of the key points. But you're right. It could be a list without it. We will see.
And Aiden decides to, before the Oaken Ult trigger, go ahead and play Cole from Arsenal. Oh, we're going to banish Canopy Shelter here. Aiden's going to banish Funeral Moon. Just go ahead and play it and cash it in for a Rune Chant. So even being able to use his hand pretty efficiently there before the Oaken Ult trigger. So he kind of effectively just chose what cards to put at the bottom.
Yeah.
Thanks to Cole's ability, right? And if he wants to, he can decide to just to come in for a 6. But
Yeah.
I think we might see a little bit of discipline.
I'm wondering if it would have been a good idea to hold the. I'm not a great Vincent player, still up learning, to hold the Annihilation and banish that instead of gaining 3 life, since you weren't going to get your hand anyway, because you could still play the Funeral Moon. But Aiden, clearly the expert here on Vincent. He's piloting his way to top 8 today. Draws back up and gets ready for Brian's second turn.
Yeah. And this should be a win and in for these players, so they are fighting for their spot in top 8, I believe. And Brian just having a little bit of a think. I think we got double, no, all the ice cards look the same. All the elemental cards look the same. We see that Winter's Bite that he fused with last turn. Go ahead and be played out. And this is where this matchup will get a little tough, is with this ice disruption, forcing cards out of the Vincent player's hand, and then Vincent already having to banish a card from their own hand, right?
Right. A lot of her agency comes from staving off life, blocking out a little bit, and Jarl is taking away that ability. Incoming with the classic CNC.
Just filtering the hand a little bit there, and also representing a pummel. Just gives something Aiden to think about. No Arsenal, though, so not losing too much. So just coming in for, vanilla 6, no D-reacts.
Just kidding. Maybe.
He said maybe we got pummel, maybe. Players just having a little bit of banter there.
Aiden, considering the blocks, doesn't want to give up the value of reduce, may opt to just give a card.
Yeah, that's the thing with Vincent, right, is that you want to get the value off that reduce, but due to CNC's ability, you can't play it, and you also, if you block with the other 2 cards, you can't even keep it, because then you'll have to banish it. So you have to keep 2 cards in hand at least to be able to get value out of that reduce.
I'm gonna react.
Brian trying to bait Aiden.
Causing a little bit of mental damage. I think Aiden just took 8 damage off mental there. His heart dropped a little bit. He said, "No,
Please don't. The natty fuse into the CNC pummel?
Yeah, that would be nasty if we saw just CNC pummel and then very next turn. Oh, did you see what I see?
What did we?
He drew pummel.
Oh,
We were only 1 card away.
1 card away from greatness. Aiden banishing Bantam Banshee and casting it with 3 rune chants, creating 1 on the back.
Aiden's got some life deficit here to catch up. At least we're coming in for. Does that card come in for 7 or 6? I believe it's
7.
7, right? So we're coming in for a solid 10. But Jarl, he's got plenty of blues to block those rune chants. He's not shy.
Got to be happy to see Channel Lake Frigid getting pitched away.
Just having a little bit of think here. What does he want to do? Now, we got the pummel, but I don't think we really have a good target for it quite yet. So we might be just looking to play whatever's in our arsenal and pocket it for another opportunity. Aiden got 3 damage through.
Blood debt, 25.
Still
Players
taking
are
that blood debt.
Adjusting life totals and drawing back up. Over to Brian.
So Aiden kind of IP'd penalty himself there to make sure he pocketed that reduce the rune chant to get full value out of it.
Right.
And then here we go, Winter's Bite.
Looks
Winter's
like
Bite yellow.
they're running Rainbow. They said, give me a card. Works well with Jarl's hero ability late game.
If this was blue, we could just tunic and pay the resource that way. But because it's yellow, we got to give up a whole card here.
Right.
Now, if only Winter's Bite say we can banish a card instead of discard, then we can just stack up our zone.
And then a hammer for 4.
Pitching the Earth card, which gives it that +1, coming in for 4. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and just, exactly like I said, pocket that pummel for another opportunity.
Beautiful use of the reduced to rune chant.
That's good.
Yep. Now, we haven't seen any CYBs yet, so do we think Aiden, if you were sitting across a Jarl, would you think that he's playing CYB?
If I'm a Jarl and I got CYB in my deck and I'm sitting across from a Rune Blade, I'm gonna go ahead and side those out. You know,
You're gonna side him out.
Yeah, I don't want to have to deal with that. It's another game inside the game. I feel like they probably have some other tools they could bring in that, don't have the possibility of being punished like CYB does.
Some more blocking tools, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Nice. This is good because unknown to Aiden is that we know he's got pummel in his arsenal.
Right.
And so this is some good disruption here. So this is, how bad do you want to keep that pummel is the answer.
It looks like he could cover this up pretty easily. Not the most efficient use of his cards, and he's just hammering for 4 in return.
Yeah, if we keep that Earth card, right?
But I imagine we want to hang on to the pummel. Another reason to side out the CYBs is because Guardian, I think, traditionally has been a tough matchup for Vincent.
Go ahead and block with the arm piece there, and then sink below, sinking away that block card that doesn't really do anything. Draw another blue.
It's got a really long name, but I know Unforgiving's in there. Apologies, chat.
And we're playing the Imposing to search for a crumble.
There's a lot of debate on this play, actually. Oh,
Wow, it just picks up half his deck, and it's right there.
insane.
He is a Guardian aficionado. He just knew where it was.
A lot of debate on this, whether or not playing these out are really that good. Now, it does let him convert the 2-card hand versus IP1 or what have you.
So now the question is, what are you putting the -1 counter on? And it looks like our question was answered, and it's tunic.
Interesting. I almost feel like if they're going to value Vexing Quillhand enough, or whether maybe they're not playing grass or what, I might try to take that. Granted, they could pop it in response, but now it's not saved for the turn that they wanted it for.
Yeah, I think most Vinsets are not running grass with the Arcanite.
Yeah.
I think it's strictly just Vexing Quillhand, just because it is that kind of get out of jail free card.
Yeah. I'm thinking Creepers or Quillhand, to be honest. As a Vincent player, sometimes Tunic sits there for a couple of turns,
Yeah. It just takes away one block, and I mean, like you said, if we put the -1 counter on the Quillhand, he could, it would kind of force his hand into breaking it.
Right.
In a way, right? Yeah, that could be an option too, but we just took Tunic for now. And now his next attack, next turn, has Dominate. Did he line anything up for this pummel? Doesn't really look like it. We got Terrace under, but not enough resources, it doesn't look like. So it looks like yellow Fruits of the Forest.
Maybe he can sink into something. It depends on what this Vincent does. Aiden banishing an Eloquent Eulogy.
This is looking to be a pretty decent turn because of Shadow Puppetry to be able to give the go again there. Let's take a look at his hand real fast. He's got Shadow Puppetry. Oh, he's all right. He's hiding him. Okay, Aiden. Thank you.
He's casting. He's working his magic.
And then as soon as I go back, he flips him out.
Gotcha.
He knows I'm watching him.
All right, Deathly Delight coming in.
Okay, so this definitely telegraphs Creepers here, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 cards in hand. There's no way this is the end of your turn. And Brian's got to know that.
Malefic making 1 on the back.
Yeah. So Aiden doing this in a way to where concealing the most amount of information as possible.
Maybe also make him block a little funny, right? Like pitch a blue thinking he'll get max value. He plays the shadow card. Inefficient use.
Yeah. He does have the Earth D-React in his hand. That can do some decent blocking. Just considering. I mean, yeah, he's got Sink Below too, so.
We're sitting at 37 to 23, and as I mentioned before, I've been told that Guardian is one of the tougher matchups for Vincent. So Aiden is definitely going to have to find every point of value he can to get through this Jarl.
You know, just because they do block really well, and they're perfectly fine just blocking and throwing a hammer for 4, right?
A lot of blues.
Yep. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and block those chants, leave 1 floating. Now we got to deal with this Deathly Whale for 5. Thinking about it. And it also is quite unfortunate. We're not going to be able to really make use of this crumble secondary effect of getting the Dominate for next turn either, just because we did not draw a pretty nice attack that we wanted to attack with. Block with Fruits. And looks like that's it for blocks, unless he's going to go ahead and sink.
Getting rid of the D-React.
Getting rid of the other D-React. Just looked at that card for just a moment. Didn't get to show us what it was. And then, yep, 2 Nick Creepers. Here comes the Shadow Puppetry for that form of go again.
It's going to pay a life with Vincent, yeah. This will also, because he hasn't closed the chain, gain him back a life from Deathly Delight.
Yep, that is absolutely correct. So we're hitting ourselves a little bit, but we're also going to, gain back a little bit of life.
We're going to regenerate.
He's the CYB deck now.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
All right. High Seas isn't out yet, Captain.
5 go again. Eloquent Eulogy.
And now this does have relevant on hit, but not too relevant. just because we don't have any rune chants to work with. So if we do hit a rune gate card, it won't matter too much. And he drew into a CNC. Man, we would have loved to have that CNC with the pummel. It's okay, we got one more.
Aiden opting the top, seeing if he wants to banish it or leave it there, draw it next turn.
Are we able to sneak a little peek? I think that's
Deathly
Deathly Whale.
Whale?
Deathly Whale
Jeez.
blue. I think it's blue Deathly Whale.
Okay. Not an ideal.
I think he's debating if he wants to pocket that and if he can somehow make 3 rune chants and throw it.
What are you doing if you're Aiden right now? Are you taking the Deathly Whale?
I'm not sure. I think he has Haunting Rendition and Deathly Delight in his hand, so I don't think there's a way for us to make any more rune chants. So yeah, it does look like he just left it on top, and we're just going to swing with the sword.
Interesting.
Shadow Puppetry, great card, but most of the time it's when you look at that top card, you're leaving it there.
Yeah,
unfortunately. But when it hits, it hits.
Yeah.
Oh, just coming in with that Reaping Blade for 3. And now Aiden's in a pretty good spot. He's got full tempo, but no chance to speak of at the moment. So we're going to really hope that we draw some way to make some rune chants. Although even if we don't, we can still banish a card to save for later, and we can hard cast that Deathly Delight that we pocketed in Arsenal.
Right.
So yeah, Brian, not able to make use of that Dominate at all.
His hand looks pretty good defensively, though.
Yep, draw that Seeds of Tomorrow to prevent the rune chants shenanigans. But full tempo over to Aiden, and it's up to Aiden to break this defense of Jarl. We got another Shadow Puppetry to work with, so we got some form of go again. But again, the chant, we have no rune chant generation so far, and we really need to start finding those pieces.
Unlike the other game event set where we saw her just steamroll, Aiden here isn't seeing the Malefics as soon, and is kind of drying up already. Plenty of time in the game for him to come back and figure this out, figure out how he's going to make it to the finish line. But definitely seeing the other side of Inset right now.
Yeah, and we also haven't seen no Deathly Whales played yet.
Right.
So he's not really being able to carry over those chants for next turn or even for the next attack that much.
And that's the bread and butter.
Yeah.
You know.
He's got double go again. He still does have creepers to potentially gain 2 action points, and he does have the non-attacks in hand to do so.
And like we talked about, the Vexing Quill hand. You know, that's what this situation. That's what that card is for this.
But you got to choose your moment that you use it just right, because it is only a one-time use, and you only get out of jail free once.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're going back to jail.
I think if I'm Aiden, I'm gonna grab the Eloquent Eulogy first, and then use it on the second, like you're saying. Be a little bit strategic with when I use it, but let's see what Aiden does.
I think he has 2 Machinations in hand. Let's take a little peek here.
I think
maybe it's only 1. Maybe it was the Deathly Whale playing tricks on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really in the tank about this turn. So there's that blue Deathly Whale that we saw from the previous turn on that Shadow Puppetry trigger. Looks like we're going to potentially banish that. Nope.
Banish the Deathly Whale.
Play the Shadow Puppetry. Go ahead and drain ourselves for 1. Make that rune chant unpreventable.
A crucial part of Inset because you need your card's effects to work. Not just for the damage dealt to your opponent, but for you as well.
Go ahead and play out the Eulogy. 1 and 5 go again. With that Shadow Puppetry trigger.
Unpreventable. Brian takes the rune chant.
Yep. I mean, he has a really nice cover up here if he wants to sink that pummel with the form of Seeds of Tomorrow, but it doesn't look like he wants to. He really wants to convert that pummel.
With the Mangle.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and block with Stalagmite and Ulkanold to give our opponent a Frosty Boy. It says, pay your taxes.
Everybody loves paying taxes.
Taxman's here. He's here to collect. And yeah, so we're going to do that play that I talked about earlier and just hard cast the Deathly Delight from Arsenal with that blue that we had. All in all, not a bad turn.
We're gonna
Nice
make
little 11 damage.
right. We're gonna make a eloquence token, and we're gonna gain some life.
Yeah. And we got the first use of Stalagmite out, and we didn't get punished for it because we already had that blue, right?
We were fine either way.
Yeah.
Right.
So getting the use of Stalagmite out of the way is pretty big here. Now, go ahead and make that Eloquence. We'll have to see if that comes into play later on. And crucially, being able to play that Shadow non-attack so that way we're able to keep the creepers around as well. He's thinking if he wants to Arsenal or not. What was the last card in his hand? Did you catch it?
Not Aiden's, no.
I think that's what we're debating here, right?
Whether or not we Arsenal the card.
Yeah. Just going to do a quick dig through the grave.
Possibly worried about another CNC pummel, you know. Guardian's pivot turns usually involve a lot of disruption and a pummel, so.
Okay, yeah, so he arsenaled. Yeah, I think he was a little worried about CNC there.
He said, I got my crown, I'm safe.
Yeah. Then go ahead and play out the Mangle with 2 floating.
Not mischievous at all. I'm not worried if I'm Aiden.
I mean,
right
he
now.
then last time. Surely it's a bluff this time.
You don't have it. That's why I look my opponent dead in the face. I say, you don't got it.
And then they hit you with pummel.
You say, wow.
You really had it.
R.I.P.
Now, again, we're in that same situation. He's found some rune chant generation in his hand in the form of that incantation and envelop. But are we going to be able to keep it all with, if we get pummeled? I think that's what he's thinking about here. And even if we block, he's got to be thinking about if I block this, and how punishable do I get from pummel?
100%. Aiden is pricing in the pummel to this. You have to.
Yeah, he said you're Guardian. Every Guardian plays pummel. There's no way.
Oh, and he's got a Malefic. I think he has, you said an envelop?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, really taking it. He's got widespread ruin.
He does have an attack in Banish already he can play.
Yeah, in that form of the blue Deathly Whale.
Brian,
Not the best target to play, but
it's something, right? And
it's something, yeah.
And Brian right now is saying, how much do you want Tunic, for the rest of the game?
Well, at least he got 1 use out of it. Could be worse. He could have had 0 uses out of it. And Aiden really in the tank here.
The sad part is you can't even block the Mangla unless you give up armor.
Yeah, Brian may not be doing a whole lot this game, but he's definitely in control of the game at the moment.
Right.
He's the one asking the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get over my defense? How much, what if I have pummel here? What if I don't? So Brian is definitely in full control of this game so far.
Aiden taking 10 to the face right now.
Yeah, going all the way down to 13 unless we have some form of D-react.
And sometimes life totals are an illusion, ladies and gentlemen.
How so? Elaborate on that.
I mean, Vincent, it's a tool in your kit, right? Sometimes you keep the hand, sometimes you preserve life.
So you're saying use life as a resource.
Correct.
Gotcha. So Aiden, you're saying Aiden could do the prism thing where he goes down to 1.
And then he goes Super Saiyan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Got it.
The prism, the Kano thing, Vincent thing. She's part of the group now.
Yeah. There we go. Pummel trigger on the stack, making sure we discard a card. Aiden just lining up what he's going to discard, what he's going to banish.
What he needs
really
for his
thinking
turn.
about his turn. And just like that, all the way down to 13. Man, Guardians hit hard. So what are you thinking here? If you were Aiden, what's going through your head right now? How do you climb back into this game?
Honestly, the first thought is stop beating me up. Okay, that's one. Secondly, I'm thinking, how am I going to get out of this mess? Right? Like Guardians, very much when they have this sort of tempo, movement, momentum in a game, they just keep going, right? And we still have another Stalagmite block. We still have all of our armor. Like, Aiden is in a very tight spot right now. I think he can make it out. Banishing a Deathly Wail, creating a rune chant.
Again, I think the big issue with this game that we've seen is that not that much rune chant generation other than that one incantation he grabbed off the Sonata going first. And we see some here now, but yeah.
He's gonna have to break the.
Will it be too late? Yeah.
I think he's gonna have to break the Quill hand. He's thinking about that right now. He's like, how do I make the most out of this hand? Can I send 2 attacks?
I mean, there could be a line here where you. Yeah, it's tough. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can throw 2 attacks, actually. Just rethinking it. That's definitely what he's thinking. Yep, there we go. See the hands popped. Go up to 3. Play the incantation. Get some rune chant generation going.
I think he came to the same conclusion you did and said, all right, I'm just going to put everything I can out on the board and see if I can give him to give me some cards.
Yeah, the thing is, Brian just has so much life to work with at this point in the game that even if, if his hand is just, really good, he can just, all right, take it.
Right.
And even we see a defensive piece on his side of the table that also makes his offense a little better in the form of Canopy Shelter. Yep, so we're playing the Deathly Wail for 3 and 6. If Brian opts to take any damage at all, Aiden will get a Rune Chant refunded when the combat chain breaks. Has 2 cards in hand, so he still has a play with Creepers if we choose to go down that route. Yep, Brian kind of sniffing that out. Wants to try and stop Creepers.
Said, no, I don't think I want you making any more rune chants.
No. And Brian, like I said, just happy to block 6 there. Just happy to block out. Creepers go to 2 spell counters. And Envelop in Darkness is played.
This is the line I was talking about. I think Aiden found a way to get 2 attacks out.
Yep, so he's going to opt to close the chain, and then he'll make 1 more rune chant.
Correct.
Since he lost life. And then he'll be able to throw that, just a blue Deathly Wail out. But it will be for 7. 3 and 7.
1 card 10.
Yeah,
2
pretty
card
good.
10. We're not mad at that.
Trying to regain some tempo here. And Brian's already committed a lot to blocks here, so he's down left with 1 card. Yep, take the chance. So now Creepers get to stay around again. Coming in for 7. I think you were saying no blocks. We're taking 7, and just like that, life is, almost equal.
Almost parity.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Aiden found a hole, and he took it.
The world's looking a little brighter for our man Aiden.
A little darker, I think. Vincent wants to be in the shadows.
And then Brian comes back in with, give me a card, and here is a Frostbite token.
Yep, now
Jarl's
that you're
in
exposed.
Full effect.
Well, we have a D-React in hand that isn't going to do anything that we could just get rid of here.
Does Brian have any cards left?
No. He only had the 1 card, and it was this Winter's Bite here.
All right, then I am on your team, Jacob. I'm also
opted just to disrupt Aiden a little bit with that Frostbite and take a card from him, make his turn a little harder to come back instead of just swinging that hammer for 3. Yep, and that's exactly what Aiden does. He gives up that reduce the rune chant there. You see another Mangle drawn up for Brian.
Another Deathly Wail. This is the bread and butter. We're chaining it together here.
But can he find the Shadow non-attack? He does. He has Coal and Envelop in Darkness in hand. He does have a Frostbite, though.
Right.
So
he does have to pay 1 for this. So It's looking like we're probably going to have to pitch envelop.
To play the Deathly Whale.
Unfortunately, I think Jarl's going to go ahead and stuff out the Rune Chance, but if he does decide to let one through because he wants to keep his hand, we could be in business.
Business, you say. And Aiden just giving a recount out of his graveyard. See what he's got left, see what he's deployed, see what he's still got in his arsenal. Really giving it a hard think.
Got 2 blues, a D-React.
He's going to pitch the Cole.
Interesting.
Oh.
This is why Aiden's the expert and not Jonah.
He said, take back that shiny Frostbite token. It's giving me a glare in my eyes. Take it back.
The Rune Chant generation from the envelop must be valued a little bit more.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
he did stuff the Rune Chants.
Yeah, he is struggling here to make Rune Chants, so it does make a little sense.
Yeah. I mean, Aiden definitely not out of this game. Lives are almost at parity.
Yeah, I mean, Brian's just blocking. I think Brian's kind of waiting. Like, just waiting until his hand lines up.
Right.
Maybe looking for another pummel, another piece of disruption. So Brian's perfectly fine with just waiting. He's still got the life lead. He's got, still 3 block on his armor, 4 if you include Tunic. And Aiden's got nothing. We lost the creepers now.
It's okay. We're gonna make some eloquent. We're gonna make some eloquence tokens.
And if you
We're
look
gonna
at
come back.
Brian's hand is actually
Really good.
I mean, he's got E-Strike in the form of Go Again, and then he can keep the blue to fuel Felling of the Crown that he has as well.
Yikers.
So, as long as he has a blue in his hand, we could see that.
I think it's an Ice Quake.
Depending on what Aiden does here. So Aiden finally finds some form of Rune Chant generation in the form of the incantation. And we see a Dirge as well. And another Cole. Come on, Aiden. We need a good Cole play. We've had a good Cole play in every Vincent game. We've been hyping it up.
He does have...
I was just informed that Aiden triple Cold a Riptide in one of his recent games.
What a hand.
Imagine just... Oh, man.
In response to playing for the Warriors, he said, you're not going to use those against me.
Yeah, I'll play Cole, banish Cole. Play Cole, banish Cole.
What are you banishing, traps?
Oh, man, that's funny. That's why this game is, there's so many neat interactions that you can do in this game. It's so fun.
Absolutely. It's the best. Flesh and blood. You heard it here. The best game.
And here we go. We see a big Guardian attack. I think he took the Rune Chance there. Or he at least took one, and Aiden said in response, Cole. No, yeah, he did. He took the Rune Chance there. Yeah, so he liked his hand with the E-Strike Felling idea, I think.
Gets him to banish one of the cards.
Yep, now we're coming in for 9, which is nothing to scoff at when you're at 12. Threatening a banish off the top of the deck. I mean, his hand line is pretty nice. You can Tunic out that Ice Quake and then throw Felling. Now, we don't have the Earth cards. How many do he? I think he only has 1 Earth card in his Banish Zone.
Yes. I don't think he would get the full value.
Now he's going to get more.
Just kidding. That was me rewinding. He has 4 Earth cards in his Banish Zone.
If he elects to grab all Earth. Which he doesn't. And we're blocking for 5. So taking 4. Oh, down to 8. All of a sudden, life totals have flipped. Now Aiden's ahead on life.
Aiden is in the lead and probably feeling a whole lot better.
But you still got to be a little scared because your Jarl opponent held onto 3 cards.
Absolutely.
Right? After they've been blocking for several turns in a row, and now all of a sudden he goes, yeah, I'll just hold these cards.
Absolutely.
Right? And then, yeah, Tunic out, red Icequake. Give you a Frosty Boy.
Losing that Haunting Rendition has got to be rough.
Aiden shaking his head. He said, I got nothing in response to that. Yep, and then here we go into Felling. This is a big tempo swing. Yep, grab the gauntlets for that Earth card. armor pieces being the elemental and being able to decompose them is so good.
Very beneficial.
Yeah, especially if you don't see a lot of those earth cards, which, you know, Jarl doesn't run a whole lot. It's kind of like a mix, right? So being able to get that armor piece in the graveyard pretty early, or, you know, block with it when you know you're going to need it.
Right. I was wondering why all the Jarls were playing that, and I was like, oh, it's an earth and an ice card.
Yeah, yeah, and it, you know, blocks too.
Mm-hmm. Blocks 3.
Out and Aiden, this is big. This is a big swing. We're gonna get rid of a card from Aiden no matter what, and then if it hits, which
11.
most likely it will, we're gonna get another frostbite, which is gonna shut down his turn. So I think you probably just full block here.
I'm giving up. I'm giving up my hand.
Yeah,
Mostly.
because you won't be able to do anything.
I just need to make it. Just let me get to another turn when you're not throwing big deeps and taking one of my cards away.
And I mean, as long as, you know, Guardian is not known for converting those big hands. So as long as they don't draw into like an E-Strike or, you know, Pummel, Oak and Old combo or even CNC, you know, you're okay with, you know, maybe taking a little bit of damage and then just going back to your turn with with 3 cards.
Aiden only taking 2 here, going down to 9. Receives an additional frostbite token, but it doesn't matter.
He said, yeah, I'm cold. I'm going to go get a blanket. Here's the frostbites back.
Brian drawing into one of the Unforgivings, the block card. Probably not stoked to see that, but I think he also has a Frostfang.
He does, yeah. Yeah, he does have the Frostfang.
We're going to do a little bit of mental damage into our opponent here, I think.
There was also, he could have also played the Imposing, but there's no really good auras to do. So yeah, it looks like we're just going to overpitch. Yep, for the Frostfang, leave 2 floating.
I think we're definitely at the point where you just got to tell your opponent to have it.
Mm-hmm.
So surely Aiden sees through the mental facade.
Yeah, but the other thing about this is gives your opponent a Frostbite, and then we're also threatening an on-hit to where you have to give us another card, and you're going to be taxed next turn.
Right.
So Aiden definitely in a little bit of a pickle here. He's got some Rune Chant generation there. He's finally finding all these pieces, but will it be too late? Is the question.
We're looking to take a block 5 angle, I think. He's just deciding which cards he wants to give up.
I mean, I think he has Widespread Rune in his hand, so he can block with 2 cards, banish the Widespread, and pitch the other card to pay for it.
Right.
It's not really what we want to be doing, but at least it's something. I mean, you know, your opponent's in single life digits. It could, you know, we could buy a little bit of the tempo back in that way.
Yeah, I think Aiden definitely needs to keep the pressure up, so if he can throw something back right now.
But also, we have to be thinking about Pummel here, because if he has Pummel, then we just get ultimately punished, and
You got to make him have
we
it.
get our hand stripped away anyways.
Aiden, I don't think you have the space at this point in the game to play around it.
Yeah. And yep, looks like Aiden's just gonna say, if you have it, you have it. And Brian playing that mental game of going, any reactions and reaching for his card.
I know you don't have it.
Giving his opponent a little smirk and is like, yeah, I don't have it.
Maybe even like, please don't have it.
Go ahead. Yep, banish that Widespread. Yep, we're going to have to pitch it away, unfortunately. We've got to pay our taxes. It's tax season, after all.
Widespread Ruin coming in, 1 card, 8. We like to see that.
Well, two card 8.
Taxes.
We had to pay our taxes, unfortunately.
The efficiency of Vincent being taxed just a little bit by a Boar Jarl.
Making it a fair game. You don't get to play them for free. We see Channel Lake Frigid, and he's got the Pulse in hand. And then Unforgiving, and then the counterpart to that, the blue counterpart, I believe. AB2 here. We're going to block with Crown. Sinking a card. Grabs an ice card. I think we're going to tax him a little bit more here with Channel. It's kind of looking like the play here.
I don't think I'm that upset about getting taxed with Channel.
Really? I'd be upset.
I'm worried about him hitting me for lethal.
Yeah, but being taxed, he's struggling to convert any of his hands because he's got to pay for everything. And the hammer coming in for 4 thanks to that card in the pitch zone. That is dual element there. Yep, so we get to offer some disruption and still come in for almost half of Aiden's life total here.
Funny enough, I think we can take it and send it back. We'll see what Aiden does here. He's the expert. We're going to give a card. We might try to set up, save some life, and try to set up while the channel's out.
The thing with setting up this late in the game is that it's very hard. Like, you're taking a gamble because what if your opponent does just draw into that pummel?
We've seen 2, right? We're looking for one more.
I think we've only seen 1.
Just the one? Can't read or see, I guess.
All right. Very, very professional.
Ryan draws back up.
Okay, a lot of disruption in his hand. Winter's Bite, Frostfang. Aiden gonna go ahead and just banish and get rid of the Frostbite and pay the taxes in a different way with life instead of resources. And now Jarl's got a 4-card hand again. Aiden's really hoping that Jarl kind of just stumbles and throws a hammer for 3.
Pay 1 or discard. And we're getting a Frostbite. The coolest part about this Frostbite is we're about to break it for free.
Are we?
We drew into a Reduce the Rune chant, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's still going to cost 0 because, it cost 1 originally. I'm off my math. Math's hard. If we had one more rune chant.
What did I tell you, Jonah? Pay your taxes.
Well,
you got to pay them.
I just got a
There's
little.
no going around. There's no up, down, left, right. There's no going around them. You got to pay them.
You ever get excited? That's what happened. Got excited.
All right. Now we're coming in with Mangle for 8. This is Aiden's life total.
No psychological damage on this.
Yep. No cards in hand. No 2 floating here. Just it's all face up. He's got 2 ice cards though, so Channel will stay around. So Aiden is, say it with me, paying taxes.
He's paying taxes.
Paying taxes. Jarl is the tax man. He's come to collect. What Aiden does here.
Block 3 here. Move to your actions. Cost 1 less. Cost 2.
Yep.
2. Make a rune chant. Take 1.
But now the thing is, he's got a 1-card play with Phantom Banshee.
1 card? No. Channel stayed around.
That's right.
And he still has a Frostbite. I think he's opting to just pass back. Take
Taxes.
Blood debt. Got to pay your taxes.
But as soon as that channel's gone, we're in business. Oh, no.
This is what we were worried about. I don't think this ends the game.
You can see Aiden is not happy to see this. He said there's no way.
Surely we have a defense reaction or a haunting rendition.
Do we know what's in his arsenal?
I don't think I'm keeping track of that if I can't even count Jacob.
I think he does have Haunting Rendition.
Okay, we're in business. Aiden has a real shot here.
Yeah.
He just needs to make it past this turn. Channel Lake Frigid dies. No ice card was played. It's going to be hard for him to go a couple of chain links wide. But I think he has the hand to do it.
Yeah, most likely just lining up that block for 4 and gambling on what card he keeps and banishes to Vincent.
Oakenold, such a good card.
Oh, maybe I think he's going to activate the Haunting Rendition instant to block 5.
He's valuing
But
the
he
life.
has to pay for it.
Right.
So,
Right.
So now, even though we won't have any cards, I think we now will be able to play the Phantom Banshee.
Expertly piloting this Vincent to a possible victory. Same goes for Brian. He's been fighting his way through this matchup. Aiden's been throwing haymakers at him. You got to know when to block and when not to. Brian's been doing a great job at managing his resources.
Yeah. And we're going to get to see what's in the arsenal, the mystery card. He's thinking about it. He's in the tank. Does he want to throw this card for free? Does he want to present the 11 damage now or wait?
I mean, if you're in Aiden's spot, don't you have to throw something? Otherwise, you just run the risk of dying.
I mean, it's always a gamble, right? But you know, Aiden knows his deck better than us, so maybe he knows there's something in there that can help him out. And yeah, playing Shadow Puppetry. Not paying the life there, I assume. Just to give it that. Oh.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what he was pondering. Does he want to pay the life or not? To make that one rune chant unpreventable. I think he declines.
Maybe the consideration was if I make one unpreventable, you won't give me a card? But
Maybe.
I'll go ahead and...
Even then, or maybe it just makes it easier. Just give a blue.
This is nothing.
Okay.
It's just vanilla.
It's just nothing, he says.
he elected to take all 4 rune chants anyway.
Yep, down to 4.
That is got to send shivers down your spine if you were set right now.
Block 1. Yeah. Oh, trigger?
Yeah, you got it.
Gets a frostbite.
Bound.
Root bound. That's a block. Is that a red one? That's a red one.
Yeah, blocking 5 on 2 here for Brian.
Blocking 5.
Taking 2.
Took 2.
Down to 2. Now it's 2 to 2.
Imagine it's the eloquent eulogy, bro. Imagine. Okay, so look.
It's eloquent eulogy, as Aiden said.
It's enveloped in darkness, it looks like.
So
not what we
close
wanted to
great.
see.
The wrong 1-cost card.
Now he's thinking about, do I banish this to get it out of there so I don't have a 2-block for next turn?
He elected to banish it.
So go back.
He said, I'm probably not going to be able to play this. I don't want a 2-block in my hand in case I need to survive. Ship it off to the banish zone. Oof. Devastating. Pop and Tunic, Icequake, give you a Frostbite immediately, and Aiden draws into Oblivion and no block.
Oh, Terror Sunder, this might be the game. Aiden smiles as he looks at his hand.
This is 8 dominate.
Please.
Are you sure? Shows him the hand, extends the fist bump, and Brian takes it down. So even though we said that he was on CYB, you were right. He opted not to bring in the CYBs into this matchup.
And it was a grindy matchup, too. Now, could Jarl have taken a more defensive route? Maybe. But if Vincent is strong enough and consistent enough, if you give her the time, I think she'll set something up that you can't really stop. So I think Brian had the right approach, him being a Guardian expert, and Aiden also, masterclass, both did a really good job. What a game. We are going to have a little break here before we cut to top 8, so we will see all of you guys in just a little bit.
we have seen a lot during these 6 rounds of Swiss today at the March AGE Open, but now we have a top 8, Jonah, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Ready to watch it. I'm excited. What do we have first?
Let's actually take a look here. So making the top cut here, undefeated throughout Swiss, is Tao Tao Chu on Arachne Marionette. Closely followed up by Gabe Montes on Zen Tamer of Purpose. Then our esteemed Colin Boy Wonder, don't call me Boy Wonder, Erickson on his famous Kasai the Golden Sand. And another face here, Luke Gilmore, a local that I know, on Aurora Shooting Star. The only Aurora that made it through our top 8, made it to our top 8 here. So a bit of a surprise, given our local metagame breakdown. Along with John Zapata, another representative of Zen Tamer of Purpose, showing that deck's still very competent despite all of the Aurora buzz. Closely followed up by Chris Ayali, no stranger to our top 8s here at AGE, on Vincent Iron Maiden. One lone Guardian in Brian Gutierrez on Jarl Vitradi, and rounding it out with another representative of the AGE Pro Team, new addition Patrick Rubaclava on Dash.io, our only mech in this top 8. So a decent spread, only one repeat hero in this top 8, so 7 unique heroes across all of it. What do you think about?
I was gonna say, I think it's a little, it's diverse, right? Like you said, only one repeat hero. And some notes that I'm not surprised, right? We got MST in the top 8.
Yep.
We got the new Aurora, the new Armory deck just came out. I'm with you. I think I would have expected to have a couple of copies, but not surprised that she's here. A little bit of a surprise, I think, Patrick on Dash.io, right? Like, we know she's a good deck. We know she has tools, but she kind of dipped down to the shadows for a little bit after the ban.
Yeah.
Where she lost High Octane and everything.
Exactly.
Also, not surprised to see a flavor of Assassin here. Happy overall with the diversity here in top 8.
Yeah. We can actually take a little bit of a discussion on the metagame breakdown as to what actually made its way through this top 8 and what didn't actually make the cut. So we had quite a large spread in 19 unique heroes, I believe, across 33 players. So a lot of 1s and not a lot of 2s and 3s. There's quite a clump up here at the top of the most represented with Aurora and Zen, 3 Vincent, but a lot of 1s that people just felt confident on and brought.
Right, specialist maybe. Also interesting after we moved over here, the only hero with multiple copies that didn't get one in top 8 is Enigma.
Yeah, it's curious.
We have been seeing Enigma do well at other events, so maybe it just wasn't their day, a little bit of gem pairing, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think so, especially considering the aggressive decks are the main metagame chunk. Enigma can struggle to weather the storm on their aggressive power turns, and trying to pivot and keep a board state can be quite difficult given how many non-blocks are in the deck. Sometimes you just draw into bad hands, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the participants in our quarterfinals match is none other than John Zapata, no stranger to winning and being a champion of the AGE circuit. Felt very confident on Zen, didn't really want to reinvent the wheel, so brought him here today. 2 copies in the top 8, he's doing good.
He's doing good. He has a good age win percentage, 4 top 8s, 24 points. And a funny note here, I like his answer. What's the minimum amount of money you would accept to smother everything you eat in mustard for a whole year? John put a price on it, and his price is $100,000.
That's steep. He knows how much it's worth to destroy his palate. So,
initial thought after reading that, one of my options was for free. I'll just eat a bunch of mustard.
It entirely depends on how much of a mustard enjoyer you actually are.
Right.
And John's not prepared for it. He doesn't want anything to do with mustard unless he's paid a nice salary, effectively.
Give me $100,000 or no mustard.
Okay. I just want to take another opportunity to thank Top Deck Keep for hosting us once again. Thank you very much, everybody. They've got a great selection of TCGs, board games, accessories, all sorts. Another mention, don't forget, put these names, these dates, pardon me, in the calendar. April 5th for the April Open, so not honestly that far away, just 3 weeks. A bit more of a longer gap for the May Open, May 24th, also here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside. And not to forget the first CC AGE in East over in New England. Great Stories, Comics and Gaming in Wittensville. Tickets are available for that and both for the AGE Wests that are coming up. Let's take a look at the pricing, actually. What have we got here for the winner?
So here is the pricing. Winner, first place. These 8 competitors, the top dog will get to take home $400 and 30 more AGE points. That is a lot. As we were talking about earlier, you know, Aiden being his New Year's resolution to make it to the Players' Championship and everything, and being happy going home with, you know, 8 or 12 points.
Exactly.
You know, that's no 30 is a lot. It gets you up there, and you could take a break for a month if you wanted to.
Honestly, yeah, if you get like increments of 12 and 8 consistently across all of the AGEs we have as opens this year, you can make it to the Players' Championship pretty well.
Yeah. I even had a season myself where I think I only top 8'd once, but I kept getting 9th through 12th and maybe 1/16th, and I was only a few points shy. So yeah, you're very right, Marcus.
Yeah, it's nothing to be ashamed of bubbling, so to speak. You're perfectly fine racking up those points and getting it the long way. You don't need a fancy win completely. Okay, we are now ready, as I'm told by producer Justin, to get into our quarterfinals game. So without any further ado, here we have Luke on Aurora Shooting Star into John Zapata on Zen Tamer of Purpose. I did want to mention something specific that Luke told me before this quarterfinals game. If he was picked to be on camera, he told me that his girlfriend, who is at the venue right now, painted this unique rune chart that you can see up here on the top of the screen. He's actually going to flash it for the lens for everyone to see.
Wow.
His girlfriend painted that on the spot today before the top 8. So
creative.
At least by making a top 8, he gets to show it off for her and her hard work. So that's very well done.
And I like how the reminder text is still on there, you know, like just in case, and it's still got the really cool art. It's kind of phasing into the text box there.
Yeah, I mentioned to him because he's actually a big fan of playing Vincent and other Rune Blades, but mainly Vincent is his hero of choice. I said to him, it kind of reminds me of the Oblivion art in the color palette of that token. Anyways, so Luke chose to play first, or Pommy? Yeah, he did choose to play first. He's higher seeding. So players are drawing up, starting with a Tunic to 1. And there is a Lightning Valley in that hand. So we'll see how Luke sculpts this. Maybe he doesn't want to send anything and allow a filter out of John, but we shall see. Also, an Exude Confidence is pretty good, preventing defense reactions, maybe.
Interesting choosing to go first, right? Or is that, would you say that's normal?
Sometimes it can be. So what he's honestly going to do is do it like this and prevent any filter by pitching at least one Lightning card to Lightning Valley and then saying, I make an embodiment here and reap all the benefits for my next turn.
This is an ideal first, you know, get a channel out there, create a token, set up an arsenal. So I think Luke is very happy right now.
Like another reasonable reason to choose first, I'd argue, in Aurora is that the deck runs some amount of non-blocks and instants. Case in point, Lightning Valley and Somersault. So with all of those in mind, if you choose to play second, sometimes you just take damage because you hold instants in hand. And so even though your opponent is filtering, like you might just get chipped anyway.
Fair point. I think I've seen people do that in KO as well with him running like 12 non-blocks. So.
Exactly, yeah. John consulting this initial opening hand that he wasn't allowed to filter. There's a wax. Is that a wax off the blue one?
Wax.
He's going to underpitch for Kokora and come in for 2. Looking to put that Tiger Swipe back into the library. Luke says no blocks. Falls to a 38.
Luke said, I like my hand. I want to use every piece of it.
He does have a Sigil of Suffering, actually. Might be a good idea to cash in, but John is floating resources. Maybe that's the reason he's actually underpitching, because he's seen Lightning Valley out turn 1, or his turn 0. So he has to be afraid of that interaction. Luke thinking just get 3 block here. And John honestly opts to pass. Luke left with that Sigil of Suffering in this hand.
All right, let's see what Aurora.
I'm going to start with Exude Confidence.
What's funny is that he has 2 Exude between these 4 cards, so he can make it annoying for both chain links. Even more so because Zen does run a lot of these defense reactions in the current lists. So given that you are going to give up on some of these breakpoints on Exude because you can't use a defense reaction on its chain link unless you defend of something equal or greater power to its chain link, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, and Luke's going to send 2 of them.
And strangely enough, his hand is a little awkward, right?
Yeah.
He kind of has to IP himself here. He doesn't have a filler. He's only going to be able to go 2 chain links wide unless John decides to let through some damage so he can draw.
Exactly. It might end up happening because looking at Exude Confidence, he thinks, there's no point in defending this if I can't use a reaction to the chain link. Maybe just giving 3.
Pick one.
1 comes through. A trigger on Channel Lightning Valley. Now Luke has found himself another Lightning card. So the option to pitch 2 cards of the Lightning talent into the pitch zone, however he chooses, is an option here.
I think he can extend now a little bit. I think he drew into a Skyward Serenade.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose
Get that Skizzix, actually.
search for a Skizik.
Yep, make an embodiment. Now he's played a Lightning card, which turns on Starfall.
It's banished.
No reason not to pitch. Oh, pardon me, to push. Getting that Skizzix and refreshing that embodiment of lightning. Serenade is, we spoke about it earlier in the cast, but it's such a good modal card.
Mm-hmm.
One of the really good tools that Aurora gained out of her Armory deck. So no surprise a lot of people are playing her.
And it's going to play it from banished. It's going to be 4 go again. Embodiment.
Skizzix coming in and making the turn that bit wider. This also allows him to pitch into Starfall to get another chain link wide without foregoing an action point. Of course, still has Snapdragons, but you don't want to give them quite this early.
No.
It's merely turn 2.
Reacts.
Another Wind Chakra that John held in hand. Not the greatest of hands, but at least it blocks 3.
Surprisingly, John does not mind blocking. I think that's part of Zen's game plan, right? Like he's can do the mid-range pretty well, blocks well.
Mm. He's honestly a bit more patient. And then 4 from Lightning Surge. And then Luke will pocket that Sigil of Suffering that we have seen already.
John said ship it. He wants his 3 cards.
CLB will die.
Oh, I see a Weakest Link in his hand. Just going to opt for the 2-card 6 here for John.
Definitely a disruptive piece against Aurora, a deck that runs, at a minimum I could think of 9 cards that don't have a defense value. And they're all things you typically want to use on your turn.
What's interesting, though, is that Luke is perfectly fine covering up just this 6 between even the Sigil of Suffering and Arsenal and a 3-block in hand in his Burn-Up Shock. Because even though John can pay for the AB1 so that he only defends 3, it will still defend 3 in conjunction with the Burn-Up Shock. Although Luke's put Entwined Lightning sideways as if he's prepared to block, so he's giving some more thought as to how he wants to block. The annoying thing here is that he both has Lightning Valley and a Somersault.
Yes.
Although he does have priority to play them both out and empty his hand, and then produce Jazz hands when Weakest Link connects.
That's very true.
because as the interaction goes, I believe you can place out Entwine Lightning, and then Somersault and Lightning Valley, put it out in your opponent's turn. Although he's giving a bit of armor here. So his Sigil of Suffering. John will pay. No reason not to. And then he will put the Entwine back into hand after all of that.
A little bit of armor, a card, and Luke is back in it with 3 on the clapback.
Yep, strong enough position. Although John has drawn himself up a wax on, which is a really good reaction to play into Aurora, given that most of these attacks are just zeros.
Coming at you for 4, go again.
The nice thing about the way Luke is playing this is, of course, you keep that Lightning Valley as hidden information until the very last second. Although, very nicely covered up by Wax On.
Come in for 2, go again.
But he gets to keep it around by pitching.
Kind of a win-win scenario there for Luke.
Yeah, even though it looks undervalued on surface, keeping another Lightning Valley out, although making the Zen state pretty good here. John still gets to keep 3 cards.
Yeah, John is in a good place right now. He's making a Zen state. Lives aren't too far apart. I don't think he's unhappy at all.
No, it's great. All these little arcane pings are mooted out by that Zen state. Rune Chants, Arc Lightnings, you name it. If it's one arcane, it's not coming through. And little breakpoints just for blocking 3.
Right.
Zen state does it all. Although he does have a not so great of a hand because he holds a CNC, but Luke does not have an arsenal, as you can see.
Right. I think this is one of those times where you probably park that right in Arsenal for the following turn when you can get the full effects from it.
Yeah, more than likely.
He does have a Crown of Providence, so maybe he's just going to send it and try to set up a bigger turn.
True. Yeah, he's going to pocket the Growl instead. The nice thing about what Luke is lining up is that he gets to two 3 blocks and just somersault them back to hand.
Right.
So not too bad, all things considered.
A lot of blocking being done on the Aurora side. The unique tools, somersault, being able to block with the cards and then get them back for offense as well.
Even though it's an instant, it's such a versatile card to use because of its offense and defense potential. Skizzic's just being played here for 3. It doesn't get that +1 unless it's got go again. Which makes me think Snapdragons might be needed to take this chain anywhere. Exactly. It's like Luke read my mind, and it wasn't just in a very obvious face-up play.
Yeah. Now we get the card draw. I wonder, is that another somersault?
No, that's not an Entwine Lightning. Arcanic Shockwave.
Okay.
Along with Static Shock. So I think he might have a response. Maybe he somersaults his Skizzics to then pitch into Lightning Valley, or maybe he'll just pitch one of these other things. He has all the agency here. He has his Tunic, actually, if he wants to do it that way. Because I don't think he's not going to be able to keep Lightning Valley out. It would have required pitching the Skizzics, but then this turn wouldn't have gone wider. So here we have Starfall coming in for 2.
I think you're right. I think he's going to opt to save the somersault for later.
Play Arcanic Shockwave using the somersault.
Shockwave for pardon me. Starfall only comes in for 1 after the Zen state.
Yeah. And then before resolution.
And then Shockwave's
Shockwave back to hand.
Arcane is actually taken care of by the Zen state.
And that'll be it.
But somersaults it to then put it back in Arsenal.
Arsenal pass.
Because even though John got like decent mileage out of the Zen state, he's still at 25, and Luke's only at 38. So John has like quite a ladder to climb in terms of equaling out life totals.
He is coming back with a 5-card hand here. I do agree, though, the the life point disparity and the lackluster Aurora turns, I'm excited to see what John does here.
No blocks on draw.
John is really looking for his first transcend, and he just hasn't found it yet. Is the main one.
He said, I have to start sending something your way.
Exactly. Aspect of Tiger Body coming in for 3, triggering that combo, producing a Tiger.
Go to 30.
Growl going to empower it, in addition to Kakara empowering it. 2 go again coming in here.
No blocks on Tiger.
Luke's just saying, ship it, send me the bill right now. And then Mauling Chi. This one might demand some cards, because it's a 5 that represents 6 damage. But if you really like your hand and you feel like you can just race anyway, what's to stop you from just keeping it all?
And as we were saying, I mean, we're almost at life parity here, and Zen has all of his armor still. He's getting an arsenal. Like, Zen is definitely still in this game.
Take 2 that becomes 3. All right, not too bad. John did get Luke down to 25 as well. Secures an arsenal and cleans up. I think a more powerful turn will definitely lend itself after the first Transcend, because then his Traverse is live, but I mean, I guess he found a Chi there. There's a Tiger Form incantation as well. 4 go again with Entwined Lightning from Luke, though. Also holds a Lightning Press to jump up some damage on one of these chain links.
I think you're right, though. John finally found his Chi card. It's going to be a little awkward getting it out. If he can do it this next turn, he may have to wait a turn. But that is setting him up to throw the fridge out there, do it all over again.
Yep.
You know, win this matchup against Aurora. So
I don't think it makes too much sense to go to the trouble of pitching red in order to do it this turn. So parking it in Arsenal and trying next turn, probably the better option. John just ruminating on his blocks right now, mulling over his options. Says no blocks. Luke plays the press first. Here's a Wax On, look, absorbs 5. John still takes 2. So he's lucky there's no Lightning Valley on top of this as well.
this is a lot of Zen's agency in these matchups right here, being able to throw a 1-card 5 block.
Yeah. Yeah, Wax On is a great foil into not only other aggressive decks and the mirror, but also into like assassins, because they send a lot of 0 costs. 2 go again from Starfall this time. No Zen state to speak of to prune off breakpoints and little pings of Arcane.
John saying, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
What else you got?
Maybe just make an embodiment and pass, or just send it for 4. Yeah, John's shaking his head a bit because he's holding a CNC and Lucas just pushed the damage. So he said in this turn cycle, no, I don't want 6 vanilla. I'd rather just block with it. Luke makes his embodiment, and then that's that. Just Kakara for 2 here. He kind of said it all when John did a bit of a head shake.
Do you recall, did John have a Chase the Tail or in Arsenal? I thought he had another combo piece that he didn't play when he played the Mauling
I
Key.
know that when he spent that 5-card hand previously, I think he had a Growl. So he does have a Chase the Tail here, but it's not for the value he wants. This is just like a 2-card 6.
Yeah. But as you mentioned, he's parking that Chi card in Arsenal, getting ready to use it on the following turn.
Exactly.
You know, he's figuring out his path to victory.
Yeah, sometimes these are the lines that you have to take in Zen just to get the transcend off. It's under rate or just rate damage, but then once you have transcended, it's above rate. And there's another chi, and there's a tiger swipe in hand.
All right, this is exactly what John needed.
But Luke's starting off with a Gone in a Flash with Go again from that embodiment. So he has the agency to use Lightning Press to bounce Gone in a Flash back, but you'd rather save that for another Chain Link to guarantee the damage. Because the way the interaction works is that if you Lightning Press, you pick up Gone in a Flash, but you don't get that damage from Lightning Press.
Right.
John would rather send the 3 blocks that are in hand at Luke's face. He doesn't want to be like divorced of them.
I think this might be the point in the game where he just says, you know what, I'll take it. I'm going to do my thing, and then the following turn I'm going to block out. I'm going to do it again.
Although I think he has Passover and he has another chi in Arsenal, so he could transcend on Luke's turn if he really wanted to. So that he has agency to use those chi to tutor out the combo pieces and then block with the ones that are already in hand. But you much rather transcend on your turn when you still have 12 petal out.
Right.
Starfall coming in for another 2 Go again. Oh, and the really good thing about Luke saving Arcanic Shockwave for the end of the chain is that when you fuse it with a Lightning Press, your opponent gets privy of the information of the Lightning card you just fused with and 1 Arcane ping coming their way. But, you know, it's anyone's guess if you'll just, like, press over the top.
Luke's going to get more value out of it, but yeah, John will know if he... You don't overblock that, though,
Yeah.
right? You know? It looks like John is still deciding. Now in my hand, I would rather throw it at you than block with it.
Basically. Just absolutely itching to cash in Traverse, but he can't yet because there's no chi to tutor.
He's so close. Just hang in there, John. Discipline.
At least because it's progressed past the first Chain Link, it can't be the 3rd Lightning Valley, so he's feeling okay.
Good point. Good point.
I'll play Arcanic Shockwave off you, showing you a Lightning Press. So 1 Arcane's coming at you.
You saw Luke smirk a little bit there.
Little bits of body language will do that. John hasn't exactly had the biggest poker face in this game. He's had the shakes of the head on some of these hands. Okay, John elects to take the 1 Arcane and is now thinking over the 4 physical. Could even be more, as we spoke. I mean, that has been a good option for Luke, is that he just stays off Arsenal, because then you're never weak to CNC. And it's been in 2 of John's hands and his side, like, oh, you stepped off Arsenal? I wanted to send the CNC.
Right. Like you were mentioning earlier, I think John is value blocking here.
Exactly.
He's going to go get another combo piece, save a couple life.
Yep. It just makes the most sense. Luke did opt to actually put this Lightning Press in Arsenal. Still has Crown of Providence, so good to filter anything, including Arsenal, actually. And just drew another burn-up shock, so a great hand for him, honestly. Maybe he's saying no blocks on the next turn. We will see.
John's going to have to put some big numbers up here. Hopefully get a card out of Aurora, and if not, get her low enough to close it out next turn.
Okay, I'll stir the pot. So he's going to get 2 resources from his 12 petal. I don't know if Passover is going to make the biggest difference in this matchup with banishing an attack action card, but the Snapdragon Scalers.
No funny business over here.
Just a BM banish right there. John gets his 2 floating resources from Kasaya after transcending.
Beautiful Marvel Chi cards, too.
Their price might even drop when all those heroes rotate. And a Kakara for free. Not a single card pitched. 2 is done to Luke. Producer Justin just made a point of when he went completely pitcherless to swing his weapon with Fang Gaming now.
That's all he does. Swords for free.
From the mists of Mysteria to the fires of Volcor, we all just want pitchless gaming.
Well said, Marcus. Well said.
John thinking over the tutor on Zen's ability. Goes for a Mauling Chi that he put back in there. Or one that was still... Pardon me, no. He pitched a Tiger Swipe on his turn 1. Mauling Chi was just still in the deck there. But it will curve nicely after sending more of what's in his hand already. Here's that Tiger that was produced. Coming in for just 1.
And Aurora over here just telling John, send the check.
Swipe does come in for 5 after the Shuko.
So we brought this up earlier when we watched a Zen matchup before, but sometimes the Crouching Tiger doesn't matter, and sometimes it does.
Yep.
So that is the real concern here, and I think as the Zen player, you're kind of happy either way. You're giving me cards, or maybe I get an extra little damage boost because I got another Tiger.
Yeah. The thing is, Luke has the information face up of the Mauling Chi, so given that it needs to follow from a Crouching Tiger as a chain link, it's definitely something he has to consider blocking here. Otherwise, that Mauling Chi is just a 1 for 5 at the end of the chain, which isn't nearly as impressive. Does decide to take the whole 5. Makes a Tiger and banished. John still holds a color of 100 wins, I believe. I don't remember what color it was.
I believe it was red, Marcus.
If it's red, that's just a good another head jab. And then his last card is a Chi. I guess he'll save the 100 wins if he can, because he knows lethal is not on board on this combat chain, so just save it for the next turn. Especially when you can traverse and then tutor out other colors of 100 wins to boost up each other.
Get the combo value.
Exactly. Very disciplined, showing his pilot skill on Zen right now. Another copy of Waxon appearing.
Now, Aurora does have a grip here, but John's got the full suite still.
He does indeed. Burn up Shock. 1 Arcane coming through from the Shock side at the moment. I don't believe John is really in that position to be paying anything, but I could be wrong. He's the one in the hot seat. He will decide himself.
I think we saw him verbal there. I'm not paying anything.
I'm not paying you diddly, sir. The even more devious thing here is that Luke still has the arsenaled lightning press. So across multiple chain links, he can threaten the burn-up Shock, which is probably what has John shaking his head a bit more on. I think this is probably the correct time and place for Traverse to go grab one of those Chi that just got sewn back into the deck. Although he does have another Chi in hand that's untransformed in Path Well Traveled. So 2 non-blocking cards that are going to be definitely in the hand. Luke only knowing about one of them. That's sometimes the risk that you run, given that Zen is playing every available Chi.
Right, as we said, I think earlier today, that a lot of the cards that block 2 are sought after. They're powerful cards, and definitely even some of the ones that don't block at all.
Exactly that. So just Traverse given on the Starfall. It's all that's needed. Luke continues with another chain link.
Okay, go again for the embodiment.
Static Shock will break this embodiment of lightning, giving it go again. And the on hit is live for both Static Shock and Burn Up Shock. The odd point about the known information in the Lightning Press in Arsenal is that however John wants to respect the blocks, that Lightning Press is held over him, which has remained true for all of Lightning Press's lifetime. If you ever remember how Lexi used to threaten you by flipping it in Arsenal and then saying, okay, this arrow can get +3 whenever I want.
Taunting you. You don't know when I'm going to use it, but it's here.
This endless arrow? Maybe. It's basically my weapon.
John, maybe thinking of a way to bait out the Lightning Press here.
It's giving him a lot of pause for thought. And I don't blame him. This is a difficult turn to stare down. Luca also has second strike, which has guaranteed go again, because John took the shock portion of Burn Up Shock already. So 4 go again is produced on at least 2 chain links here.
Maybe John's trying to price in, like, can I buy this Burn Up Shock and just clap back to close it out, right? Because Aurora's on 5. With a little bit of armor. She's got 3-4 life on armor.
Yeah, also that wax on is only a yellow, so it can cover up a 0 for 4, but not anything that goes over the top of that. But maybe you're right. Like when you eat a boom grenade into DO, like maybe you can be brash and just use your life total as a way to pivot.
He said Aurora's got 3 cards and one of them's a Lightning Press. I'm probably just taking this.
Yeah.
What does that line look like?
Means taking 7 and getting it over with here and now. Puts him to 4. Then he has armor to give. But he's giving some respect here. At least he's entertaining it. The great thing about this, though, is that after this chain link is resolved, he does have the agency to pitch a chi away and make his...
there we go.
And there's the yellow wax on to snuff this. Very astute, Luke. Yes, it does already have go again and +1. Another annoying break point for John to lead or solve. But what I was trying to say was that he can make his Zen state because it's already blocked on the previous chain link. So after pitching the chi to it, it can be sacrificed and has already blocked. And now prunes off breakpoints. And we're going to see that just now. Bye-bye 12 petal. Hello Zen state. And that's really powerful, getting out 2 whole Zen states at different stages of the game.
Very powerful by John.
And it is a red here. So is John just going to block out for this whole turn?
I think the last card is the Stir the Pot.
Oh, it's his Path Well Traveled, yeah.
Or Path Well Traveled.
Yeah, a little awkward. But he was operating with, like, the last known card.
Interesting choice to take the defensive route rather than buy into the burn-up shock.
Because this sort of turn can just happen all over again in Aurora. Or it can be Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp.
Right. And maybe that's the concern too, right? She lives somehow and sends so much Arcane that you can't deal with it. And as our producer just mentioned, we haven't seen any power cards really on either side of the table. Just started seeing chi cards on John's side.
I mean, I would have classified that Lightning Valley is a power card. It's more that John did not see the same sort of power cards to meet out Luke's. Like we saw his Chase the Tail had to come in for 1 for 4. No go again,
right.
Nothing else. And I don't actually think. No, Luke, John has paid for Arcane Barrier at least once this game for the Sigil of Suffering, so his Tide Flippers did do their job. It's just that if there was a 3-block, or no, if he had his is it Pouncing Paws in the legs? If he had the Pouncing Paws to put Shuko in front, between that and Zen State, it covers up another 0 for 4. But he just has to take the rest of it on the chin here. But at least the Zen State actually takes up 1 damage prevention on the burn-up side of the on-hit, so he doesn't take as much. So at least the Zen State via the Chi did actually take up like about 3 points of prevention, so he got his mileage out of it.
And he has it for a whole nother turn, you know.
In addition, this is a blue 100 wins, so he can transcend.
Oh. John is cooking. Man, we thought.
I think I know the line he's actually going to go for. He's probably going to tutor out Tiger Swipe, so that he can get a Tiger and trigger Shuko and send Tiger Swipe. Or, yeah, okay, there we go. Tiger coming in for 1.
A Ninja Classic. Little jabs here and there that are hard to cover up.
Luke does have a Sigil of Suffering in hand, though. The rest of the hand isn't so great. I do know that he revealed the Flittering Charge off the top to Ravenous Rabble. In comes the Tiger Swipe. The on-hit doesn't mean too much, it's just the fact that John is presenting lethal.
Zen State doing work in this scenario.
I think the Zen State prevents the Sigil of Suffering dealing Arcane, though.
I believe it does.
So that defense reaction does only just prevent 3. So maybe he's not even going to deploy it on this turn cycle. I hadn't thought about that till I realized, oh yeah, the Zen State stays out for a whole nother turn.
Yeah.
So it's coming down to the wire here. Luke considering his options. Maybe the Written in the Stars is the 3-block. Because I don't think... Oh, maybe the burn-up shock, because he knows it doesn't really do all that much. It won't connect, really. Just the Zen State complicates things for him now.
Now, is this a tell by Luke here? If I'm giving you the burn-up shock, it means I'm not going to be able to present enough?
Could be. Maybe he's playing a game of chicken with that Flittering Charge.
Yeah, I'll block 3, go to 2.
Because at the very least, he can deal 4 damage, or 3 in this case, to John with that Flittering Charge, make an embodiment, and then Arsenal the Sigil of Suffering. John has another Chi, 2 other blues, and I think Tiger Form Incantation or 100 wins. Pardon me. Let's take a glance. Just as John puts his hand on the table. Okay, no, the red is 100 wins.
Mm-hmm. And my mistake, actually, not a tell. Burn-up shock is not going to do as much as you think it is with the Zen State out there.
Exactly. John does have the option of defensively transcending, actually, because he can play his Wax Off and then play his Preserve and actually put a threat back into the deck to then tutor on his turn. He just has to be very nervous because Lightning Press is a real card that is presented here. Because Luke's already used 2, there could be a 3rd. Maybe he considers putting his Shuko in front, but that's damage on the next turn that he wants to be able to send.
I think John's happy putting a 3-block down in front of this.
Then waiting for reactions, basically.
Yes.
That's exactly what you described. No reaction, says Luke.
You've got to be feeling good if you're in the Zen seat right now.
Yeah. John's taken nothing. However, Luke holds more armor, and John's about to lose that Zen state. And there's that Sigil of Suffering to think about when it passes into John's turn to be on offense.
Yeah, John does have to send some heap of damage at Luke here, because you're right, he does have 4 armor still, and it's all on different pieces, so you know he can block the go wide, low to the ground ninja strat.
Yep.
Classic.
I think John's considering playing the wax on just to defensively transcend, because Luke, I believe, did his embodiment as a reaction. John goes through the graveyard, considers his options for tutoring to Chi. Because Luke did not have the cards in hand to punish, and there goes the wax on, off.
Yeah, so I'll make an embodiment.
And then preserves. Puts something tasty and combo back into the deck. Recycles a Tiger Swipe, which is another boon for keeping his Shuko around as long as he can.
It's got 100 wins.
Here comes 100 wins. Just a head jab for now. Luke's drawn up his last Lightning Valley, and he's got the Sigil of Suffering in his graveyard. Oh, not his graveyard, his arsenal. There is a Lightning Press. This hand doesn't block very well. He knows there's that Chi in hand, and John desperately wants to transcend.
The tension is definitely rising in this quarterfinals. Both players trying to make it to the top.
Luke cashing in the equipment to sink something. He's just content in everything he has here. He's waiting for John to show him more information. That Tiger comes in for 0, but then the Tiger Swipe comes in for 5. Oh, this is tense. I think Luke is about to do it to John. He lines it up so that he'll block exactly 5. Pass to reactions. Here's the Lightning Valley. Here's the Sigil of Suffering. Defend a full 5. John has no resources floating. Luke will filter and draw his new card.
Did you get a look at what he drew off the top there?
Not really, but we can always take a peek with our fantastic little technology.
I believe it's the Snatch.
So he has 2 snatches in hand.
This is one of those moments where you're really hoping you have a wax on.
The thing is, John went through 4 copies already. He even used one of his yellows. He has a 2-block. Oh, this is devastating. He's just going to have to hope he doesn't have it. Luke has the Lightning Press here. John will be taking 3, 6 all the way to 1. Luke will get to draw 2 cards because it's Snatch and Lightning Valley. Ravenous Rabble, Lightning Search.
This is looking like the end for
Ravenous
John
Rabble.
here.
It's only 3, but John's at 1. Weakest Link. Starfall coming in for 2. John's last blocking card. Flittering Charge, and that's all she wrote, because all he has is a Chi in hand. Luke clutches it and takes it with the 3rd and final copy of Lightning Valley. Pretty amazing seeing all of that pan out and seeing everything that we were seeing in the casting booth, all the information presented to us, but the tension that you can feel on either player's side of the board.
What
Very
a-
palpable right there.
What a dance. I mean, just seeing that, I think we could both agree that Zen was in the driver's seat for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then at the very end there, for whatever reason, Zen falls off. He did draw into some defense reactions, and had to inefficiently block that attack and wasn't able to convert offensively.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Aurora taking it. A really good game, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Just a really good show of why the hero is like doing well and really benefiting from this armory deck. I think we will take a small break and I think if we have time for an interview. Okay, maybe not time for an interview because we have to go straight into a semi-finals not too far from that. But please don't go away. We've got more games just like that after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. It is me, Jonah Overholt, and Jacob Torres back with the semifinals. We have a really interesting matchup for you today. A little bit of revenge, right? We just saw the Jarl Vincent matchup, and the universe gave it back to us. We're going to see if Vincent can take it down this time. Here's an updated top 8. So in the top bracket, we got Tao Tao on Arachne Marionette, and we got Luke Gilmore on Aurora Shooting Star. Followed on the bottom by Chris Aielli on Vincent, Iron Maiden, and Brian Gutierrez on Jarl. So there's the little rematch there. And at the top, I think that's just two meta-defining decks going at it, seeing which one can come out. So
And then 2 not so meta-defining decks, right? Also making it the top 4, Yarrow and Mario.
correct.
Kind of
And
coming out of the woodwork.
the pricing, Jacob, what do we got here?
So the winner of the whole thing will get 400 USD, as well as the AGE open points, 30 of them. So hopefully, bumps them up, puts them in that top bracket. And then second place, you get a respectable $200, and as well as 25 points. That's only 5 less points.
Pocket cash.
I think that's the big thing here is the AGE open points, because you want to make it to that championship. You want to be in top 16.
I don't care about the dollars. I want the points.
Oh, okay. And then third and fourth gets $100 and 20 points. And then for our folks who got fifth through eighth, $50 and 15 points. So they are fighting for $200, $400, and then some AGE points.
And big shout out to our sponsor, Top Deck Keep. Beautiful store, friendly staff, clean store. A lot of good snacks in the store. Close to some good restaurant store. Also, sick online single store. Okay, anything you want and more here at this store, Top Deck. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my first time here, and it's really good. I wish this was one of my local stores.
Follow that up with the next Age Opens, right? We got the April Age Open, Jacob. That is happening April 5th, again here at Top Deck Keep. It will be CC. And then we also have the Mage A Open May 24th, and it will also be CC here at Top Deck Keep. And lastly, we got the New England Great Stories, Comics, and Gaming, Whitensville, Massachusetts. This will be at the end of this month, 30 March. We got AGE East, AGE West. We're all over the place. We're doing it big.
Yeah.
Join us.
Yeah, that one's pretty exciting because it is CC, so it's the first time that we get to see that east side kind of like meta for Classic Constructed and see what they got to bring to the table.
Right, excited.
So
different flavors, different people, different pilots, and the love of the game. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's jump right into this matchup. So here we got the players getting ready. I believe, Chris has the 6th seed, so he'll get to decide who goes first. As the Vincent player, Jacob, what are you aiming to go first? Are you aiming to go second?
I think you always want to go first because you do want to try and set up. So I think Chris will like to set up. I mean, you want to get a card in your banish zone, right? And find those enchant generators. And maybe even arsenal like one of the D-reacts, to help you combat this Jarl disruption. But this is an interesting match because, we just saw this game.
Deja vu.
But with Aiden instead. So now Chris is here to revenge his other Vincent sister. And Chris also played Aiden in Swiss, and they played the mirror, and Chris beat him. So Chris is here to prove that he's the better Vincent player.
And he's also here for revenge. He said, Jarl, you hurt. You hurt Vincent, I hurt you.
Nobody hurts my Runeblade people. But me, he said.
Again, with the beautiful setup here, we got a Malefic, a Rune Chant, a Ulick. It's actually literally deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing we don't have is Jarl, Natty, Fusing, and Oakenold, so we're happy about that. I believe I saw 2 Mangles in his hand.
Yep, 2 Mangles and a Frostfang and an ice card to pay for the Frostfang.
A little bricked up on the Brian side of the table here.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and overpitch, so that way we can just at least filter these hands. And we do represent the 2 floating, so there's that mental damage again. Chris just took 5 mental damage.
These players are just throwing haymakers at each other's minds this weekend. It is insane. Yeah, we're being told that Brian is he's a big fan of the mind game, the chess. He wants you really thinking, maybe overcommitting. He's trying to squeeze every bit of value he can.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a game about inches, right? You always, you got to ask, you you got to make your opponent answer your questions. Do I have the pummel? Do I not? You got to. It's up to them to make the decision, to make a mistake, if you will, and decide how they want to play around the potential pummel.
No attack reactions?
Chris comfortably blocking 5 here and making a rune chant while doing it.
I won't react.
And there we go. We see Brian again trying to pump fake the pummel at his opponents, doing mental damage. Chris is now at -10 mental.
That is not a joke. That's the 3rd time I've seen Brian do that. He is out here just psyching people out. Chris opting to banish a widespread destruction, make a rune chant. And he said, all right, I'm going to send this at you. 1 card 9. Malefic makes one on the back. Got 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
AB3?
Yep. Wants to disrupt Jarl's arsenal.
Jarl's very comfortable just blocking this out.
Yep. So right now playing a little bit of a mid-rangey kind of game. Just throwing, we're playing normal Fab right now.
We're just playing good old-fashioned big attacks, numbers.
Oh, until right now we're playing Crumble. We're cheating a little bit.
So interesting. Last match we saw Jarl versus Vincent. Aiden was rocking the
quill hand.
The quill hand, correct. And Chris here has the grasp of the Arcane.
Yeah, so Chris maybe just respecting those matchups where you do need a block just a little more, respects, his opponents on hits a little bit. And maybe, Vincent is, a little fragile just because she does have to banish a card from hand. But he does have the Bloody Oval as well, so no Reaping Blade here. Maybe got a little bit of insight that Brian didn't bring in the CYBs into the previous Vincent matchup.
Mind games going on both sides, right? And we also had Brian opted to crumble the creepers instead of the tunic after he saw how much work it did last time he fought.
Yeah, or even on the grabs to reduce the block that he can do on those dominated attacks.
Right.
I'll attack you. 4.
Oh, so we just got some intel. Hey, Aiden at the end of the round said, hey, by the way, a better target for your crumble is probably creepers, so I don't get the ability to go wider in our matchup.
So Aiden betraying his the monastery sister over here and providing intel to the enemy.
There's just so much good karma and good vibes going on here. Man, I don't know what to tell you. We're just having a good time playing cards.
I know, that's what's great about the Flesh and Blood community is that even after the game, everyone likes to sit there and chat about the game and what they could have done better, how they can improve, and etc.
Aiden lost and still said, "Hey, this is how you do it better next time."
Yeah,
even though you beat me.
Yeah, that's good sportsmanship right there.
Good sportsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
Brian blocking this out. Chris creating a couple rune chants, cleaning up.
He's going to go to 3. Crumble's going to break.
So we got Dominate, and it looks like we do have Oakenold in hand.
I'm going to pitch an Earth.
Oh, we got the Mangle in Arsenal from that one turn.
For 10, Dominate.
We give it +2 from the Gauntlets because we pitched an Earth card, and it's got Dominate from the Crumble. This is a big swing, and we're already threatening to take away the creepers from Chris.
So there's no threat of a pummel here, but if we're unable to block 7, we're losing our creepers. The end of the world? Probably not, but it is going to make this hill a lot steeper.
I was going to say, I think it hurts him quite a bit just because everything kind of has to be face up in a way. And so I think Chris...
Well, the way Vincent, I think the eulogies and the instant... 4, 5, the 6. Shadow cards that you can play at instant speed if someone's taken life. I think that gives you the creeper-like effect in some form. But I agree, losing the creepers now is not ideal.
It looks like Chris is going to go ahead and just cleanly block this, getting use out of that oval, unlike last time. That's what I like to see.
That was a block 10 from Chris's side of the table.
Chris said, I am not losing my shoes today. I want to keep them on.
Initial yellow widespread.
Another widespread. Destruction.
We like disrupting our opponents. We like taking cards from them. Just a little bit of spice here from Chris Aielli, throwing out the Time Snap potion.
Yeah, so Jonah, what's up with the Time Snap?
I think the idea here, similar to the creepers, is that we want to go wide. right? And imagine there was a couple of times Aiden went 3 chain links. Imagine if you could do 4, right? And just having 2 action points, the agency.
And that's not what we want to see. You never want to see Oakenold fused while holding 3 cards in hand. And you only saw 2 of them.
It's not ideal, but are we mad?
We're mad if it's pummel.
There's possibility of a pummel here.
Yeah, sure is. And Chris has got to be thinking about that in the back of his mind. Yeah, I think Chris is definitely setting up for a big turn here.
Chris needs to stay strong mentally here. Do not get psyched out, considering all blocks.
Unknown to Chris is that we did just see what Brian has in his hand. It is another Oakenold. And so I guarantee you he'll probably just put that in Arsenal.
IP2, let's do it again
Yeah,
next turn.
do it again next turn, exactly. Say, you just want to sit there and set up, I'm going to make you pay for it.
Yeah.
Nope, Chris just electing to take the 9. 2 random cards to the bottom.
Okay.
So this one,
Is that going on bottom or?
yeah, it's going to go on the bottom, and then this one, both go on the bottom.
2 random cards to the bottom. Chris does not look happy about that.
There's a little bit of an upsetty spaghetti face I saw that he's got to put those on bottom.
And it looks like I
Was that a
couldn't quite make
dirge?
him out. I couldn't quite make him out.
And I'm going to think about Arsenal.
Oh,
Interesting choice.
chooses to Arsenal the Felling instead of the other Oakenold. Very interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah, looking at Chris looks sad. He's not very happy about that. I think he probably had some setup cards that ended up going to the bottom, and now he's just stuck with some attack actions, most likely. I see a blue widespread annihilation, and couldn't quite make out the other card.
Jarl is playing a little bit more aggressively, as you know, we got the red ice quakes in here. Chris contemplating which card to banish, and he goes with widespread annihilation.
Is that 4 cards in his blood debt now?
Yes.
Yeah, he says that's too much for me. I'm going to go ahead and just throw this at you.
I think I mentioned this before. It's one of those decks you just have to be comfy with being uncomfortable. You know, who wants 4 blood debt cards that they can't turn off like Leviathan and they're banished? Nobody.
Levi can turn that off?
Blood debt, yeah.
Oh.
Banish a 6, turn it off. No damage.
They always die to it.
Hey, we're not beating
I
up
didn't-
brutes right now.
I didn't know they could turn it off. I thought it was just like a choice.
Brian,
No, shout out all my Levi players out there. I love you.
Brian dropping down to 30.
And banishes E-Strike. Doesn't need it, he says. Chris all the way at 21. That blood debt is slowly ticking away at his life.
You got to use your
Hey,
life as a resource.
We do it again.
Oh, monk of my giga. There it is, the double fuse Oakenold.
Yeah, Chris is not happy about that. Did we draw into some defensive pieces here to maybe try and cover this up?
It doesn't look like
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't quite look like it. Looks like we're just going to gamble again. 2 cards to the bottom, and hopefully it's not the setup pieces that we need.
Let's see if you can do it again.
Chris says, let's see if you can do it again. Chris says, let's go gambling.
Chris really hoping for the, whatever the chances are, you could call it a 50-50. That's not exactly true, though.
Those go on the bottom.
He didn't.
He
He
said-
didn't make as much of a
Okay,
unpleasant face.
He seems okay with this. He seems all right. Even though, I mean, we just took 9 to the face and we're at 12. He seems fine.
Only a few people could be down this 18 life points and not be frowning.
That is the 3rd copy of Widespread Destruction that we've seen hitting the banish zone. Brian draws the first pummel of the game. Chris sitting there thinking. He's in the tank.
He's cooking.
What are we doing? I mean, Chris is not out of this yet. Even though the life's looking bad, Chris still got plenty of armor. He's still got Face Purgatory to maybe play around that pummel.
Right.
If he feels that it's the time. We got Dirge. So we could play something if we want.
Oh, break time snap.
We're popping the Time Snap Potion. Coming in with the Destruction. For 3 and 6, we got 1 action point left. So now you have to wonder what's in Chris's arsenal. How are we playing something else here?
Right.
Blocking the rune chance. I don't think we're going to see this pummel resolved. Looks like we're lining up a block with it. And looking to just swing Felling of the Crown. Ooh, block with the Stalagmite. Chris can respond with Tunic if he wants to.
This also could have been a bait.
Yep, responds with Tunic. So he does have something that costs 0 then that he wants to play. Gets a red Ice Quake. Revel. Oh. Into, what does he have in his Banish Zone? Widespread Destruction. Deathly Wail and Deathly Delight. I imagine.
I'm with you. I think we take the Deathly Delight route.
Oh, Eulogy, that's what the last one is. We're playing the Arsenal one again.
He's saving them for tomorrow. Or I just mean later.
Tomorrow. He may still be here tomorrow.
He does work here, so he could be here tomorrow using those cards.
He could stay and just clock in early if he wants.
Chris drawing back up.
That was a pretty good turn. We got back in the game. We got a block on the Stalagmite off, and it didn't really affect our turn because we had that Tunic resource up, and we took all of the Jarl players' cards.
We got tempo, right?
Yeah, and we got one of those pummels out of the way, which we like to see, especially being at 10. So now it's all back to Chris. The Time Snap Potion, a little bit of spicy tech there. I think it worked out for him. Didn't have a resource card to really make use of the Spellbound Creepers there, so instead opting to use that Time Snap Potion.
It's almost like it's not even as big as I was thinking. It's kind of just like a pseudo creepers. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I want more creepers in the deck, and sometimes I want to block out setup, play a Time Snap Potion.
Yeah, I think Chris knows that Brian's perfectly fine pitching his blues to stop the rune chance, so that way creepers die eventually.
Right.
So I think that's what he's saving the creepers for when he really needs them. Chris really in the tank here about what he wants to banish.
Tanking.
I mean, you have to, right? When you're 15 life down, you have to think about how you can gain every single inch against your opponent.
How am I going to get out of this hole?
There's Phantom Banshee hitting the Banish Zone. It's interesting to see that
It will not pay.
a lot of these Vincent players are starting to play these other 3-cost Runegate cards besides Deathly Wail now that they have so much Rune Chant generation.
Right.
And now they can play these just good values 3 for 7 cards, which is, really just 0 for 7 if you have the Rune Chants. Then we're playing the Eulogy here.
Unforgiving. I'm going to trigger.
Yeah, he gets to search for a Mangle, put it in his Banish Zone, can play it next turn if he wants. Which I imagine he will, right, if we're searching for it.
And the good part about this, right, if Jarl decides to say, hey, I'm going to eat everything, Chris goes a little wide because he wants to play the Mangle, we're kind of happy, I think, on the Vincent side of the table. And at the same time, if you decide to give up all your cards and you don't play the Mangle, happy there too.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a good spot here, I think, even though we're minus 14.
Shadow Puppetry trigger.
Considering the banish, trying to get a sneak peek.
Show us, Chris. Oh, he does banish it.
It was a shadow puppetry.
All right, just wanted to get it off the top of the deck. Didn't want the 2-block.
Because he's going to hit me with Mangle.
And then hard cast for 6. Phantom Wraith. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to punish him. He says, you're going to want to play cast that Mangle. I'm just going to present 6 vanilla. You want to block it or not?
Right.
I don't think so, because you want to play that Mangle. You're just going to take 6.
2 cards 6. That's classic Fab right there.
It looks like we're activating the gauntlets, pitching the Earth. Give it +2.
Getting closer and closer to parity with our Jarl player here.
And those gauntlets are so good. Like, especially when you're able to put the -1 counters and search the Mangle right out of your deck, and then block with them, put them in your graveyard, decompose them.
Maybe Chris thinking about face purgatory here. Our Jarl player does have 1 card in hand.
But none floating, so we're not under the threat of pummel. I imagine we kind of might want to save face purgatory for a pummel play, right?
Yeah, but maybe keeping him off a card could be good. Let's see what Chris does.
Unless we need the face purgatory to cover this, to stop the crush effect, so that way we can keep our grass or our creepers.
I think more importantly, like you mentioned earlier, keeping the creepers around to actually get some value out of them might be necessary for this matchup.
Right. And you can see that Brian's kind of taken what Aiden told him to heart, and that he's really gunning for those creepers.
Right. Give me your shoes.
Not my shoes. Walk around barefoot.
My feet will be cold.
And Chris picked up the face purgatory there for a second and is contemplating it. Yep, really thinking about it. There it is. Blocking with face purgatory.
Okay, he said, give me your last card.
Yep. Which was a D-react, so that's a good gimme.
We're up.
Go ahead and take 3.
And set is up. Brian a little bit upset about that, I think. Good value, decompose, right?
Yeah, you definitely wanted that for Arsenal, 100%, right? There's the 3rd Oakenold. No fuse, though, more importantly.
Not a bad hand for Jarl to draw into. And he's still got Stalagmite. Chris opting to...
Thinking about what card he wants to banish. Deathly Delight. Into Dirge. And Chris has got to have taken at least 10 Blood Dead this turn, unfortunately, or this game.
You just gotta flirt with death.
You gotta flirt with death.
As a Vin set player, as a shadow player in general, you gotta be flirting with death the whole time.
Fair enough, fair enough. Then he pushing up. This is the last Stalagmite block. Not too much value there off the Stalagmite, just because Chris had 1 card in hand, had no Tunic, nothing much else he could have done there.
Right.
But Brian just opting to preserve a little bit of life. He says, I'm already up, at 17. Chris is at 3. Might as well just preserve life, throw a breakpoint at him, move on. Take my losses.
Chris staring down 7 vanilla damage.
We'll have to see if that Stalagmite block might come back and bite Brian for a little bit in the future. Just because having that on-demand Frostbite token is so important against a deck that likes to kind of like cheat out a card for 1 resource.
You're right, it could have been a bait.
Yeah, Chris down to 2. Oof.
Reduce the rune chant.
We've gotten to the point where we have to banish these non-blood debt cards so that way we don't die to our blood debt, unfortunately. Yep, we're going to go ahead and play Deathly Delight. Chris did pay, so he will gain 2 life when the combat chain closes and then lose 1 to blood debt. So he'll go back to 2. We're going to use Tunic to cover up that rune chant. without losing any cards. And we do have a race face in the hand. Talk to me about a race. Does race face do anything in this matchup in particular?
Talent and class cards, right? So you're not Shadow and you're not Runeblade. I'm going to be honest. I'm not quite sure that it affects Vincent much these days. Rune gating only cares about the room chance. If you want to attack that, you need something like Amnesia. But yeah, off the top of my head, I don't think so. Not for Vincent.
Yeah, just a solid 2 for 6 card. And if you have that Canopy Shelter, you can also block and make it for 7.
Some of them are playing Modern Skies too, right? And in that scenario, it does hit you. It takes your go again away. But
Looks like this is coming up for a 3-card block here. Yeah.
if you can't convert the hand, what do? You block.
Yeah. So Brian, I think, is putting Chris on a clock here and saying, I'm just going to block out and see if you can survive your own blood debt.
He's only got one more sitting in there.
Yeah. Hammer is coming in for 4 thanks to that might.
Chris contemplating how he's going
See
to make
Oblivion
it
in
past
Chris's
this.
hand. I don't think we're going to be able to cast it this game, unfortunately.
It does have a reduced to rune chance.
So he can cleanly cover this up. He's got to pay for it, though. Even when you don't have Frostbites, you got to pay your taxes.
I think you said he took about like 10 damage.
It's
from
got to
blood
be
debt?
at least 10. I wasn't counting, but it's got to be at least 10. He gets rid of the Oblivion, though. He says, I do not want this in my hand. Send it back to the bottom.
It almost feels like Chris was preparing for a longer matchup and got a much more aggressive Jarl.
Yeah,
than he was
I
expecting.
100% agree, yeah. Just looking at how he played the Time Snap Potion in those first few turns, how he just stacked up the Blood Debt and was just sitting there perfectly fine, setting up. And I think Brian drew really well, and it was just haymaker after haymaker after haymaker.
Yeah, where Hayden got like a different story, right? He was just getting slapped in the face from the beginning.
Yeah.
So he knew this was going to be a race, and he had to do everything he could. And interesting how both matchups have turned out so far.
But we do see Brian, he's got 2 blocks in his hand. Yeah, he's just going to block. We're going to search for another Mangle, if we have one. I know some Jarls are only running 2. So it may be the case for him as well, because he's not searching there. And I don't think this is going to a pitch stack at all. So, you know, if you had it in there, you would have grabbed it, I think.
Pay 1 or discard.
He said, I'll give you a might token.
Psych, here's a Frostbite. Pay your taxes.
Oh, man. Chris said, no, give me the might back. Yeah, I'm just coming with the hammer for 4. Oh, another clean block from Chris.
Defense reactions coming in
To
clutch
keep him
here.
off that 1 life. Thinking on the sink. He has Call in hand, which could do some damage. And a Deathly Whale red.
Deathly Whale's bread and butter. We're sinking the coal.
Sinking the coal. Draw in. Shadow Puppetry.
Are we mad about that?
I don't think so. I don't think you're necessarily mad at that.
No.
Makes it a break point, gives you some source of go again.
Maybe we got a time snap in Arsenal we can play.
Time Snap Potion. We got the second one. Yep, playing the Shadow Pup.
We are not paying a life.
I was gonna say I don't think you can afford to pay the life here.
I think there's some consideration, but we are a little low.
Yeah,
you know,
Chris-
the Deathly Whale made sense, right?
Yeah,
He was-
Chris doesn't do it. Brian Snap takes the rune chance, blocks 3, takes 4. So we are gonna get a Shadow Puppetry trigger here. It is a Malefic.
There's
So now Chris has to make the decision, do I want this 2 block for next turn?
a small world where we banish that because, again, we don't want the block value.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris opts to try to get some more block value on the next turn. Thinking about go again. He can send another 2 damage. He does have to take a life for it.
Yeah, if he throws the flail.
and he'll make 1 extra rune chant.
Do you know what it's in his arsenal? It's been there for quite some time.
Yeah, I can't recall. So I was fingers crossed. Maybe it's a timestamp.
Taking some time to think. Could be something like another Revel. And he's maybe thinking about playing it.
That would be 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oof. Decides to go to 1. Throws the flail. For 1 and 1. Brian's just, I'm taking all of it.
Close it, make 2 more.
Yep. We're going to go to 3 because flail hit 2 from Deathly Whale since we lost life as well. So we're going to be set up for next turn pretty well.
We're looking to block 9, send 9 here.
But now we cannot take any more blood debt at all.
We did get a frostbite, which is a little oofta.
Yeah. Ice. Oof. Command and Conquer coming in for 9.
The frostbite is actually. Oh, we do have the grasp. I think we're good here.
Yeah, but now we see why Brian took all that damage is because he wants to swing this back and try to regain the tempo and just put Chris on the back foot, force him to maybe potentially just banish a Blood Debt card that he can't play after these rune chants are gone and just have him die to Blood Debt.
Agreed, but when you're as good as Chris, you draw the block cards in your deck, not the defense reactions, and you say, goodbye, CNC for 9. I think I'll stay in this game.
You don't have to pay for those. That's broken.
That's absolutely a good card.
That's tax evasion.
That is tax evasion. He said, IRS, no thank you.
These rune blades are committing tax evasion out here.
Banishing the widespread ruin, going up to 4 rune chants.
So good at the video game.
Chris is going to pay his taxes finally.
That was best case scenario for Chris.
That was best case scenario.
Best case scenario. And I don't think he would have drawn that hand if he didn't banish that Malefic incantation off of the Shadow Puppetry trigger.
The minute details, the micro decisions in this game are actually insane.
Chris said, 2 block? No, I want 4 block instead.
He said, that's not a haunting rendition. Banish it.
Yeah.
Brian struggling to stay in the game here.
Chris slowly clawing his way back.
Brian's been doing a great job of piloting Jarl. He's been fighting rune blades all day, and I think he's tired of it. You know, he wants to put him to bed.
He wants to put him to sleep.
He wants to put him to sleep.
I think the the Vincent players are trying to put Jarl back on ice. And here we go. Hammer for 4.
Do we have the clean cover-up, or do we got to give away some armor?
This little hammer is such a good innovation in the Jarl deck just because they do want to run those Earth cards, and they don't run a lot of the 3 cost or greater, so they don't want to run Titan's Fist, right? So this is such a, I love that. I love the deck building, how all the Guardians kind of like have a similar play style, but they all play different, right?
Right. Chris hanging on to a thread here with 1 life left. Still hasn't moved the arsenal, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now
We're coming in for 3 rune chants, which Brian blocks because he doesn't want to go to 1. And then we're coming in for 10. Ooh, and this is a lot of 2 blocking here. So we block 4, we block 8 due to the decompose.
We're taking 2.
Wow.
Now we have dried up, and maybe it's a dirge, right? Maybe he was holding. He said, "I don't want to dry up. I want to win this game." Maybe it's a dirge in Arsenal. We're gonna find out here in just a second.
Chris just clawing his way back from his almost buried grave. He's literally got like 1 hand out of the grave right now. Said, "I'm not done yet." And he's got full tempo. Can he keep it though? I think if he draws into a Runeblade hand, it will go south really fast.
I think that's what we're trying to prevent with our arsenal here. I'm not quite sure.
It's either this.
He's deciding which card. He said there's 2 options.
Well, just pick whichever one looks cool.
I am so hungry.
Brian's
Brian
talking
said,
about.
"I'm hungry."
These boys are half in the game, half in their stomachs.
Well, he didn't say what he was hungry for. Maybe he's hungry for victory.
Oh. See what you did there.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go for the bigger number.
Bigger number, Chris says.
Big number, good number.
Gets rid of the Wraith.
And this is when Grasp, and you could argue that Quillham would do the same thing here, but I'm a big fan of the 3 life and make some rune chance.
Yep. And we're just throwing 2 and 6, which Brian's gonna have to respect. If he's got all 3 blocks, he's gonna be left with 1 card. If it's an Earth card, we're swinging for 4.
AB1.
Yep.
EB1?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
So opted to take 1 rune chant and then play Pulse. Give Chris a Frostbite. He wanted to keep 2 cards.
He went to 1.
Well, he's got Fruits of the Forest, so I imagine we're swinging for Hammer, discarding Fruits.
Going back up to 3. Interesting him valuing the...
Chris looks a little disappointed over there. I don't think he drew the hand he needed. And this Hammer's just coming in for a 3 damage. 1 card block. As long as we didn't draw all 2 blocks.
Surely not. Contemplating.
I think I see
3. I saw 2 3 blocks.
I think
Annihilation, I think Delight.
his Arsenal, he just flipped it up. I think it's Widespread Ruin.
Oh.
Yeah. Discard.
Discard Fruits. Yeah. Go back up to 3. Gives himself a little more of a cushion, so that way he's just not auto dead to a unpreventable rune chant.
Banshee.
Oh, Chris, I don't think Chris can do that at this moment.
Activate.
Being at 1 life, he can't pay a life.
I'll
Yeah.
play Dirge, -1.
There's a Dirge.
4 and 7.
Now this is good, right? 4 rune chants. He's got to give multiple cards or take some damage, and then we got another breakpoint on the Phantom. Like,
Yeah.
this is ideal.
And man, I have not realized how much 2 blocks this Jarl deck has.
Okay, no reaction.
And again, full tempo back in Chris. Brian just very comfortable, just full blocking out and waiting for him to stumble. He said, "You're a Runeblade. Runeblades are known to stumble. And when you do, I'm going to be there to strike."
Brian patiently waiting.
Chris giving himself a little laugh as he looks at his hand. I see a D react. A Cole. He's flicking it a little too fast.
Reduce the rune chant, Cole.
Is that double Cole?
Is that a Malefic?
I think it's an incantation.
What do you have, Chris?
And Brian over there has a Felling of the Crown, so he's able to keep 2 cards. He can put Chris in a sticky situation.
Play Malefic.
Okay, banish the Reduce, play Malefic.
Activate Tunic.
Activate Tunic for 3 resources, apparently. Plays the Widespread Ruin.
1 and
That's been
6.
sitting there for turns on turns.
1 and 6. He took the 1. Did he have 2 Coles?
Block 6.
I think so.
Let me jump behind. And you, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I have no reaction. I am thinking.
Yeah.
He's thinking about playing the Cole.
I'll play Cole.
Yep. Yep. And Brian was trying to hold on to that Felling of the Crown to try and look and end the game there, or at least gain some tempo back. Instead, it's just a hammer for 4.
Brian being as patient as he can, and Chris just having the answer.
And Chris just drew that second Time Snap potion in the form of the alternate art. So he is running 2.
I'm surprised Chris isn't considering the Tunic. Maybe he doesn't have a 3 block. I see a Revel.
Time Snap potion. Beseech the Demigon.
Oh, Succumb.
So
I think we finally...
we drew the Runeblade hand.
We drew the Runeblade hand. We're going to Time Snap. We're going to try to, quote, set up 1-1. Banish the Time Snap. 2 Rune Chants. Reluctant. He passes.
Yep. And Brian is breathing relief over there. He's got 4 cards.
Attack with Frostbite. We all trigger?
Give Chris a frostbite.
Good.
I think, was that a blue fruits?
I believe he's not. He's threatening, quote, a pummel, but I think he's just going to take the life, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't like being at 1. He's uncomfortable.
Yeah. And we've only seen one pummel so far, so it is something to consider. Chris is thinking about that in the back of his mind for sure. But in this stage of the game, you can't play around
I've
it.
been saying it all night. You just can't. You got to say, have it.
Yeah. Make you have it.
Wink at him. Please don't have it.
Wink at him? Does that make him not have it?
It makes him think twice before playing it, before casting it.
They're like, oh, this guy's nice.
This guy's kind of
Anyways,
nice.
Pummel. Does it anyways.
Anyways.
that was nice of you. Chris did draw Sink Below, but we would have to pay for it due to the frostbite.
Something we might have to price into doing here. Tunic, Sink Below, pay with a card. We're still left with a card.
Yeah, if he keeps the Rune Gate attack, we can still play it out because we did have those 2 rune chants made on the back last turn. Chris really looking at his hand, weighing his options, eyeballing the Tunic. Thinking about if it's time to give it up.
Is that a succumb to temptations? Deliberating.
And Brian just sitting there with his best poker face.
Walk 1. Irritants.
Yeah.
He said, yeah.
Fruits? Game 2?
Mental warfare.
He's so cheeky with Chris is literally at negative minus 20 mental right now. He said, any reacts? He said, yeah, I do. I think I will.
I'm going to gain 2 life. All right, they clean up. We move to Chris's turn. Brian Arsenal's a defense reaction.
This is a pretty good play, though. Beseech. Pay the life, Chris. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
This is huge. This is good.
Yeah, this is a pretty good
Good
tempo
for
swing.
Vincent.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jarl's going to do the same thing he's been doing. He's going to block 3 rune chants, and then he's going to say, here's block 9.
And this endgame state has been so back and forth. It's Chris had full tempo to barely hanging on, to gaining tempo, to then stumbling. Then Brian had tempo. And then, it's just so back and forth. It's literally like watching a Guardian mirror.
Right.
In a way. They're just throwing big numbers at each other. Is it for 4? It is for 4. And Chris no longer has that armor block to help him out here. So it's either have a Haunting Rendition, have a D-React, or give 2 cards.
What do we have in Arsenal now, Jacob?
I'm going to be quite honest with you. I did not catch it.
Don't worry, my brother.
I know I'm the Arsenal guy, but I'll do better.
It's okay. We forgive you.
I'm letting the people down at home. Maybe the
Chat and I forgive you.
I doubt it.
Blocking the 5 on the 4 here. Covers it up. We're going to make a rune chant.
Deathly Whale is the choice of banish here. Oh, we had the out. We had the envelop.
See, this is what the top tier gaming is like.
Chris is hanging on by a thread.
He knows exactly what to do, when to do. Same with our Jarl opponent, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could have been dead 10 times over.
This is just such a back and forth game.
Contemplating which card to pitch for the rune chants.
I think Chris is slowly running out of cards, though. His deck looks small.
This is the concern with Guardian, right?
Chat does not forgive me.
Josh Goggles saying,
I'm sorry, chat.
I do not forgive Jacob.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
All right. Chris, I think that's Oblivion. I think we're back to the Oblivion. No, it's a Cole. No, that is Oblivion.
Yeah,
is it not?
Oblivion, Malefic, Cole.
Ah.
Chris opting to banish Cole.
Oof.
What was that? 6 cards? 7 cards? Josh Goggles popping off in the chat a little bit, demanding greatness from Jacob Torres.
I'm ignoring. I'm focusing on this game.
Chris banishes the coal, makes another rune chant, and prepares to set up, question mark?
I mean, he has no attack. So, I mean,
Yeah, but he could still say, give me a card.
yeah, which he will. Give me a card, but Jarl's, I think Jarl's perfectly fine just giving him a card. He goes, okay, I'll just swing hammer for 4, give me 2 cards. What did Chris pick to banish? Oblivion, I assume?
He laid it down, yeah. I think that's the card he was choosing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way we're getting that off.
No, the Malefic's definitely better at this stage. Eric,
Crumble.
Brian banishing Crumble.
Oh. And then Chris just opts to Arsenal Pass.
Oh,
Summer's Fall. Decompose, putting the Malefic back at the bottom. At least it puts a card back in our deck. There's some upside.
yeah. I think it's not quite over, but Jarl is slowly gaining more equity in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a fatigue angle. Chris is very low on cards. I mean, when he fanned it out, it was
right.
less than 10 plus whatever he had in his hand. And I mean, Brian's deck over there is looking still all right. He's been pitching way more, just pitching to AB, pitching for the hammer. Hasn't been really expending cards out of his deck, doing the Guardian thing.
Classic. Fab classic.
Yeah.
Chris figuring out how to deal with this 4. Unfazed about losing his Malefic.
Creepers still have not been used here.
I'm going to be honest. Vincent hasn't had a chance to bust those creepers out.
Yeah, we got to give him 2 cards every single turn now. Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Chris. And block with Cole and a widespread of some sort. Chris has got Deathly Wail. Goes up to 3, can play it.
We got double imposing visage, frozen to death, and winner's bite.
Yeah, I mean, that 2 blocks just immediately getting pitched for the rune chance.
Yeah, value. Block 6.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brian expertly piloting his way to the end state he was looking for, right? He gets Vincent fatigued, no more cards in deck, no threats.
At least this one's only for 3, so we only got to give him 1 card.
He said, this game is mine.
Remember when Brian said he was hungry? I told you. Hungry for victory.
On hit, I make you discard.
Chris chuckling. On hit, you discard.
I'm fatiguing you now, he said.
He said, all right, it's not going to hit.
There's the fist bump. Brian leaving a sigh of relief.
Oh, my God.
As that was such a back-and-forth endgame there.
A very grindy matchup, as we saw. A little bit different than the first one.
I have not ate.
Oh. Brian shouting about how he hasn't ate.
He said, I'm so hungry.
I just want to go get some food.
Well, Brian, you're not going to be able to get the chance, unfortunately, because you are going to be playing another game.
No food for you yet, Brian. You got one more game coming up.
You can eat when you win.
We're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back. Hopefully, Brian has some time to get some food.
everyone. I have re-emerged from my icy guardian cave back to cast this finals game because there's a Jarl in it. How are we doing, Jake?
I'm doing wonderful. That last game we just saw with the Jarl and Vincent was amazing to see, and I'm pretty stoked to see Jarl again. Brian's been playing pretty well, so I'm very excited to see. And then we got him playing Aurora in the finals. So
quite a matchup to face up into. Just want to touch on the top 8 route that both players took here. Brian smacked down Gabe on Zen, then smacked down fellow agent Chris on Vincent, and then is now meeting Luke in the final. Luke beat out Zen respectively as well. We saw that on stream against John. Then beat Tao Tao on Arachne Marionette, and then ends up here to face the cold, frigid winds of Jarl Vitreity. Talk about our standings. This will be subject to change after today's finals conclusion. A lot more people are solidifying points as we're getting close to like halfway through our opens for the year, maybe more like 40% of the way, I guess. We also have, don't forget, our future AGEs coming up now. April 5th for the April Open, and then a little bit longer, like a bit over a month and a half-ish, the May Open.
Yeah.
Both taking place here at Top Deck Keep.
just to give people a little bit of a break.
Exactly. Along with our first CC proper AGE Open for the East Coast over in New England. Great Stories, Commerce and Gaming, of course, in Whitensville. 30th of March, so the end of this month. Also, do not forget that we have a Players' Championship with 3K total in the prize pool, along with a cold gold foil and PT, I believe. Along with that,
that's some great prizing.
Yeah, exactly. Prizing also good for today's winner, $400, 30 AGE Open points. Of course, second gets 200, 25 points. Third, fourth, $100, 20 points. $50 for 5th through 8th, 15 points, and then everyone in the lower brackets of top 16th, 9th through 12th, 12 and 8 points respectively. Forgive me the slips of my speech. And one last shout out to our sponsors, Top Deck Keep, where we are graciously hosted today. Thank you for having us again and for the future AGEs of this year. I guess nothing more to touch on really. Get right back into the game. Get this finals underway.
Nice. I'm excited. Brian, we've seen him twice on stream. Have we seen Luke on stream yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Luke played quarters against John and took it in a very close, scrape of a match.
Okay. Yeah, so both of them fighting really close nail-biters of the games to get here to this finals.
And there's that medal that they're fighting for as well. Also, turn 0 representation on Brian's half. So we see presented here, equipment-wise, Brian has opted to put quick dodge flexes on and null rune hood. It really depends on how you feel on valuing the blocking equipment against certain rune blades, where you put the null rune, because it does matter sometimes.
Yeah, 100%.
Like she does construe wide chains, so quick dodge does make sense sometimes, although based on how a player can respond, you can always close out the chain and kind of nip their quick dodges in the bud so that they wasted a whole card pitching to it.
And then an interesting piece of equipment on Luke's side, too, is that Balance of Justice. Not something we typically see against a slower deck.
I know that he has Crown of Providence in the list. I think he's put this in specifically because once he spends the block on it, it's not destroyed. It's merely got -1 counters on it.
So just a little bit of that counterplay, so that way he's not exposed.
Exactly that.
Interesting.
Yes. So here's gone on a flash for 4. I guess Luke opted to go first because it did grant him some wins earlier in the tournament. Brian responds with a the Earth reaction for Decompose.
Rootbound Carapace.
Exactly. I forgot its name for a second. Forgive me. It's been a long day of casting. But makes his embodiment and passes. Secures an arsenal.
Seems like a good turn 0.
Yeah. It has an Erase face coming in.
And now this is a card that kind of comes in and out of the meta. In this matchup in particular, it is a little relevant. Not too much. Sometimes Aurora just doesn't care. Just kind of depending on the hand, right?
Yeah. It's like a silver bullet, as you said, that comes in and out of metagames. It's pretty good here. Brian does not have that pummel, but puts another erase face into Arsenal and keeps a Channel Lake Frigid in hand.
Brian, again, just trying to play that mental game of I might pummel you, I might not.
Luke coming in here with an Enlightened Strike.
And he had 2 lightning presses in his hand, got rid of 1.
Filtering a card here. Autumn's Touch and Canopy Shelter, blocking and making a Might token here.
And then he drew another E-Strike.
Another E-Strike here.
I don't know if we really want to put 2 lightning presses at the bottom of our deck.
I mean, Luke might deign that he doesn't even get to that point in the pitch stack.
Yeah, but I guess maybe with the new addition of Skyward Serenade, you can go ahead and shuffle that deck.
You're getting shuffles, yeah, exactly. 5 and draw a card. Brian says no blocks, falls to 35.
Yep. Luke just trying to stay on that 5-card hand, it looks like.
But interestingly, because of that Might token from Canopy Shelter, CNC for a breakpoint of 7 is really quite annoying.
And we could cover this up. We got the Electromagnetic Somersault to bounce that card back in our hand and get them back. Great defensive tool there. See what he decides to do.
He can cover it with 2 pieces of armor and a 3-block, but I'm presuming he doesn't want to give that much armor this early in.
And I think I caught a flash of a Sink Below in his arsenal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, don't want to lose that either.
Yeah.
Unless Luke here has like the 1000 IQ planes, there's no blocks, just have a reaction instead. Keeps Lightning Valley and everything here.
Yeah.
The only thing that's being threatened is the arsenal, after all.
And it's just, 7 damage. Brian not representing pummel this turn, so no mental damage taken.
Well, I guess I called it. Luke just says, I don't care about this arsenal, and it was a Sink Below.
Sink Below.
Good eye from you, Jake.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep my eye on the arsenal.
Luke takes up Tunic, goes into his first Tunic cycle turn.
And Brian drew up Oakenold with Pulse. That's a 1-card fuse right there.
He also has a Rootbound Carapace. Plenty of reactions here. The only awkward thing when you play Null Rune Hood is that you lack the filter from Crown of Providence that you would otherwise play in this matchup.
Yeah.
But maybe this isn't a problem. Luke concealing information, just Starfall for 1.
Yeah, but it's never just for 1.
mean,
And
yeah.
anytime they just start with Starfall, you can kind of sniff out that it's Channel Lightning Valley or even the Electrostatic Discharge, right?
And here's Gone in a Flash for just 4. Threatens that draw on Lightning Valley. Ryan says, I will just Rootbound.
Yep, got the answer. Clean block there.
Luke says, that's fine. You're free to cover that up. I'm going to keep my Lightning Valley anyway. He did have the option to pick up Gone in a Flash with Somersault, but honestly, he's less weak to CNC with Somersault in Arsenal.
That's very true. Maybe looking to deploy it a little more on
hold.
defense than offense.
That lovely cold foil pulse.
So nasty.
And this can still represent pummel.
Yeah.
Could be an Arsenal.
I know, that's the sad part. We only showed him 1 card, and we got a card, a mystery card in Arsenal. At least we got some good defense here, though, in the form of Sigil of Suffering.
That's true.
But
thing is, it can be that's the only defending card that Luke can put onto this combat chain.
And Brian does have Tunic up if he wants to prevent that Arcane to make it not block for 4.
Yeah, or he can simply just pitch his Pulse and not give Tunic up this turn.
Yeah, Luke does not look too happy about that.
This is quite a lot of armor.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just looking to cover it up as best he can. He's remembering it's Dominate, yeah. Yeah, this
Yeah.
this does make the blocks complicated, Luke.
Dominate, not a card or not a keyword that we see on a lot of new cards, but it is still, you know, on a lot of those older cards, and it shows up and shows how powerful it is.
It's on Oaken older cards, Jake.
All right.
All right, let's see. Let's see. An awkward position, to be sure, because the armor plus a reaction, even if he can't pay for Arcane Barrier, doesn't cover this up.
Yeah. Just go ahead and opt to pay for that 1 ping of Arcane.
Yep.
Take
He's
6.
gonna take 6 and be left with 1 random card in hand, and the other 2 will get bottomed.
Let's go gambling.
Good that Brian is rolling the d6, because most Brute players I see on stream don't know how a d6 works in this scenario. They're like, I roll a d8 for 3 cards on the table? Do you know your times table, sir?
Hey, at least it's not a Roman numeral. I wouldn't be able to tell what it was.
Don't worry, I reminded you how they work.
I might have forgotten.
One card that Luke got left with, I wonder.
I didn't catch it.
I think it's the Serenade, because I saw a yellow.
Yep, you were right. Good eye.
The good thing is that he's allowed to tutor the Skizzix, and he can actually pick it up with Somersault, should he so choose, or just follow up with Starfall. Like, there's different options here. Not the worst 1-card play. Might draw him 1 new card from Lightning Valley, but I don't think Brian is in any position to give this up.
Yeah, I think he's perfectly fine kind of just blocking and waiting for those hands, you know, to draw up and have that disruption.
Exactly that. Also, I see a bold Decompose card in Brian's hand. I don't know if it's the red or the blue, but I think I see Summersfall.
I believe it's the blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And, oh, Stalagmite block.
I wonder if Luke will float Tunic in response to the Frostbite creation.
Does he want to... It depends on if he wants to deploy that Somersault.
Yeah.
And doesn't look like it. Looks like he's good kind of just keeping that Somersault for another turn.
I mean, he's still fairly healthy at 27, and he has all of his armor available to him. He's drawn another Lightning Valley right there.
And with Burn Up and Shock, it's pretty good. Now, here we go.
Winter's Bite yellow. No Jarl trigger because Luke has all his equipment, but it's pay 2 or discard a card, please.
Yeah. This is tricky because it's yellow, we can't just give up Tunic here and just pay the 1 there.
That's
so
exactly why.
Yeah. Really good deck building there.
I've seen this kind of inclusion. It was in Michael Hamilton's Memphis Jarl list.
Oh, really?
Brian comes in with another Erase Face. So taking 1 card away from Luke. Let's see if he can take any more.
And this time we do care about being lightning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the Entwine Lightning that needs to be fused, and also we need to pitch a lightning card to keep that channel Lightning Valley around.
Exactly.
So pretty relevant this turn.
Although there is a scenario where he can just pitch for a Rune Chant and then send the Entwine Lightning for 4 and a Rune Chant.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't give up the Lightning Valley and it's still in his pitch stack. There are options.
Yeah, and with the addition of that Skyward Serenade, there are chances that we get to shuffle the deck again and put that Lightning Valley back towards the top.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to just whisper a small thing here to our judge Connor. Previously, Brian did block with Stalagmite, so that should have a -1 on it.
Yep, good call.
I had not noticed that up until this point, but I am a Guardian player myself. I know when that thing has blocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day, right? Players have been playing all day long.
Yeah, Brian did mention on the conclusion of his semifinals, I haven't eaten all day.
Yeah.
Where have I heard that before?
In the middle of him and Chris's game, he said, "I'm so hungry."
Actually, Luke here is just going to send it for 4 and then pocket that Lightning Valley in Arsenal. But this is very disciplined play. He's not giving any equipment hastily to like construct a bad turn. And like this Unforgetting Unforgiving can't tutor a Mangle because Luke doesn't have any -1s on his equipment.
Yep, and I did catch a pummel in the hand. I think does he already have the Mangle? We're pitching to Gauntlet.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's just sending it for 10 here. So Mangle doing a cosplay of Glacial Red, coming in for just 10 vanilla because there's no -1s to be seen here.
Yeah, I mean 10's nothing to scoff at though, right?
It's still Damager that closes the life gap.
Yeah.
Or like increases it even further in Luke's case. And everything barring the Arcanic Shockwave blocks 2 in his hand.
That's the thing about the Aurora deck, right? He's run so many 2 blocks.
Exactly.
But that's the payoff they trade for running all these powerful, just 0 for 4s.
Yeah.
Is that you block a little less.
That is the trade-off of the aggressive deck. It's
Yeah.
still a Fab fundamental.
Really thinking about this 10 damage coming his way.
Maybe he's in a scenario where he's playing a 1-card hand and just being patient and biding his time.
He says, "Send me the bill."
He said this in previous previous games. Luke falls to 6. Dean.
I mean, all it takes is really like one really good Arc Lightning turn to kind of close this life gap here, right?
Yes. I've played these test games before into New Aurora. One is Lightning Valley Flicker Wisp.
2, yep.
So this will deal 2 Arcane, so it will guarantee a Lightning Valley draw.
Yep. And Brian just said, well, I'm not going to give you a card to this. It's going to hit no matter what.
There's a current funnel.
A little way to extend the turn.
Yeah. So I think Luke takes the gamble of using Snapdragons for Go Again here to supply Go Again further along the chain with this current funnel as well.
Oh, pitches it.
Pitches is interesting.
Starfall.
2 Go Again here.
I think the follow-up's going to be Arcanic Shockwave fused with Lightning Surge. Pocket that for next turn.
Make an embodiment?
Maybe,
Possibly.
yeah. Yeah, he pitched it because he wants to keep his channel around.
Yeah.
Yep.
4 and 2 Arcane, actually.
Yep,
because
thanks
of
to
Flicker
that.
Wisp.
Yep, thanks to Flicker Wisp getting that little bit of extra value, doing that little bit of chip damage that Aurora is so famous for, clawing the way back.
But Brian has recognized that there's a pivot here. He holds a Frostfang, and Luke just gave up an equipment slot.
Yeah.
So he's going to get a Jarl trigger.
And
he's got that pummel in
yeah,
Arsenal.
that crucial pummel in Arsenal.
He also holds a Winter's Bite to make it even meaner.
Yeah,
that Winter's Bite again.
Yeah, that's a nasty little pivot here from Brian.
Luke takes a sigh. This is a punish right after spending an equipment slot here. He was kind of forced to on that aggressive turn.
Yeah, just unfortunately had the lack of Go Again there, right? Natural Go Again.
Let's see what Luke will maybe pitch or maybe just chuck away. He does have a Serenade, but I doubt you want to pitch that because you need it for your turn or to break a Frostbite. Yeah, throws away a Discharge.
Yeah, it says this card doesn't block. Let's just get rid of it.
Frostfang here, coming in for 5.
With 1 floating.
I've done this play so many times, Jake. It's just a part of my being.
It's so brutal, and especially the way Brian's doing it because he is playing that mental game with his opponents, where he's like, "Oh, I might react here."
That's the beauty of keeping Winter's Bite is that not only does like even the yellow pitch well along with the blue, is that when you get to keep it, it's just a bonus card to take something away from your opponent.
Exactly.
And cement your tempo and lead. So Luke giving 5 here, passing to reactions. Here it comes. Here's the pummel over the top for 9.
But Luke's got a pretty good answer here, but he's got to pay for it.
He does.
Yeah.
He pays to break the Frostbite and plays Sigil of Suffering.
I mean,
Brian doesn't have any floating.
Yeah.
So this is going to cover it up and draw Luke a card back from Lightning Valley.
I mean, you were going to lose those cards anyways, right? So you might as well just go ahead and pitch it. Commit it to defense.
And when's all said and done,
Did we miss? Did he take? Was he one block short?
I'm not sure.
Because he discarded that card that he drew. Must have been one block short.
Sigil of Suffering should have gotten that +1 increase.
Unless it was a 2-block that we missed.
I don't think so. It was Static Shock, wasn't it? Regardless, there's 4 go again, still threatening a draw here from Lightning Valley. Brian is going to respect the breakpoint by giving his Gauntlets to the Boreal Valley.
He said, I've already gotten the value out of this, and, I'll use it later to decompose.
And then Luke did use Tunic to send Starfall, threaten another draw, but Brian is like, I've got another card to block with. I don't really care. Here's something devastating. Play Lake Frigid, pitch Crumble to Eternity, make a Frostbite, and tax everything on top of that.
It's tax season, baby.
It actually is. We're approaching April.
Exactly. He's cosplaying the tax man.
Draws up an Okanal, the Felling.
Has the fuse.
That's the fuse. It's the hard way.
But
Luke will pay. Just float 1.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 go again.
That's not what you want to see.
Just a head jab.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, Brian could potentially hold on to those cards for the fuse, since Luke is going to have a weak turn and have to pay, extra for everything. But I think we might opt to do a little bit of blocking here, conserve the life a little bit, and wait for a prime opportunity.
I mean, I think he's probably prepared.
He's going to make him pay extra
He's sensing
taxes.
it. He's like, I don't care. Like, I can give you another Frostbite and really force something.
He said, I'm driving and I'm putting the brakes on your car.
It's one of those moments where you put Stalagmite forward and you say, I end the turn right now, please. But Snatch is still going to make it through because Luke pitched his remaining card.
Now, are we worried, as the Aura player here, are we worried about Snatch drawing a card here?
Somewhat. I mean, Brian still has redundancy in his hand in that if he gets to keep everything, it's Okanald. If he doesn't get to keep everything, he can send Felling of the Crown.
Yeah.
So there's great options at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 card hands. Pardon me. He doesn't have an arsenal. He can't do a 5th one.
And it looks like he just opts to take it, letting Luke draw a card.
Well, actually, he did get the information from Ravenous, and he knows it's just a yellow attack action, or a non-attack. So he'll just send it and cement the tempo lead by taking cards away from Luke without much say-so.
Luke's still got some armor block. He's got 3 armor, 4 if we really want to give up the Tunic, but I don't think we're ready to give it up yet. But no, I'm not seeing any D-reacts in the hand there. I don't think we can cover this up.
No, most of this is going down under. Taking 6. Luke will fall to 10 after taking a second Okanald of this game and be shrunk to a 1-card hand and arsenal again.
Yeah. Life gap, not that bad though. We're only down by 8.
Lake Frigid will go as well this turn. Brian can't fulfill.
Yeah, Taxman left for the day. We're good to not do taxes.
And Brian has sort of bargained proactively with his armor, especially Stalagmite. So it's gone now, but he does firmly lead the tempo. Skyward Serenade here. Probably going for that Skizzix.
Yep. Make the embodiment. Grab the Skizzix. And Brian has the last Okanald in his hand, but no fuse.
I wonder if he's just sending it to the bottom with Felling of the Crown to keep it as a threat in deck, and then blocking with the rest, probably.
Not a bad play.
I think he also has a Winter's Bite as well, and that in tandem with Felling of the Crown is also fairly nasty.
Yeah. I'm just going to take 2 cards from you for free.
Exactly.
Yeah. Skizik coming in for 4. Go again. Did we catch the last card in his hand?
I don't know. It was one of the 3 that actually stuck around after Okanald connected. I'm not so sure what he got to keep. I know there was a snatch in there.
If he was able to keep the snatch, that's like best case scenario.
Block with frozen to death.
It
Brian
was the
takes one.
snatch.
Okay.
Nice.
This is good because it does threaten replenishing Arsenal.
Yep.
Because Brian definitely doesn't want to give Tunic at this point. And he is comfortable with giving 2 cards on the block here. Especially seeing as he's going to drag 1 down under with Felling of the Crown anyway.
Yeah. He says, I do not want you to have 5-card hands.
And when you don't have the fuse, you don't even need to like use Oakenold on offense. It's a 3-block still.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a popper.
Not relevant here, but yes.
No, yeah, that's true. Herald of Triumph, I got a 7. I'll do fine.
And then they pop Halo and grab the -1 figure.
Oh, man. And that's why I block with Macho and Glacial all the time. Felling of the Crown coming in for 8 here. Brian has at least 4 decomposed Earth Guards in the Banished.
Get our cards back, though, at least.
That's pretty good.
And it was a Current Funnel and Gone in a Flash.
Yes.
And then Tunic's going to be on 3.
Yep.
So not a bad hand. Brian drew another Felling.
Luke does have the option to, yeah, he's going to grasp here, make a rune chant, play the lightning card. Yep,
Points to his custom rune chant.
Yeah, from his lovely girlfriend that did that and painted it today. Could you believe it?
That is awesome.
So coming in for 4 and 1. Brian took the rune chant immediately. He's going to block 3, taking another 1. Every chip of damage is worth it.
Yep.
And then float Tunic, pay for Aurora, take that embodiment into the next turn. So Luke is clinging on, and he still has armor, actually.
Yep, doing a little bit of setup.
Chucking away fruits.
And all that chip damage gone, just like that.
Yep. If you can't get value out of the hands, just another Felling of the Crown.
Man. He said, I do not want you to have 5-card hands, and I do not want you to have 4-card hands.
Maybe not even have 2-card hands.
He said, I'm just going to keep disrupting you. And, I mean, that's exactly what you got to do against Aurora, right? Because if you give them any leeway, they will go ahead and take it and just start pumping the damage at you.
Yeah, as soon as they see, or like this goes for any aggro deck, really.
Yeah.
If they see damage that they can ignore and safely send the rest of the hand, they're going to take it.
Yeah. We got a big armor block here.
Yeah. Luke wants to keep more cards and is okay with letting Tunic go and having no armor left.
Another Felling of the Crown drawn for Brian. But I think it's all reds that he drew.
Interesting. Yeah, there's
you can
there's
see
a Frost Fang, there's a Mangle, there's a CNC.
Yeah.
This might just be a blocking hand in pocket.
So
Felling.
that's good for Luke, though. Gives him a little bit of breathing room, right?
Yeah. Or maybe even keep the Frost Fang because everything else blocks 3 in this hand.
Mm-hmm.
4 go again on Snatch, threatening a draw.
And then he does have that cheeky little Lightning Valley in hand that we can toss out and potentially draw another card.
Brian really agonizing on blocks. Thought about giving Tunic for just a second.
I mean, worst case, you can give him a 3-block, and as soon as you see the Lightning Valley get flashed out, you can pay for the Dodgers if you want to.
Yeah, you could play for flexes at instant speed, huh?
Yeah, really thinking about this. Yep, he's going to go ahead and give up the Tunic, says it's time.
Okay, there we go.
Just really denying that.
No reactions from Luke. Flittering Charge coming in, though.
Yep, still withholding that information.
Oh, and then gets the go again from playing Lightning Valley out. Brian's going to take 4.
Yeah, a little nod of the head there.
Draw 1 to Lightning Valley. Was it a lightning card, though? Oh, we get the lovely shoulder cam. Every time we want to know.
Just for a second. You only get the shoulder cam for a second.
You've got to pay extra for more. Oh, he did.
It's Arc Lightning.
Arc Lightning. Make an embodiment pass.
Yeah.
Keep Lightning Valley.
That was the first Arc Lightning we saw, right?
But Brian has kept 2 reds to send Frostfang. Making a Frostbite in an exposed zone, either the chest or the legs. Do you want cold feet or torso, please, Luke?
I think I'd rather have a cold torso. I don't want my feet to be cold.
Ooh. So before this actually happens, he's going to ping him for 1. with Shock and then gain a card back to Lightning Valley before blocks are even
Another
declared.
Arc Lightning. He said, send the bill. I'll take the Frostbite now. And he does have that little combo of Arc Lightning with Written in the Stars.
Oh, what's so frustrating is that he has a Sink Below in hand.
Yeah, it's just you would have to give him a card for it.
Exactly, yeah. He doesn't have his one block on Grasp of the Arknight left. He used it earlier on.
Yeah, he's finally drawing into these really powerful pieces in the deck, and it's just, unfortunately, they're not just lining up.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, Brian's just constantly putting up the disruption of the Frostbites and the on-hits.
Day late and $1 short.
Taxes, man. I'm taking your dollars. Now, walked with Flittering Charge and the Written in the Stars.
Yep.
Just looking like another Arc Lightning that's going to get sent to the bottom of the deck.
Luke has the option to just try with Starfall, pay through the Frostbite, and see what Brian has. Basically ask the question with the one unknown card. I think that's what he's going to do. Pop that Frostbite. None floating now, coming in for just one.
Just one.
Doesn't break the embodiment as well. Brian's having none of it.
Yep.
And then we'll pass. Unfortunately, Lightning Valley cannot stick around because he is forced to use 2 pitch cards, which he does not have.
We got the Sink Below in Arsenal, though. But it now is not free anymore. Now it costs money.
A come to fight with upside. Another Cold Torso. And then Redwood Hammer for 7 on hit, another Frostbite.
Man. Brian is just not giving him any space at all to work with.
Really showing the power of the Yol Hero text box once you get it unlocked from your opponent.
This is looking like a pay for Sink Below
Yeah,
here.
Luke giving a 3 block here. Gonna pay for it, pitch away Arc Lightning. Does he want to sink anything?
I believe that's all 3 Arc Lightnings at the bottom.
Okay. That might be a pertinent pitch stack.
Yeah.
Should he ever make it to that point in the game.
Maybe.
Because, like, Brian has, like, plenty of cards here. And I think he just drew another Mangle. And I see a Buckle as well.
A Buckle.
Static Shock here for 4 go again. Can technically threaten 8 damage with that Lightning Press that Luke has in hand.
I mean, I think we'll most likely see it be used here maybe, just because to try and close that life gap, put a little more pressure on Brian.
Brian says, I will block 3 with Mangle.
Yep.
Up it comes to 7. Brian is chipped 4, and then 1 Arcane also comes through. So Lucas scraped back into this final, but can it be enough?
Yeah, hard to tell. I think if he's given any room to breathe, I think he can come back.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's just playing these 2-card hands pretty efficiently, though.
Yeah.
So he's playing really impressively.
Winter's Bite here from Brian. Pay 1 or discard, and I'm giving you a Frostbite in a exposed slot.
And then he has Winter's Grass, Winter's Grass as well, so we could play that and give him another Frostbite.
That's true. So Luke did pay, and here's Winter's Grasp.
Yeah.
Another Frostbite and 4. Even though this is just a blue coming in for 4, like the same as a Hammer Swing would be, it's still threatening lethal.
Yep, still threatening lethal. You're going to have to block it, and you're most likely not even going to have a turn because you got 2 taxes over there.
Yeah. So Luke recognizes that, donates 2 blocks, and it's probably just going to go to Arsenal Pass. Let the Frostbites fizzle.
He says, please stumble.
I mean, there is a Sink Below, but I also saw an Ice Quake in their hand.
I believe he drew 2 Sink Belows.
So you're going to pay with 1 of them.
Yeah.
Ice Quake is going to put something.
He said, hey, remember this?
Frosty Lock on a slot of the equipment. And then Redwood.
I think Luke has a bunch of no blocks in hand, maybe.
Or it's really unfortunate.
He has 2 of them.
Interesting. So he's going to
take 2.
Take 2.
Get another frostbite.
Yep.
I don't.
Interesting.
Can we do anything though?
Yeah, he arsenaled a red attack, so he could pitch both of these non-blocks.
And Luke just giving a little bit of a chuckle there. This is like.
Yeah, here's Ravenous Rabble. Please be a red on top.
For 4.
Ah, there we go.
Oh.
Skivix.
Oh.
Sing below.
Yep.
Brian says, I'm good with what I have in hand.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite cards in Guardian. Terra Sunder. Here comes Redwood Hammer. 5 dominate. On hit, discard 2 cards of the opponent's choice, but it's just not enough.
Yeah.
There's no reaction.
Lightning Press, he says, yeah, I'll buff
it.
this.
That's the final concluded.
Oh, wow.
Brian Gutierrez winning it on Jarl Vitradi, our icy and earthy Guardian.
And that was just the demonstration of how that deck is just so relentless. He provided disruption after disruption after disruption. Did not let Luke breathe at all. Very impressive.
Brian in jubilation with fellow Turn 0 gamer Patrick. Yep, he's showing it. Yeah, we get it. Turn 0. Well done, Brian, though.
Yeah,
on a hero I definitely approve of.
Congrats to Brian. Congrats to Brian.
A well-deserved victory and, like, a close game nonetheless.
Yeah,
like
all the games we've seen him on stream have been very back and forth and very close.
Nice.
So very, very impressive.
I'm sure he's ecstatic, as you can see on screen.
Yeah. He said, finally, I can go eat.
I can eat my dinner now.
Yeah.
Okay, we will take a very, very small break and interview Brian on his AGE win in just a second. Please do not go anywhere. And I'm proud to introduce our grand winner of March AGE 2025's Open, Brian Gutierrez on Jarl Vitradi. Well done, man.
Sir. Thank you, thank you.
Tell us and the viewers at home just a little bit about how long you've been coming to AGE Opens and some of those stories from previous events. Like, how has this day been led up to?
Yeah. I started Season 1 AGE. I had barely started the game. I started on Dynasty Spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that following January, I was playing Bolton.
Yep, very based.
Yeah. And on that first Open, my first game ever streamed was my winning against Dennis Pham. Bolton versus Viserai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then from there, I've just played at every single one since, barring like some that I just couldn't go to due to family or
that can happen.
Circumstances, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I'm a devout AGE stan.
And is there any particular hero or class that you gravitate towards when you come to our tournaments, or is it just like whatever you felt like?
You already know. You already know. Guardian day one, baby.
Okay, that's fair. You have played a lot of Bravo, I know.
Yeah.
You've been on stream before as Bravo.
Yeah, Bravo, Victor. You know, the only hero I haven't dared touch right now is Betsy.
Okay.
I just can't. But other than that, yeah.
Don't worry. I don't think I'd also be brave enough to take Betsy to like a tier 3-ish event. Like anything comp Ariel, like
it's tough, man. There's killers out here.
Exactly.
Straight killers, yeah.
Tell me about your Swiss record. Like, what led up to the finals that you got to today? Like, what was your round 1 through 6?
Yeah, my round 1 was against Verdance.
Yep.
That one was very close, closer than I would like. When they bring in the Waning Moon, I generally prefer it
Yeah.
over the Surging.
Yeah.
Just you know that they're going full, like try to go as long as possible.
Yeah.
And that matchup's really hard to win if they're on that build. But thankfully, I got that one towards the end off of. You're going to hear a lot of Dominated Mangle. Dominated Mangle really sealing the deal.
I mean, it works considering
works.
that you're using Gauntlets of Boreal Valley.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Round 2 was thinking. I can't remember, but I remember my round 3. I lost to Mario.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tao Tao.
Okay, so yeah.
First loss.
Tao Tao was our one undefeated in Swiss.
Oh,
so
wait. My round 2 was Moises. Oh, my God. Wait, right here. Moises. No disrespect. No disrespect. Yeah. Round 2 was Moises. That game was really close, too.
So you faced into Zen. I get it.
I
Yeah.
think, did Mango get that one, too, Moises? Or something or the other. But, yeah. It was some dominated attack, right? And then
there's a lot of dominating the deck, yeah.
Game 3, I boarded in CYB into Mario versus Tao Tao, and I had never played against a list that's so dagger heavy, that's so kind of playing a lot more on the reaction set, but just raw numbers.
Yeah.
It really caught me off guard. I didn't really know how to block well. I was making terrible, in hindsight, terrible blocks. And it just, over time, it just wound that as we were whittling down the numbers, it was just, I just couldn't close it out.
Interesting. So he ground you down with like dagger value and like evasive damage and reactions.
Exactly, and having no familiarity with the deck really cost me that one, for sure. And then round 4, I believe it was another Zen. It was my local, Bryce. Shout out to Bryce. That game was 1-5. He had brought me down to 1. In my head, I was thinking, depending on how he sequences the turn, I can dominate a Mangle.
Yep, okay.
Off of Ice Earth Views.
There's a recurring theme right here.
Dominate Mangle wins games. Sometimes you'll find that on Yarl, it's kind of hard to close out games. Since you don't really have a lot of way to give anything natural evasion. And as like the decks now have like a nice little 3 on the bottom right, right of the card.
They do have a lot of 3 blocks in some of these.
It makes it really hard now to close out games. But genuinely, that one was really close. He brought me down to 1 on the kill turn for me, and if there was any more damage, I was dead on site.
Okay. So very close in that one. What was your round 5 like?
My round 5, that was my it was actually to Luke.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got the salty run back in the final game. He beat me dominatingly. Oh my God.
So he just sort of like mopped the floor.
Turn 0 CLV into Arclight, the Entwine, whatever, the one that gives Gogan.
Oh, Arclight?
Embodiment of Lightning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had it. He set up, and my hands were just so awkward that whole game, and truly, he here in that one. It was a great game. It got really close. It was like 5-1 by the end, 4-1.
And then your last round of Swiss, what happened there?
Aiden. Hey,
Rip Aiden.
Love you, Aiden.
Oh yeah, that one was captured on camera.
Yeah. Aiden, he and I talked that game. He actually helped me in the Chris game.
Okay.
After the game, Aiden went, you punted really hard putting a -1 counter on Tunic. He's like, you have to put the -1 counter on the Iron Rot Jordans.
Okay, yeah. So they can never have an action point if they like break.
It's way more threatening to them. It's way more threatening, and it's way more just like something that they have to respect more.
Yeah.
Where usually that kind of interaction, they don't care if they lose the Tunic. They really need those boots.
And I know, what was it, your quarters you faced Chris on set?
So, quarters was Chris again. I believe, my 8th round was against another Zen.
Yep.
Oh, man. That one, he turn 2'd Zen spec'd me.
Okay.
It was just like, that one was also another grinder. The Chris Ayali game 4.
Yeah.
Everyone saw that. That game was really hard. I mean, you never count Chris out. I had a dominating lead. And then as I was drawing up hands, I felt like they just didn't convert.
Yeah.
They were kind of awkward. And then I punted really hard. I haven't ate the whole day. I've been snacking on just like these little protein bars that they have here.
Yep.
Very little water, very little food, and the whole time when he goes for that play where he presents like a 1-5 go again, and then into the Banshee for 7.
Oh yes, yeah.
In my head, I was like, oh, I'm gonna root bound whatever he plays next. Like, and I'm telling myself this over and over because the mangle for 10,
Yep.
threatening the boots will probably win me the mask.
Yep.
Right? I was like, and if he does that, I'm gonna lose the root bound either way. So I'm like telling myself, repeating it, I have to give him the root bound on whatever he attacks next. And the moment he attacks with anything after, my brain goes like, no thoughts. I'm like, take 7. And then immediately after I take the damage and we resolve it and I look at my hand, I was like, oh, shoot.
None of this converts the way I thought, yeah.
So now when I do the play for 10, he gives me the and you know, it's funny because he was telling me too, he was he thought about it for a while. He was debating whether or not giving me the purgatory.
Okay.
Because he felt like I was bluffing him out on fruits.
Yeah.
So the whole time I was like, and then once he picked it up and then put it down, in my head I'm like, he thinks I have fruits. I was like, he genuinely thinks I have fruits, and if dude, he makes this punt so god tier, everyone's gonna think I'm like god tier amazing if I don't get, if I don't get purgatoried here. But unfortunately, he called it. He got the root bound either way, and as the game progressed, every time I saw my life, I was like, that would be 4 life more.
Yeah.
I could be at 5.
Yeah,
right?
once you've committed to the misplay in this way, you just look at your life total or the game state and you think, I really punted that one.
Yeah, that's how it felt. Basically, throughout the whole game towards the end, nerves were high. Food was low.
Despite fruits of the forest, you weren't really eating well today?
Yeah. And then, last game against Luke, I got my salty run back. Luke, you are goated. Did not give me an inch that entire game.
No, it was still close despite the life total that you carved out and tempo that you established early in the game. He still got you to a single-digit life total and was playing conservative, low-to-the-ground hands and blocking you correctly to play the best to his outs, and he nearly got there.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
I've never had a game where you can double Okino, present multiple on-hit disruption and just take 8 damage each turn after.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, this is rough. He gave me literally no amount of room for error.
Yeah.
And that is really wow.
But being able to execute it and play to all your outs and make all of those 2-for-1 trades in Guardian, especially with the frostbites that you generate with Jarl's hero power online, you make those game of inches into a mile, and then eventually you secure that win. So congrats to you, man.
Thank you.
You do have your medal. You're already wearing it. You took it out of the case. We don't have an Arcane Lantern to give you, but I do have something that I give to locals all the time. I have my signed pummel. I have lots of these now, so this is for you for the win on Guardian.
When you see me, you should be expecting. Get pummeled, baby. But yeah, this AG win means a lot to me.
That's good, man. You very much deserve it.
Multiple, at this point, countless bubbles. 9, 12, 14, 10. I bubbled at San Diego. It was a lot of almost opportunities. So to finally get to top 8 and take it home.
That's good, man.
Especially for my LGS. Turn 0 games on Sundays, 5 p.m. We have our skirmish tomorrow, 3 p.m. Come down.
Skirmish time, okay.
Yep. Blitz, baby. I'll be on Terra, you already know.
Yeah, playing Crown of Seeds now. It's unbanned. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, the Scourge. Scourge, baby. But yes, this means a lot to me.
Yeah, well deserved, Brian. Just want to quickly shout out our sponsors before we wrap up here for the day. Top Deck Keep, thank you for hosting us again and hosting us in the future, which reminds me to remind you, everyone at home, April Open is April 5th, so just a couple days after April Fools, and then later into May, a month and a half about later, May 24th, also here at Top Deck Keep. Not forgetting later in this month, over in New England on the East Coast, Great Stories Comics and Gaming. The first CC AGE Open is taking place 30th of March in Whitensville. Tickets and details at www.age.events. And with that said, I think that's just about everything. And thank you all for coming. And we're going to roll credits and have a nice Saturday afternoon, evening now.
Let's do it. In and out after, Marcus. Let's go.
I'm going to get something like in and out, yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Of course.